World Series. Huh? What is that? Yeah, I got a shower. Where you doing? I called you? Oh, I called you. A scan? Oh, scan. Oh. Spam in a can? Spam in a can. I think we're going to get your kids some clothes or whatever. It started pouring over here. I said it's thundering over here. It's pouring. Fire. It hasn't been the 90s for that long over here. Of, of what? Of what? Where we're at. What city? What is that? Colorado? I hear you. I hear you. Yeah, right now. Whatever you want. Where are you going? You're all sorts of messy. Well, clean it up. Oh, fucking fuego. Super duper. Fire. Fire. You're what? So what is it? Some extracurricular activities? Don't get any ideas. Hear no sounds. I said, don't get any ideas. Hear no sounds. Huh? Touche. Hey. If you had to say touche in a sentence, I'm sure that would have been valid. Kind of look retarded. Why is that?
This girl is 444. Great. Oh boy. Hickeys, no. I haven't had a hickey in God knows how long. A while, bro. It's been a fucking while. Definitely been a while. I mean, I got head not too long ago, but sex like not a while. Yes, vaginal sex. The vajayjay, yes. No, it's not. Definitely does not count as sexual penetration. How like what? We don't. Yeah, I mean, you have to be some type of dumbass fucking retard to not give good head. Like, there's not really much. There's not really bad. I mean, there are. Don't get it twisted, but it's very far few in between. Huh? Fuck. Uh, shit. Oh no. Oh boy. What? Oh wow. Huh? Maybe it's a chip. Maybe it's a chip. Get it? Get a chip on your shoulder? Hold on. Shit. Looks like a beauty mark. Fuck. Huh? Call me back. Alright. Fuck. Are you gonna go or what? Fuck bitch. Oh my god. What? Fuck out of here. Uh, what? Oh my gosh. Oh yeah. What am I doing? found the culprit. The fuck are these things? The fuck? Alright. Bullshit. Who that? Small ass fucking screws. No wonder why this shit's wobbling. That screw ain't even going anything. The fuck? Jeez Louise. go. No problem. Now one more. Bitch. Yeah, man. Fucking million screws for no fucking reason. Fucking small as shit too, like fucking hold this shit together with that. Motherfucker's making me sweat. Wake up, shower, shit. Ooh. How do you set this thing up? That's what I want to know. See what this little thing is about.
tell you about this AI home security camera. It's actually a window camera, and it's blowing up on TikTok. Let me show you why. It's basically like having a cool outdoor camera without all the hassle of the outdoor cameras. The installation, people stealing your cameras. Check this out. All you have to do is use the magnet, peel, stick, and from the inside of your house, you can have an outdoor camera just like that. Just to power up this beep to the device. The reset button and the TF card slot are located on the inside. If you need to reset you can choose to scan the QR code to add it. Thanks for watching our. We will take this camera. Android users can open Google Play. Search for Install Vision. Download. After downloading, return to the home screen. Open it. Vision. Allow notification permission. Click Sign Up. Put in your email to register an account. Then set your password. Confirm your password. Click Sign Up. It will ask you to confirm your email. After log in screen, choose your own country. Click Sign In. Put in your email and password. Select Remember Me. Click Sign In. You can choose to skip this tutorial if you wish.
Welcome to your new camera. Please follow the instructions in the user manual to download the app and pair your camera.
There was no app, bitch.
Welcome to your new camera. Please follow the instructions in the user manual to download the app and pair your camera.
Oh, sure is. Got it.
Welcome to your new camera. Please follow the instructions in the user manual to download the app and pair your camera. Wi-Fi settings updated. Connecting to the network. Cameras online. Wi-Fi settings updated.
Easy.
Camera paired successfully. Introducing Pro Security, the ultimate home protection with 24/7 monitoring.
Yo, One more fucking screw. Jesus. I'm fucking fine. Now, what's up with this? I think so, man. Think fucking so. Fucking thing backwards or something. your plumber. I'm your plumber. I'm the plumber man. Plumber man. Turn me on. I'm the plumber man. Plumber man. Do what you want. I'm the plumber man. Plumber man. Every I'm the plumber man. The plumber man. Do what you want. I'm your plumber. I'm the plumber man. Plumber man. Every I'm the plumber man. Plumber man. Do what you want. Three, fuck. I'm the plumber man. Plumber man. Turn you on. I'm the plumber man. Plumber man. Do what you want. I'm your plumber. What? Oh boy. Jersey! 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 That's annoying as fuck. Yes, annoying. That's annoying as fuck. I'm believing. Turn on. Big bad me. Mm. Oh, big bad. I'll be bugging, man. Go, man. Damn, you got there fast as shit. Ah, I'm lying. Oh. Ah. Yeah, I got an assist for that? Man, long ago. Oh, where the fuck is my vape at, bruh? Ugh. Damn. Quick one. Oh no. Shit. Fuck. Fuck. I'm bugging.
Joe Rogan Podcast, check it out.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan Podcast by night, all day.
My friend.
Joe,
It's good to see you, man.
bro, it's good to see you.
So I've been sending you stuff because, like, I knew that you were coming on, and I sent you that one, that video of the guy who got a trail cam photo of a black panther.
Yep.
So is that just a melanistic mountain lion? Like,
So-
what is that?
It's a great question. There's never been a melanistic mountain lion. Nobody's ever seen one, ever. Never hit one with a car, never born one in captivity, nothing.
Whoa.
So mountain lions, by definition, pumas, whatever you want to call them, there's never been a black one, ever. But every year, I mean, I got a buddy in Florida who swears blind that he's seen a black mountain lion in his backyard. And yet, that photo that you sent me, that photo circulates like once every 3 years.
It's bullshit?
It's bullshit. It's a real photo, but it's a trail cam photo. Oh, it wasn't this one, but
Well, I think that's the first one, and then there's another one with the cat gets like right up to the
That one.
lens. Yeah, that one.
so that photo is a real, I want to say jaguar. It's hard to tell, but either jaguar or black leopard, both of which do become melanistic. But
Right.
and you can tell that because you can see the spots barely, like the rosettes.
Mm-hmm.
So all these melanistic cats, like jags and leopards and things that do get melanistics, they still have those rosettes under the black
Right.
coat. Yeah, so not a mountain lion.
Wow, too bad.
I know, it's such a bummer. One day, if somebody finds one, that'll be like a huge thing
But isn't
scientifically.
that funny that we want it to be different? Because just a mountain lion itself is amazing. I mean, if they
Totally.
were all black and there was like a tan mountain lion, be like, oh, somebody saw a tan mountain lion.
100%.
Right?
It's like whatever's different and rare is what people just are like, I want that one thing.
I've always said that about Bigfoot.
Yeah.
That Bigfoot is kind of interesting, but not as interesting as an orca. Like,
100%.
Right.
Like we have gorillas that are cooler than Bigfoots.
well, orcas in particular, because they have languages that we can't decipher.
Languages, specialized diets, some kind. I'm sure you know all this.
Yeah.
Can't even talk to each other.
Right.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
unbelievable. Like it's the same as if you or I went to India or Africa, and it's
Right.
like we can't communicate. We don't eat the same food.
Nuts.
We look different, and yet
Nuts.
to us, an orca is an orca.
Right.
Yeah.
And it's super smart and huge brains and don't kill people for some strange reason.
Ever.
Except when they're in captivity.
That's right. Yeah, which is so crazy. I did a thing in Baja, Mexico, maybe 3 years ago, where we were just cruising on this little ponga, this little fishing boat, and we saw these orcas go by. And now people seem to be doing it a lot, but at the time it was like nobody had really just tried this. And this was a transient population, which means they primarily eat seals and sea lions, not the stingray eaters. And so we're like, fuck it, let's just go. And we like ran the boat up ahead and jumped in, and the orcas came up, and the bull never came out. So the bull has a huge fin, like he's the biggest, like the dominant protector of the pod. But the cows and their babies came up, and the boat like drifted away, and me and my buddy Mike, and they just circled us, like just looking at us with their big eyeballs. Whoa. And it was me to you from orcas. And they did like two circles around us, like, what are these things? Then we're just like, meh, boring, and kept swimming.
They must know, right? If they're that intelligent and they have language and they communicate, they must know that what a person is, right?
I think
Like, look at this.
Oh, dude, I saw the guy that filmed this. This is so crazy.
Orca headbutts a sunfish so hard it explodes.
Boom, turns into pieces. So this is a
Whoa.
newly documented behavior. Just in the last maybe 6 months, they've found that orcas will literally explode fish from impact, whether it's a game or what. But they're finding that this is not the first time this is done. They're doing this. They're starting to just explode these fish on impact just because.
How are they doing that? Like, how fast are they going?
I do not know the answer to that, but it's
seems so-
impressive.
I would have never imagined that would actually be possible, right? Like, how fast can you?
I'm trying to, like, what does the starfish look? Is it like flat like a stingray?
A sunfish, it's like
or
a mola
sunfish?
mola, those
Okay.
ocean sunfish with the big goofy
They're pretty
fins.
huge.
Okay, okay.
They
Some
get
of them are huge.
600 pounds. They get huge. It's
How
funny.
they literally turn to dust.
Dude, I think those are the orca equivalents of like a redneck that wants to hit a turtle on the road, and they're just like, we're bored, let's explode it.
Or those guys that do that. Have you seen that game? Well, it's not a game, but it's, I guess, whatever it is, an activity where these guys just run at each other full blast.
Dude, RNC, Run Nation,
Is that what it is?
fucking love that. It's
You
one of
do?
my favorite things. I'm such a huge
How
fan.
could you love that?
I love it, dude,
Oh
because
my
I played
God.
rugby. So it's rugby boys that are doing it, right?
Right.
It's like an Oklahoma drill, except for rugby guys. And that's a drill that when I was playing rugby, we used to do all the time.
Just run at each other?
You just run it. It's my favorite. Run Nation, RNC, it's my favorite thing. I watch every video. Look at these guys.
I would have never They both just went unconscious.
Look
Look at that. They both went. Well, that guy's fine.
I'm such
But
a
I've
fan.
seen it where they both get unconscious.
I want to
Like
bring
right
these
there.
guys to the U.S. and see how they stack up against like NFL
Oh,
linebackers.
Jesus Christ. They both headbutted each other, dude.
Dude, you love fight sports. What are you talking
This
about?
is not a fight sport. This is just retarded.
I'm such a fan.
Oh, that's so silly. Oh, wow.
I don't want to
so
do it, to be clear.
Crazy that you like that. I know too much about brain damage, and you should too if you like rugby.
I've had too much brain damage to know too much about brain. No, I'm just kidding. But
How long did you play rugby for?
well, I grew up in Zimbabwe, and so like Southern Africa, rugby is life, right? So it's like probably deep South football kind of culture.
Mm-hmm.
So I still play, believe it or not, except now I play very intermittently because one game puts me out for weeks at
Have
a
you
time.
ever got your brain examined?
No, I have not.
I
But I've only had
guarantee you.
one concussion in my life, so I think I'm okay.
Oh, that's silly. Because you guarantee you'd have subconcussive trauma.
What is subconcussive trauma?
Well, where you don't go unconscious,
Oh.
but you get rattled, and then you have some brain damage.
You're probably right.
Yeah, soccer players get it.
Really?
Yeah, soccer
From
players get
headbutting-
yeah,
Yeah. Huh.
chronic traumatic encephalopathy. Yeah, that's soccer players get it
I did not know
from
that.
heading the ball.
So is that, and you know a lot about UFC,
shit.
is that brain trauma worse than UFC type trauma?
Well, it's all brain trauma, and
Yeah.
it's dependent upon many factors. It's dependent upon how many times you've been hit, and also there's a gene variation. It's APOE4. Is that what it is? If you have this one particular gene, it makes you more susceptible to CTE for some
Oh,
strange
interesting.
reason. Yeah.
So like, because a concussion is when your brain sort of impacts against your skull. Is that right?
There's that, and I mean, I think it's also it's not just that. It's like if you get hit in the neck, you can get a concussion. Also,
Really?
yeah. Also, a lot of people don't realize you can get a concussion from getting hit in the body
Real? How does that work?
because
Like rattles?
you get rattled. Yeah. Also, another group of people that seem to get CTE are people who ride jet skis.
That's wild.
Oh,
So how does
yeah.
that work?
Well, my friend Mark Gordon, he's a doctor who specializes in traumatic brain injuries and treating football players, soldiers, and he's treated some fighters as well. He said that any repeated stress, any banging, anything like that, head banging, like if you're fucking
Oh my god.
head bang,
Yeah.
like you're probably going to get brain damage.
No way.
Yeah, legitimate brain damage. Like I can't
Interesting.
remember what I was doing 5 seconds ago.
Wow.
Where's my keys? I forget what I'm talking about mid-sentence.
Dude, you're scaring me here. These are all
Yeah, you should
things
be
I
scared.
enjoy doing.
Well, I'm sure I enjoy running straight at people, full blast. Yeah, I just look. Those guys are animals. They're tough guys, no doubt about it.
And
but-
those Pacific Islanders, like, because those are the guys that are doing it
Uh-huh.
primarily, right? Like, they play rugby league and stuff. They're built different,
Oh,
man.
yeah.
Like, they're so hard. It's insane.
Do you remember David Tua?
No, I'm not.
David
familiar.
Tua was a heavyweight boxer
Okay.
back in the day who was like one of the most ferocious guys that ever fought in boxing,
Mm-hmm.
and it just built like your prototypical island warrior guy.
Yeah,
just
yeah.
That's David Tua.
Yeah, I
Like, look at
mean-
him. Just a tank.
You don't want to run it at that guy. I'm telling you what.
Yeah. I mean, just a monster. Just would knock people out. He knocked out John Ruiz like famously in the first round in like something like 30 seconds or something like that. It was crazy.
Different breed, man.
Crazy left hook. Yeah, that kind of guy. I mean, we've had a bunch of Mark Hunt, who's a famous kickboxer. Who's another guy built like that.
Yeah.
Just wide as a fucking barn.
There's like no waist. It's
Yeah.
just like a brick. of
Solid as a
human.
rock.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Again, playing rugby, I played rugby against guys like that, and it was the worst.
Well, those are the dudes that have the balls to get in a little tiny boat and make it across the fucking ocean.
and
know?
then kick your ass.
That's
yeah.
what it is, really. I mean, you think about it, like only the super robust survived.
Right.
So it's like nature just weeding out any possible weakness.
It's-
Only the strongest human beings made it.
Absolute natural selection.
Yeah,
it's similar
absolute,
to the
right?
African Americans that we have in North America. Like, those are the strongest, best guys that came over here.
Right.
Right. And that's why they're all the most incredible athletes.
Yeah.
I don't know about all, but you know what I mean. Yeah.
Yeah, I know what you're saying.
Yeah.
I mean, and also like when you look at like guys from Iceland, the strong men.
Yeah.
So how many strong men are from Iceland? Well, how many fucking Vikings are from Iceland? Like,
legit.
Yeah.
Right.
It's weird when you think about it, that like nature finds its way.
It's the same thing. It's like we think we're so different and above like animals and stuff. It's natural selection. We just bring the biggest, the best, and the strongest into some area, whether that's Vikings colonizing Iceland or the Samoans on their islands or whatever it happens to be. And you're just like, well, here's a superior population because all the biggest, best, and strongest have made it, and all of the weakest have died off.
Isn't that weird? Like you as a guy who studies wildlife biology, isn't it weird that we want to think of ourselves as being a different thing? Like we are clearly not.
We're not. We're not even at the top. That's the thing that people never understand. Intellectually, we are, obviously. Look at what we've built. But like, we don't even sit at the top of the food chain.
Well, we kind of do, because we kill everything else if we want to.
Well, because of our brains.
Well, not even our brains, really. It's other people's brains that invented guns. It's like it has nothing to do with you and me.
True. No,
you know
not
what I mean?
us.
That's such interesting. It's like our brains or our evolutionary advantage, it transfers over to people that don't have good genetics.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Like, because you could be built like a bag of shit, like a literal bag of shit, and you can kill a grizzly bear with a rifle.
That's right. Yep.
Kind of nuts.
Yep.
Right?
It's crazy.
You can just be sitting there on a ridge like, with a scope, and boom, and you kill a 1,200-pound Kodiak brown bear.
Because all of our biological energy goes into this thing instead of being physically big or intimidating or any of those other things.
We can transfer what we figured out onto other people.
Yeah.
Which is no other animals ever figured out how to do that.
Nope. Isn't that crazy?
Wild.
Yeah.
It's really wild.
Yep.
It's when you think about it, it's like if you were studying us, if you were coming from another planet and you were studying us, you'd be like, wow, this one animal is fucking weird.
Yeah.
And this one's doing something different.
Yeah, absolutely.
But they would still look at us and go, oh, well, they're definitely animals. Like, look at them.
Oh, yeah. If you looked at the Earth from an Earth shot, you'd look at what we've done and be like, this is the top animal, but they're parasitic and colonizing the whole planet and changing things and manipulating things, whereas all the other animals are just getting by.
Yeah. If we found out that there were actual visiting aliens, that there was actual intelligent life from somewhere else visiting us, I think a lot of us would probably be like, why didn't you help?
Yeah,
why didn't you come along and say, hey, cut the shit?
It reminds me of I don't know, did you watch South Park ever?
Yes.
There was an old South Park episode where Earth was like a reality show. And it's like, let's see who's getting along this week. The zebras are fighting with the giraffes and the people are doing this. And it's like we're just like a reality show for the universe where you just put a bunch of species. We're like a big brother situation.
Well, we are kind of that for us.
Oh, totally.
Where we are, that's what a reality show is. A reality show for us is the world.
Yeah.
You know, Lindsey Graham, did he die in a rocket accident? Or did he die, was he poisoned by Russia? Let's tune in to Twitter and find out.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Like, exactly, man. It's hilarious.
We are locked in on whatever the fuck is happening all over the world all at once. And that's one of the weird things about social media now, is that we're constantly being inundated with new things to occupy our attention.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
And we have no attention span to watch anything for more than 5 seconds.
But yet, at the same time, this is the rise of podcasts.
Yeah. Which are long form.
Right.
Yeah.
So it's clear that that's not really the case with everybody. There's enough people that are interested in actual fascinating things and have an attention span. It's just like we're all susceptible to the brain rot that comes with just scrolling.
It's so hard not, like, I've tried to make conscious decisions because, you know, you can imagine what my Instagram feed looks like, right? It's animal after animal, half of it's AI now, whatever. And I still try and make a conscious decision to not look at it, and I find myself just reaching for my phone and doing this. It's just we're wired into it now.
Yeah,
that dopamine hit's crazy,
and it's not even really rewarding, which is really terrifying to me because it's not something that's like really feels great.
And you barely retain the information. Like even if you watch an educational one where you're like, wow, that was amazing, you barely retain that information because it's such a quick thing until you're on to the next one, at least for me.
Yeah, there's a little bit of that in there for sure, but I think I've gotten a pretty good algorithm lately lately, for whatever reason, my algorithm has been really excellent. It's really dialed in, where I'm only getting like really fascinating things
Well,
over the
that's
last
good.
couple of weeks.
Yeah,
Oh, it's been great.
that's way better.
And then every now and then some retarded shit comes on, and I just skip through it real quick, and I'm like, gotta keep this algorithm going good.
Or you text me a Bigfoot AI thing.
The Bigfoot ones are so silly.
They're so bad.
They're so silly. You actually texted me the Bigfoot one.
Well, it was the same guy. You said the same guy had texted you back. I was like, I don't think so, dude. He's like, this guy raised a baby Bigfoot in secrecy for
It
10
looks
years.
so bad.
It's so bad.
It's so obvious. It's like a shitty AI photograph of like a blurry Polaroid photograph.
And then you read the comments, and there's like 400 people going like, oh my God, I can't believe this happened. And you're like, come on.
Oh, dude, Duncan and I, back in the day, like in 2012 or 11, whatever it was, when I did that sci-fi show, Joe Rogan Questions Everything, we went and hung out with Bigfoot people. We actually went Bigfoot hunting.
No way.
Oh yeah, we were with them for a couple of days.
How was
in
that?
the woods of the Pacific Northwest. It's kind of sad.
Yeah.
Because the way I describe it, I was said, here's what you don't find when you go looking for Bigfoot. Black people. You're more likely to find Bigfoot than you are black people looking for Bigfoot.
It's just such a
Just
crazy
bunch
white
of
guy.
unfuckable white guys out in the woods, staring at shadows. It's
like making something out of nothing,
They're
right? Like, look at
just-
that leaf. It must have been here.
It's just unfuckable guys. It's really what it is. It's unfortunately, that's really what it is. It's not that there's not something to the story, because I think there is something to the story.
Yeah.
I think it's an old story.
Well, it
And-
dates all the way back to Native Americans, right?
Well, not just that. There's how many we looked this up before, like how many different names there are, and I think it was more than 50
Yeah.
different Native
I was asking
American
if you've
names.
seen this going around
Yeah, that was great. This guy with his dead baby. By the way, you imagine sitting that close to that thing, how bad that would smell?
Yeah, it's revolting.
I mean, that thing's been dead for who knows how long, and this guy's just hanging out. Yeah, I'm gonna take a picture. How do I look?
Side fun fact: this guy was on your mom's house like 12 years ago.
Was he?
Yeah.
For what?
Is he like a fun guy on Instagram as a dog trainer?
That's hilarious.
Tom found his videos a long time ago, and they brought him in to do a podcast with him. And I just
No
saw it pop up again. I'm
way.
like, I know who this guy is.
No
But I
way.
don't know how he got into Bigfoot. He has Bigfoot's body, so I
Look
think
how
two of them.
bad that looks.
It's so bad, dude.
Heads.
Oh my
He's got some
God, look at
heads.
these.
Look at that.
Oh, look at the smile.
I mean, he could be just a full-on satirical troll, which
Oh,
maybe
he's
he is.
sawing into it.
Yeah.
Look at this. It's a cake. It's gonna turn out. It's gonna be
It's a
like.
cake.
Oh my God, he sawed into it. Open it up, Tom. Oh, he found
wow.
a foot.
Oh yeah,
Look
very
at that.
real looking.
Very real looking
So,
foot.
yeah.
That's really.
Also, if you can't trust a guy in overalls with no shirt, who can you trust?
By the way, guy's in great shape for his age.
He is.
Looks ripped. He's out there lifting up fake Bigfoots all day.
These things are heavy.
I think there was, I mean, obviously we know that Gigantopithecus is real, but we were reading about this the other day, that it seems like Gigantopithecus wasn't bipedal, and that there was some dispute as to whether or not it was bipedal, but apparently there's some biologists that are saying, no, it was most likely it walked around like an orangutan. It was
Interesting.
just huge.
Oh wow.
Just a huge orangutan looking thing.
Huh. No, I've heard of it. I didn't know that it wasn't bipedal though. That's
Yeah.
fascinating.
I think it's under dispute.
Huh.
I think it's been disputed.
That's interesting.
It's hard to say. I mean, they don't have a lot of bones, right? They only have like a few jaw bones and some stuff. Like,
Of them. Yeah. Dude, I learned something pretty interesting this last week. So I just got back from India, literally flew in here from India, and we were doing some elephant rescues with Vantara, that big Indian wildlife rescue place. This elephant got hit by a car that we went and rescued, so its leg was all jacked up. Speaking of non-bipedal things, so you would think just the elephant would walk with a limp. Well, having that trunk, it's incredible. They use that trunk as a limb. So I was watching this elephant walk. I wish I had photos or video to show you, but I was watching this elephant walk, and it wouldn't put weight on its leg that was hit by the car. So it would walk with 3 legs and its trunk as its 4th appendage.
oh, wow.
Which is an amazing thing to see, because you think of the size of an elephant's cranium and its head and the weight. And in order to move that distribution off of that broken leg, it was using this trunk as a limb. It was incredible. It was really sad, but it was an incredible thing to see, the way they sort of figured out how to maneuver using that 5th appendage.
This episode is brought to you by ZipRecruiter. People who go that little extra step, like your rideshare, pointing out the best local places to eat, goes a long way. If you want people who are going to make a positive impression for your business, use ZipRecruiter. In fact, try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/Rogan. ZipRecruiter's latest feature lets candidates go above and beyond to tell you why they want the role. And it shows you the most interested qualified candidates first. Try ZipRecruiter and meet great candidates who'll go the extra step for your job. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try it for free today at ZipRecruiter.com/Rogan. That's ZipRecruiter.com/Rogan. ZipRecruiter. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Does the elephant allow people to set its leg?
So, in India,
was it broken?
I don't know. We went to basically. So I work at this place called Ventara, which is the world's largest wildlife rescue and rehab center. It's unreal, dude. It would blow your mind. I mean, like on a whole nother level. All privately funded by Anand Ambani, this Indian billionaire guy, the guy who had the huge wedding. If you remember that, Justin Bieber sing at his wedding and stuff. He's a great dude. Him and I are buddies now. But so he's funded this world's largest wildlife rescue and rehab. It makes the San Diego Zoo look like a roadside attraction. I mean, it's like crazy big. And so he does all these rescues, right? So the reason I'm telling you all this is they go and respond to these rescues and then take it into this gigantic world's biggest animal hospital that they've built. So we went and rescued the elephant, and now it's probably by today back in Ventara. Yeah, here you go. And they'll be treating it. So this is Long Toy. This is the other one. We did 2 rescues. This one was born with splay legs and then went into logging. And so all the weight and stuff from logging. See the splay legs on the front there?
Ouch.
Yeah. So anyway, that was just incredible. But the short answer is they do let people treat them because these animals are raised in captivity by what's called mahouts, which are elephant riders.
Oh.
And the whole dynamic's really fascinating. So you grow up with an elephant as a mahout in Indian culture. And then there's usually 1 or 2 mahouts that spend their life dedicated to the elephant. And all they do is ride them, log them. They use them as tools. But they still love them very much. It's just they use them as a tool. Elephants obviously aren't made to do that, so they break down over time.
So that's why its legs are like that? It's from carrying the amount of weight that comes from logging?
So that one would have been born with a deformity.
Oh, okay.
But then years of compounded weight and everything else makes its legs like that.
Oh.
It's crazy. And then, so we go and we take the elephants in, plus the mahouts, and take them all back to Ventara, give the mahouts a full-time job. These guys are sleeping on mattresses on the floor, right? And then take them back, and it's a whole thing. Reform everybody. It's an amazing thing. Yeah.
Oh, wow. So when they treat the elephants, like what do they do for an elephant that has a broken leg?
So most of it's just pain management, right? Because you can only get so far.
Wow, you guys are really bad.
Put them in a cast?
Not really. No. It depends. I guess it depends on the fracture. I'm not a vet, but I guess it depends on the fracture. But what they do is they have, and Jamie, you might be able to see it. It's incredible. They have this giant jacuzzi. Like imagine a jacuzzi the size of your building here for elephants, and it's their hydrotherapy pool. So these animals that have terrible arthritis or fucked up feet or bad legs like that, they just spend all day in the water because then there's no weight on their limbs.
Oh, wow.
Which is really cool.
Do they have medication, like anti-inflammatories for elephants?
Everything, man. This place uses unbelievable Eastern medicine, Western medicine, this crazy hospital. There's a lot of guys talking on their Instagram, unfortunately, but yeah.
This one's got a prosthetic leg.
Whoa.
Yeah, look at that. Isn't that crazy? So they do these
Made
amazing
by a
things.
mine. Oh, fuck, man.
But yeah, it's a really, really cool place. And we get to do some fun stuff. So I was really privileged to be part of those elephant rescues. It's really emotional when you see an animal like an elephant that has so much like intelligence look you in the eye and be like, I'm in so much pain. And then you like start to relieve it. It's cool.
I went to visit this place in Thailand a few years back that has wild elephants.
Mm-hmm.
So they're wild elephants, but you can ride them, and that you feed them. So you make friends with them first.
Yeah.
Like you feed them sugar cane, you hang out with them, you pet them, and then they let you ride them.
Yeah.
And they put their arm out like this, like go ahead.
Yeah, to walk up, to
like,
step
come
up.
on, go ahead.
Yeah.
So it lets you know, like, okay.
Yeah.
I didn't like the riding part. It felt wrong to me. It's just like it's a thing that like all the tourists did, but my family wanted to do it, so I said okay.
Yeah.
But it's okay. But the animals themselves are so sweet. They're like when you're hanging around with them, they're so. One of them, I got a video of it on my Instagram. She was just like eating a log.
Yeah.
She kept chewing on this log, and I'm just hanging out with her. And I made this like video with me. I'm like, she's eating a log. I don't know why she's eating this log, but
They're so
she's
cool.
really sweet. But it wasn't. It's a weird relationship that they have, and then you wash them at the end of the trip.
Yeah.
So you get them they get in this pool, this big pond.
Yep.
And you can just wash them and hang out with them.
Like
And they
scrub
like it
them
that
and-
you do that.
yeah.
So it feels good to them, and they're like, "Thank you." I'm like, well, no, thank you for carrying me.
There's
You
good
know?
and bads. Like, I mean, elephants have been used through history, right? In war, in logging, in circuses, everything else. But now, I would say in the last 20 years, we're finally sort of waking up to, hey, a lifetime of being on an elephant's back, like you can see the deformities, you can see the bed sores, you can see the hip displays or hip issues.
Oh,
you know.
from carrying people?
Yeah,
just
they're
carrying people.
They're just not designed for it. You know, they look, you think they are when you look at them and you're like, what could it, you know, we're like an ant on that thing's back. But it's pretty hard on them. And the hardest part is actually not you or I or anybody riding them, it's walking on concrete.
Oh,
Because
that
elephants
makes
have these
sense.
soft padded feet. They're not designed for rock hard ground. So the impact of walking on pavement is actually that compounding with added weight. That's what's actually so bad.
I bet
for
the
them.
heat of the asphalt too.
And
Right?
they're-
Like dogs
Yeah.
hate the heat of asphalt. It's horrible for them.
And the weirdest thing about an elephant foot, if you look at its anatomy, they're one of the few animals that walk on their toes. So they don't have toes splitting out like we do. They walk on top of their toes. So that, you know, imagine that compounding on heat plus weight.
I got a good close up, I guess. Of toes.
Weird. It's a weird animal.
Yeah, they're cool.
Isn't it cool that they thought that that's what a cyclops was when they found the skulls?
Yeah, because of the skull.
Yeah,
isn't
that's
that
why
amazing?
they thought cyclopses were a real thing.
Dude, have you ever been to the Explorers Club in New York City?
No.
That's worth a visit. You would love it.
Yeah?
They have the Champawat tiger there, like the most famous man-eating tiger
Oh, that's
skin.
the one that killed like 476 people?
Yep.
Is that what the number? Something crazy like that,
I actually
right?
have it on my YouTube, and I don't remember the name
It's
or the
more
number.
than 400 people,
It's
right?
crazy. And then Jim Corbett went and shot it.
Right,
Yeah, and he
right.
almost named my son Corbett because I love that story so much. But they have the only 4-tusked elephant at the Explorers Club in New York City.
Whoa.
I'm sure, Jamie, you could find a picture of the skull. Nobody knows why. Total anomaly. Nobody's ever seen
wow.
it. Nobody knows why. I think it's the only one in existence, and it literally has 4 tusks coming out of it.
Just a weird genetic thing?
I think so. Like that splay-legged one we look like. I think
Because
it's just a
sometimes
mutation.
with elk, they'll get an injury when they're young, and then they'll get weird deformities of their antlers.
But is that different because they shed their antlers every year, so they grow back in weird ways?
That's a good question.
I don't know.
I think it's an injury to the skull.
Yeah.
So an injury to like the area where the antler is. Like
Mhm.
sometimes they'll just have one sword.
Yeah.
Like there was a ranch that in California that had this one elk that was killing all the other elk because he didn't have antlers the same way. Oh, they got a Yeti skull. Where'd you find that, Jamie?
The 11 interesting things you can see there.
Oh, at the Explorers
Oh, at the
Club?
Explorers Club.
Oh, interesting.
Oh, I'm sure that's legit.
Yeah.
So this one elk had on one side he had like normal antlers,
Uh-huh.
but the other side he just had a spear.
Oh, wow.
And
That's
so he was
cool.
just stabbing all these other elk.
And it
They're
was
like,
killing
what
the other
fuck
elk?
is this guy doing?
Wow.
Because it wasn't like they're used to their antlers interlocking.
Of course,
And this
yeah.
is the thing. They
Yeah.
get together and they clash. And
Of course.
They try to impress the ladies.
Yep.
Well,
There
what
he
is
is.
this? Oh,
Look at that.
wow, the tusks.
Isn't
That's
that
cool.
so weird?
Very weird. And they're like weird the way they're going towards each other is weird.
Which
too.
makes you realize it's a genetic deformity, right? Because it's not like this perfect, symmetrical, like nature made it. It's a mutation of some kind.
Well, that's what's weird about genes, right? Like things go wonky all the time. Someone's born with an extra arm. You're like, okay.
Yeah,
Or
exactly.
Sometimes people are born with tails, and you're like, oh. Okay.
So weird.
You know?
Dude, you and I talked about Barbarossa one time. The pigs that have those crazy.
Yeah, to go into their own skulls.
My buddy, who's a vet, he just cut a horn out of a sable antelope that was
Yeah.
growing into its own skull.
Oh God.
It's crazy. I have a video of it on my Instagram, Jamie, if you want to see it. But it's so it got an injury, so it killed part of the horn. And they're antelope, they're not deer, so they don't shed their horns.
Right.
So they grow forever. So this guy had this giant horn just circling back, punching into its own skull. Can you imagine that? Dude, it was gnarly.
The pigs are nuts, though, or whatever that animal's called.
The Barbarossa.
Is
yeah.
it a pig? It's technically a pig.
Yeah. It's like a Indonesian warthog. Yeah.
But the way it goes into its own skull, no matter what, like it always happens.
Yeah,
right?
because they have to fight and break them off. And if they don't fight and break them off, they just. Nature's so weird, man. Yeah,
Like,
these
I mean,
guys.
that is fucking crazy.
They're so cool.
I wonder what those things taste like.
I bet they taste great. I think all the swine taste great.
I had javelina, which is not technically a swine. It's a peccary.
Uh-huh.
It wasn't that good.
Not good?
No.
Huh. That's unfortunate.
It's odd.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like,
Gamey?
oh, no, just not the best. Like, well, you got to think of what they're eating.
They,
you know,
for what I know about javelinas, they eat garbage primarily.
yeah, I think that's part of the problem.
Yeah.
Because that's the case with bears, right? Like, my friend Steve Ranella cooked a bear steak or a bear ham on his friend's smoker. And he said to his friend, he said, hey, you should probably clean that smoker. It smells like fish. And he goes, I've never cooked fish in that smoker once. And it was just from the bear. The bear had eaten so much fish that as he was smoking the bear, all you could smell was fish.
Nah, that's disgusting. It's like eating a seagull.
Whoa, look at this one. It's going right into its head.
That's the guy. Yeah, isn't that crazy?
Wow, that's nuts.
And it's, he like cuts the horn off, and you can see, because the horn's a living thing. There's
How
only
is that animal still alive?
barely. Like he had millimeters of growth to go before it punched right into his brain.
That's crazy.
Gnarly.
That's so gnarly. It's
Yeah.
like digging in. Imagine that, like, every day, just a tiny little amount more is growing into your brain.
It's got to be this constant pain where like it just gets tiny bit worse all the time.
Sawing through it.
And see how much into the skull it went? Like it was right there.
That's crazy, man.
So it's gonna be the thing.
Smoker. And he said to his friend, he said, hey, you should probably clean that smoker. It smells like fish. And he goes, I've never cooked fish in that smoker once. And it was just from the bear. The bear had eaten so much fish that as he was smoking the bear, all you could smell was fish.
Nah, that's disgusting. It's like eating a seagull.
Whoa, look at this one. It's going right into its head.
That's the guy. Yeah, isn't that crazy?
Wow, that's nuts.
And it's, he like cuts the horn off, and you can see, because the horn's a living thing. There's
How
only
is that animal still alive?
barely. Like he had millimeters of growth to go before it punched right into his brain.
That's crazy.
Gnarly.
That's so gnarly. It's
Yeah.
like digging in. Imagine that, like, every day, just a tiny little amount more is growing into your brain.
It's got to be this constant pain where like it just gets tiny bit worse all the time.
Sawing through it.
And see how much into the skull it went? Like it was right there.
That's crazy, man.
So gross. I thought you'd like that.
I don't know if that says about me.
Yeah.
You thought that I would like that, but that
I
is,
don't know.
that is gnarly, man. That poor dude, now he doesn't have any antlers.
Yep.
Or horns, right? Is it technically horns?
Horns, yeah, but he's still got a brain, so that helps.
Well, carry on, bro.
Yeah.
Nature's a motherfucker, dude.
Dude, it's crazy.
Where's the thylacine, man? What's going on?
It's gotten pretty cold, dude.
Really?
Yeah. I mean,
Damn it.
So
I was hoping you'd come in with new evidence.
I wish I was. There's a group that I've been working with called Mammal Watching, like if you heard of bird watching, and they've been going into Western Papua and Papua New Guinea, which is, as you know, where I think there could still be a tiny population. And so I'm working with them. They're giving trail cameras out to guys. They're still hearing legends here and there, but it's just, I don't know. It feels like the legends are getting fewer and further between, like almost over generational time. It's disappearing, if that makes sense.
Oh, that's a bad sign.
Yeah.
That means whatever's left is probably dying off, right?
If at all. Yeah. And I mean, I still hold out hope. It's something I've always wanted to be, and I want it to be there, but it feels like those bits of evidence that were compounding have all sort of started to fade.
That sucks.
I know, it really does.
It is a very interesting thing with the incredible variety of wildlife that we have, that we're so fascinated by the ones that might not be alive. Like the things like the thylacine or the giant sloth.
Yeah.
Like I remember I watched this documentary on the giant sloth. There was this one scientist, this biologist, who had spent an inordinate amount of time, like years, in the Amazon, looking for a giant sloth, and was realizing at some point in time during the documentary that he might have ruined his career.
Overdoing it. Yeah.
Because he might have been chasing something that doesn't exist. And it's this wild gamble. If he listens to these people and they're telling him the truth,
right?
Because all the natives are like, oh yeah, bro, they're out here.
Yeah.
Right around the next turn.
We'll find them tomorrow.
Right over the next mountain.
Yeah,
We'll
I've been there. But, you know, if you don't follow those leads, like, do you know what the Saola is? The Asian unicorn?
I've heard that, yeah.
Same thing. Same story, but real animal. And, you know, there was basically one ever seen by Western science, an animal named Martha, And for years, Western scientists were going into Vietnam and Laos, and they're going, yeah, we have this thing called the Salo, the Asian unicorn. And they're like, shut up. And then all of a sudden, turns out, here's this giant bovid that still exists.
What a cool looking animal, too.
Yeah. And nobody knows whether they still exist now or not.
Is that it right there?
That's it, yeah. So basically, there's been 3 or 4, maybe more, that have ever been seen. Most of them caught in poacher's snares like this one. But then, really cool, a guy named Bill Robichaud got a call once from a prince, and he had caught one, and it was in his village. And he flew in there, and overnight, the poor thing died. And that was the only time a single Westerner in history has ever seen a live Sala.
Oh, wow.
And this guy had it, and then he's like, can we please preserve it? And the king was like, nah, we're going to eat it. And they ate it.
Whoa.
Got nothing out of it. Yeah. He's got pictures and stuff, so it's all real. But they call it the unicorn because its horns are so symmetrical that when you look at it from a side profile, it looks like one horn coming out of its head.
Like that.
Exactly, yeah.
That's weird.
Yeah. They're very cool. But it's a bovid. It's a cattle. That's not one. I don't know why they're using that photo.
Oh, how odd.
Yeah. But that's the same thing as these things around giant sloths and thylacine and Bigfoot and everything else. They are out there, some of them, not all of them, but they are out there. And if you don't follow the lead, if you ignore it, then you miss things like that.
Well, there's also when you think about things like the Amazon, like if you ever see footage of the Amazon from above, you go, oh, there's no way you know.
That's so big.
You look down and you go, oh well, there's no way you know.
No.
This is way too big. And there's no way there's a bunch of people scouring every inch of that place.
I mean, given there are still groups of human beings uncontacted.
A lot. Like my friend Paul Rosalie.
Yeah, I know Paul. Yeah,
he's come in contact with them multiple times.
Yeah.
See if you can get some aerial footage of flying over the Amazon. I mean, it's in multiple countries. What is it?
Oh, it's
Peru,
crazy.
Bolivia, where else? Brazil,
Argentina.
It's crazy. It's so big.
It's huge.
It's so fucking big.
And I had a similar experience in New Guinea, talking about thylacine, where we got on a plane in a place called Tufi and flew to another area.
Okay, look at this.
It was just like this. For 4 hours, we didn't see one building.
Amazon in 4K. So just imagine, look, there is no fucking way you know what's in there.
No way.
There's probably a bunch of shit in there that no one has found.
And then undeniably there are. And then there's stuff, like, you'll get a kick out of this, Loch Ness Monster. What do you think it is?
Maybe a sturgeon or something like that.
Jamie, what do you think the Loch Ness Monster is?
I mean, I think they know, but I don't know. I don't know.
Whale dick.
What?
Whale dick.
Whale dick.
Whale dick.
Not a narwhal dick?
Pull it up.
Whale dick.
Loch Ness Monster versus
dick.
whale dick. Look at this and tell me this isn't what they think is the Loch Ness Monster.
Wait a minute. Do you mean like the photos, the hoax photo of the one that's poking out of the water?
That one, I mean, you'll see it in a second here, I think. But there are these photos of a whale's penis compared to the Loch Ness Monster. And, I mean, that's certainly not proof, but it kind of answers a lot of, like, that's a whale dick right there.
That is a whale dick, but that photo, I'm pretty sure, is a proven hoax.
That one is.
Yeah,
right.
I think that photo is like a guy made something out of wood and floated it in the water and took a picture. Is that what the story behind that is?
There's something along those lines.
No, Loch Ness Monster isn't a whale penis, professor says.
Oh, okay. Well, if the internet professor says it, then... Yeah.
Oh, a professor! Oh, well, let's take him seriously.
Well,
he's out there.
There's no whales there.
If you're the type of professor that they call upon when they're trying to figure out if something's a whale dick, maybe...
Hey, sir, would you please study these 9 whale penis and tell us your thoughts on this?
Maybe that's what happened to the... What?
It was his claim, and then he said he was just kind of messing around.
Oh, well, I'm sticking with it. I like it. I like the whale dick
he's
theory.
the guy that proposed it?
Yeah.
Oh.
Darn it. I like that
He's
theory.
since walked back his salacious claim. That's so funny. Maybe that's the guy that was looking for the giant sloth.
Yeah.
He's like, I need a new angle. This giant sloth thing did not pan out.
I like it. Big dick energy.
If you're a guy looking for a giant sloth in the Amazon, where do you look? Good luck finding it.
You have to find geographically isolated areas, because they're little pockets, right? If little pockets of, okay, people aren't coming in here, animals aren't going out, there's a big ring of mountains, there's whatever it happens to be. I met a guy who said he guaranteed he knew, all these people like this, but I always enjoy the story of it, that there was this pocket in Peru that was completely geographically isolated by the mountains, and that's where they were. And the idea is that these areas remain unchanged, right? It's like an island, basically,
Right.
in the Amazon. Like, things just don't change because it's so isolated from everything else.
Well, I think the idea also is that giant sloths, where we know they existed in North America, that whenever whatever happened that ended the Ice Age, the Younger Dryas impact, that it didn't affect things below the equator or at the equator. It was more of a northern hemisphere thing.
Yeah, because the climate shift was so much stronger.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And so most of the animals that died off, well, if you look at like I think it was 65% of North American megafauna died off during this very short window.
Yep.
That didn't happen
Right.
in South America.
Right.
And that we're just guessing that they're dead.
Yeah.
You know,
Right.
because if there was a healthy think how many tigers are there in the wild? I think there's 5,000.
It's something like that. Yeah.
Fun fact.
It's gone way up, by the way. It was down to 400.
Fun fact:
Tell me.
more tigers in captivity in Texas
I know.
than there are in all of the wild of the world.
It's Texas crazy, man. It's such
Just
a wild.
in people's yards.
Yeah. Yeah.
In private collections in Texas, there's more tigers than all of the wild of the world.
It's such an insane statement. That should not exist. Yeah.
I love this state.
It's just
my favorite place.
get away
ever.
with it.
It's just a wild place, like for all intents and purposes.
Yeah. It's hilarious.
Wild for people.
Dude, I love Texas. Every time I come to Texas, I'm like, this place is great.
It's
I always
awesome.
have fun. Everybody's so nice,
awesome.
too.
Exactly.
That's the best
Yeah.
part. It's like nobody scowls at you. You get in the elevator and they're like, hey, how's your day going? And you're like,
Very friendly.
I'll
people.
tell you how it's going.
Very a lot of people, especially coastal elites, I would like to say, like people, coastal snobs, they have this idea of it being like filled with rednecks and ignorant people and foolish people. It's
Yeah.
not that way at all, especially Austin. Austin is like one of the most like liberal, easygoing, progressive cities.
Yeah.
But like even the progressives here, they're like more reasonable.
It's like down to earth.
Yeah,
It's
they're
not like
not-
extremism, right?
Well, they're definitely more crazy than they were 20 years ago when I first started coming here.
Okay.
But way less crazy than like liberals in LA
Yeah.
or liberals in or liberals in New York.
Just where it's just extreme, right? Like protests and
Yeah.
all these. Yeah.
Well, it's like there's a saying about Austin: keep Austin weird
Yeah.
and surrounded.
And surrounded?
Yeah.
What is the and surrounded?
Surrounded by red people. Like it's all red states around you, and it's this pocket of blue that's in the center of this red state. I think that's good for everybody.
Yeah.
I think that's good. It's a balance. And
Yeah.
the liberals that want to turn Texas blue, like, don't. You're going to ruin it. You're going to ruin it for you, too. You don't
Right.
get it. Like,
Yeah.
balance is important. It's like you can't kill all the predators because then the deer will get overrun and you're hitting them with cars.
Yep.
And you can't kill all the deer because then
There's no
there's no
predators.
food. And
Yep.
I mean, that's what they did when they were market hunting.
Yep.
Balance.
Yep.
And you need balance with humans, too.
100%.
And the Austin balance is a great balance.
Yeah.
It's a liberal city surrounded by like hardcore Republicans with guns and tigers.
And it works. And it all works.
It works. It makes for nice people. It's
Yeah.
like it's a good mix.
Yeah.
And a misunderstood mix.
It's interesting.
People on the outside, they have a distorted perception of what Texas is, especially Austin.
Yeah. Well, how do you feel as a California I mean, you bounced around, but as a California transplant, did you bring your acai bowls and you're like, I need all that California stuff here?
What stuff?
I
Like
don't
what?
know. I mean, I don't know. That's the thing, though, right? It's like all the Californians coming here and messing it up, kind of thing.
I was never one of those.
Yeah.
So what I got out of California was the Comedy Store and work.
Yeah.
And then jujitsu. So like you get all that here. Austin is arguably the jiu-jitsu capital of the world right now.
Really?
Oh yeah.
Oh, that's interesting. Is this where the new league is based out of?
No, you mean the UFC league?
Yeah.
No, that's in Vegas.
It is
They do
based
that
out
in
of Vegas,
Vegas.
yeah.
Because that's where the UFC's headquarters are.
Sure.
But Austin has King's World, which is Gordon Ryan's place. It's got B Team is out here. Shanji Ribeiro is out here.
Okay.
There's a bunch of Gracie Baja schools out here. There's multiple 10th Planet schools out here. It's like there's an incredible amount of jiu-jitsu out here.
So what I'm hearing is this is where to bring Run Nation. Bring it to Austin.
No, keep that. They'll never win. The only people that are going to win are those wild New Zealand dudes and those Australian guys. Those guys will win every time. They're built for that shit. No, but it's just a great city, period. Artistically, it's always been like a great music city. Now it's arguably the comedy capital of the country. Like,
yeah, I mean, there's
incredible.
so many comedians here now, right?
It's because they got here and they went, oh, this is way better. There's no traffic.
Yeah.
Everyone's nice.
Yeah.
and you can do whatever you want. And also, there's a lot of places to do comedy. Just on my street where my club is, there's 5 or 6 other clubs that have opened up since we opened up.
Oh, wow.
So
That's
it's
amazing.
incredible. So if you're a young comic and or an established comic that just wants to work out material, you could go to my club. You hop down the street to the Sunset Room, which is my friend Brian's club, right down the street. And you can go down the street to the Creek in the Cave, an amazing club that's just 2 seconds away.
Oh, cool.
It's like 1 block over.
That's
like everything's close. The Vulcan, which is right there. Everything's right there. It's
That's
incredible.
awesome.
It's incredible.
It's great. I'm glad you're so stoked here.
I love it.
I remember when the first, maybe the second time we hung out down at your show in, not Westlake, where was it? Woodland Hills, right?
Yeah.
And you were like, dude, I got to get out of here.
Yeah. I wanted to get out a long time ago.
Yeah.
And fun fact, we started the podcast because I was depressed because I had to move back from Colorado.
Oh, really?
So I lived in Colorado for a little bit,
Okay.
but my wife got pregnant, and when she was pregnant, it was like if you are at altitude, we're at 8,500 feet above
that's
sea level.
high.
It's rough.
Yeah.
And we went back to LA for a short period of time, and she was fine.
Yeah.
And then we went back to Colorado, and she was sick again. I was
Yeah.
like, okay.
The
And then we
elevation.
were reading about low birth weight. Premature birth is a lot of like really bad things that happen to people, especially if you're not acclimated
So
and you
interesting.
move to these high altitude areas.
Huh.
By the way, working out there, when I worked out there, I thought I was gonna die, and then I went to Philadelphia. And I had to do some gigs in Philadelphia, and I worked out, and I felt like I could run through a wall.
You just had so much
I was
oxygen
like,
in your blood.
So much. I was like, this is incredible. It's the only time in my life I've ever been altitude adjusted,
Yeah.
like where my body had adapted.
Yeah.
And I was like, this is a massive advantage. No wonder why
Interesting.
fighters do it.
And you don't acclimate being up at that height over months or anything else?
Oh, I did. I
Yeah.
certainly did. Like, I could work out there, and I used to. I did jujitsu in Boulder. So Boulder I was in a place called Gold Hill, which is 8,500 feet above sea level, and Boulder's like 55.
Okay.
So I was doing, shout out to Amal Easton, my friend Amal. He has a jujitsu gym in Boulder, great place.
Okay.
And when I was training there, I was fine. I mean,
Yeah.
you train, but you definitely could feel it. It was,
Yeah.
and I had trained there once before, when I had come from LA, and I was like, whoo, this altitude's rough. Like, it's
Yeah.
like working out in Denver. You're like, whoo, you
Yeah.
feel it.
Yeah.
But not like you feel it at 8,500 feet. 8,500 feet was, I do these kettlebell workouts, and I was doing it, and I'm used to what it does. Like,
Yeah.
I'm used to and I was like, this is crazy. This feels like I'm drunk.
Yeah.
Like, it felt, you know
Just
what I
had
mean?
nothing in the
felt
tank,
like,
yeah.
It really felt like I drank a bottle of whiskey and tried to work out. I was so tired.
I went to the Himalayas like maybe 4 or 5 years ago to look for red pandas up in the trees, you know, those cute little guys. And day one, I literally maybe made it 400 feet and then had to sit down. And I was like, all right, we're trekking for pandas. We're heading up into the mountains. We'll find these pandas. And I don't remember what the elevation was, but I'd come from Santa Barbara, where I live, which is sea level, to this high Himalayas. And I had to sit down like every 15 minutes for the first couple days.
The most horrifying video the other day
Uh-oh.
of this guy who was on one of those summit hikes and slipped.
Oh,
And
no.
his friends watched him slide.
Like all the way down to his death.
Just sliding
Ugh.
down ice and snow and couldn't stop
Oof.
and they just had to stand there and watch this guy slide away.
What can you do?
Nothing.
That's so crazy.
Nothing.
Was he
Slide
climbing?
Out, dive. Yeah.
Oof.
Yeah, he was making it to the summit and slipped.
Yeah, it's
And
brutal.
it slipped off the, just a very clear path, and slipped off of it and just started sliding. And you realize, oh, he's gone.
That's it.
He's going to go off forever.
That's crazy.
Oh, it's horrible.
And I always want to like take my kids to do these things with me, you know, and I'm like, I want to take them to trek and see the mountains and catch crocodiles and do all these various things that I like to do. And you realize it's like my 6-year-old can barely walk in a straight line without falling down. You know what I mean? Like, imagine taking him on a mountain trek.
Oh, that's so scary. But on the other hand, like, you don't want to protect them too much. You want to expose them to a certain amount of danger because I think it's good for them. It's good for them to see.
100%. Yeah.
Yeah, it's good for them to experience. It's also good for them to have like a broader understanding of what the world is, right? Like the world is a bunch of different things.
That's right.
It's not just Santa Monica.
That's right.
Like,
yeah.
Oh, there's Costa Rica. Like,
Yeah.
whoa, this is crazy. Look at these bugs. These are nuts, like
Yeah.
birds. Like, it's nice for
It's
them.
important.
It's it. Yeah.
Because
it's
otherwise,
valuable.
we live in a bubble. Like, America's great. I say this to my wife all the time. I'm so patriotic. I love this country. It's great, but it's a bubble.
Yeah.
Everything's easy. It's safe. You can order shit on your phone. It shows up at your house. You know, there's a million restaurants to pick from. Obviously, it depends where you live, but you get my point.
Yes.
And then you get out of here and it's like, okay, everything closes at 4 p.m. Like, go figure out your food. You know what I
Right,
mean? And then you're
right.
like, okay, well, now I have 2 kids who are hungry and we're in the jungle, or it's, you know, in a town that everything shuts down on Sundays or whatever. It's like, figure it out. Those are important lessons for little kids, to be dynamic and figure out like how the rest of the world works, and that they have to figure out how to get things when it's not all just at the touch of your, you know, phone.
Also to recognize that there's going to be times where you don't have food.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
people are just so accustomed to having food anytime they're hungry. And in fact, sometimes when they're not even hungry, they're
Oh,
just
yeah.
bored, so they start stuffing their face when they're bored,
100%.
which never existed in all of human history.
No. Dude, I just read, you might be well read on this, but I just read something interesting. The 8-hour night of sleep,
Yes.
invented by a mattress company. You know about this?
I didn't know it was invented by a mattress company, but I do know that traditionally in the past, people would do 2 sleeps.
That's right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you know about what I'm talking about. I just read this literally yesterday in one of my doom scrolling things, but
It's interesting because I did that a lot when I was young, where I would wake up in the middle of the night and I'd just decide to watch TV. And
Do
I'd
something
watch
for an
TV
hour.
for a few hours, and then I'd go back to sleep. But it was just, for me, it was just like being indulgent because I was single and free and, 25 years old, and I had my own apartment. I'm like, I can do whatever the fuck I want.
Yeah.
Get up at 3 o'clock in the morning and watch TV for a couple hours, and then go to sleep till noon.
why not? Sit around in your
Fuck off.
boxers, eat cereal.
The
Yeah.
mattress part is a myth.
Oh, it is.
Oh.
God damn it. Everything I
don't
keep
know
bringing
about
up's
the
a
2
myth,
sleep.
Jamie.
Well,
No
I-
whale dicks, no
Jamie
mattresses.
is the
Come on.
killer of
You're
dreams.
killing all my
is,
stuff,
I
man.
saw the same Instagram video you guys saw, and I thought it was interesting too.
Yeah.
But I
That
don't-
is the myth. I think that
the
might be a
2
myth.
sleep, yeah, I don't know about the 2 sleep,
I
yeah.
think the 2 sleep thing, it was a way that people would get up in the middle of the night. But you also have to think, I think a lot of people went to bed way earlier because it got dark.
And we didn't have electricity.
And there's a normal circadian rhythm where
Yeah.
it gets dark out, you eat, maybe hang out in front of a campfire for a little while, and then you go to bed. Like,
Right.
If you've ever gone camping, that's what most people do. Most people don't stay up till 4 in the morning when you're camping.
Not without booze.
No,
There's nothing to
there's
do.
a little of that.
Yeah.
If you've got booze, you might be up late, telling stories and laughing. And if anybody breaks out a guitar, you're fucked.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, then you're up all night.
When
Yeah.
you mentioned pandas, I was going to ask you about it. Me and my had seen going around the same places that pandas are fake.
Did you see the zoo in China?
China?
Did
People talk about that.
you see the zoo in China that painted the
I
Pomeranians?
did see that. But the thing is about pandas is that, I went down a rabbit hole with this the other night. There were no depictions of pandas in like ancient Chinese history.
No.
Yeah.
Is that true?
Yeah, it is true. Yeah, they didn't show up until like, God, I want to say it was like the 16th century or 17th century.
That's bizarre. I wonder why that is. Because you know there were explorers going through the area and all of that.
Well, the idea was that maybe they were engineered to eat bamboo. Because bamboo, if you think about it, is like a very prolific plant.
Absolutely.
Like I have bamboo on my property. That shit just grows like, it's crazy how well it grows. It grows so quickly.
And there's almost no nutritional value in it either.
Right.
Yeah.
So here's the panda.
Okay.
Interesting. The claim is largely true, with nuance. So what did you search into Perplexity, our AI sponsor? Is it true that pandas aren't in Chinese ancient history? The claim is largely true, though with nuance. Okay. Giant pandas strikingly absent from China's classical cultural record. Unlike the dragon, which is weird, tiger crane. By the way, our conversation about it made it to The View. I don't know if you know that.
You changed your status to dragon believer. It was so funny.
I'm like, oh my God, this is wonderful. Oh, this is so good. Okay, so when did it happen? Unlike the dragon, tiger, crane, or tortoise, doesn't appear on ancient bronzes or pottery, in Tang poetry, song paintings, Yuan, Y-U-A-N, how do you say that?
Beats me.
Yuan, drama, Ming novels, or Qing, Qing. Before the late 20th century, it had essentially no symbolic role in Chinese civilization. Its status as a national treasure is a post-1949 invention.
That's bizarre.
After pandas became famous globally in the 20th century, Chinese scholars went back and combed old texts looking for them. A few candidate references exist. The Xi Jing, Book of Odes, and Shang Shu mention a creature called Pai or Mo, which some modern scholars retroactively identified as the panda, but the identification is contested. And those same words were also used for leopards, tapir, or mythical beasts. Emperor Wen of Han, 2nd century BCE, reportedly had a Mo buried in his mother's tomb, sometimes claimed as a panda. But it's weird.
That is very bizarre.
Fragmentary, ambiguous, and rare, nothing like the deep iconographic tradition around dragons, phoenixes, or tigers. Why the absence?
Rogan-style claim.
I've never said it before. Fuck you! How dare you, Perplexity? That is so funny. It's a Rogan-style claim.
I think it's essentially on the podcast. Also,
It's listening right now.
because I sometimes will bring in questions I've asked from like last month and be like, "Are you?" And I'm like, "No, I didn't. This is a separate search, but it's like a locked into the AI history."
Oh, I asked the question once, and it said, "As you have previously stated."
No way.
I was like, "Whoa."
Yeah.
Interesting.
I was trying to find out like how many views something had gotten.
Yeah.
And you're like, as you previously stated.
told you. Yeah.
I was like, you're using me as data? This is why AI is so fucked up. Like, you're trusting me? I'm trusting you. Don't trust me at all. I get all my information from you.
Dude, that's so weird. Because you wonder, because it's not like, okay, there's no mention of ducks. I get it, because there's ducks everywhere. Who cares, right? Like, so why do we write about them? But it's not something like that. Like, pandas were never so abundant that it was not worth talking about.
Yeah, see where this theory, who invented this theory that they were engineered to eat bamboo?
So who did this engineering in this theory?
Well, that's a question. Like, who did dogs, right? Why do we have dogs?
Right.
Which is really weird. You know, why I have a dog, he's a King Charles Cavalier.
Mm-hmm.
You know those little
I do, they're very
he's
cute.
adorable.
Yeah.
He's so cute, I love him to death. But he's made an appearance on the podcast.
Oh, nice.
He's the furthest thing from a wolf. Like, as far as we've taken a wolf to make it so fucking adorable and cute. But that is what it is. Yeah, it was at one point in time a wolf, and somehow or another we engineered it down to a dog that's adorable and just wants to cuddle with you and sit in your lap and play.
And weighs 25 pounds.
So what happened? And how did we do that? And could you do that with a bear? And could you get a bear, then take that bear and make it something? I think it's the only bear that's a true herbivore as well.
Yeah, I think that's correct. Yeah,
Which is also weird. So what have we done to their digestive tract?
Yeah.
And they're required, like, it's like koalas. I think they only eat eucalyptus.
That's right. Yep.
Fucking weird.
Bizarre.
Really
Which also has no nutritional value, and you probably know this makes them like high,
So I
basically.
was looking up who did it and started going on the thing that it's not. No one is known for the theory. It's because they're actually carnivores.
Oh, they're a taxon. So it's koalas, I think, are the ones that are pure herbivores.
They definitely are, but they're not bears at all. They're marsupial. They just call them koala bears.
Okay,
So when they say they're taxonomic carnivores, that means taxonomically they're in the order Carnivora, if that makes sense. So,
but it says with a short digestive tract and gut microbiomes of a meat eater.
yeah, it's interesting.
So they're vegans.
But you could selectively breed for anything to some degree if you had enough time.
But that's the other thing. Like, why are they so cute?
That
Think of
I can't
that,
answer.
because they're so much cuter than any other bear by far. Like that face, even with the teeth out, like, oh, buddy.
They also have the best PR campaign in history. Like they're the dumbest animals in the world. You know this, right?
Really?
Oh my god. I don't know if that's the right terminology, but like you can hand a panda an apple and it will hand you its baby. I'm not joking, dude. You can find videos of this.
Well, isn't that more evidence that it's raised, that it's been engineered because it doesn't have the instincts that a wild animal would have?
Dude, their parental instincts are bonkers. Bonkers. Like they will drop their baby and go for an apple. That's how zookeepers take their babies away. It's It's like these guys are trying to go extinct. I swear to God, it's insane.
So where did the theory come from? See if you can find out where the theory came from that they were engineered to eat bamboo.
That's why I asked that exact question. It says it's just.
Which just started showing up on my Instagram about 3 months ago.
Huh. Dude, Instagram, you never know what you're going to get.
Oh, of course. But that's what's fun. Like, as long as you don't buy into it.
Dude, the problem is, even like me and what I do as a biologist, I mean, I'd say 90% I can tell, but there's a 10% where I can't tell if it's AI or real or... And I'm looking at it going, well, that behavior is wrong, so it has to be AI, but it's crazy what's going on with the animal space with the AI mock-ups now.
I watched one today where it was a wildebeest that a leopard had jumped on its back, and the wildebeest jumped into the water, and the crocodiles killed the leopard on its back, and the wildebeest got away.
Totally fake.
It has to be.
It sounds fake. I mean, it sounds insane.
Wildebeest is smart all of a sudden.
Right.
So smart that it figured out all I have to do is get to those crocs, and the crocs. Also, like you're gonna run. I don't like. You're gonna give yourself more problems,
right? By going into the water. Yeah.
By the way, multiple crocodiles. So why wouldn't they just eat you too?
They would. They just kill
everything.
everything.
They would kill everybody. If both of you are compromised, it's not gonna just grab the leopard on the back. It's gonna grab you too because you can't get away.
Anything they can get. Yeah. No,
so
it's crazy.
But it was also fun.
Yeah. It's also
fun. Ooh, get away.
A different video, but yeah, here it is.
Yeah.
So this is a.
That's a longer cut of the video.
But you can see by like the saturation of the leopard and like the way the claws are kind of like there's no claws. It's almost like softballing it. Do you know what I mean?
Right. I love how he's hanging on.
This could be a video of a real wildebeest getting eaten by a croc, and they just added the leopard to the back.
That very well.
It's pretty amazing. Look,
no, that's a
fake.
Yeah.
No, bro, that's real. Guys, stop. This is different. This one's different because this one, also. By the way, the wildebeest is doing way too well in that struggle.
Yes.
Because when crocodiles do get wildebeest, they get them quick.
Someone put some time into this.
Yeah. When the crocs get a hold of something, it's a wrap.
Dude, it's
not much of a struggle.
I just did, I'm probably not supposed to talk about this yet, but I just did this show for Discovery that I've been working on for a couple of years, where basically I put myself in the perspective of prey, so I would have been in the perspective of that wildebeest, through engineering and doing all these like builds and stuff like that, and I lowered myself into a pond of crocodiles. It was insane. I had a cage around me. So a very small cage. It was basically a coffin.
Made out of what, though? What's a cage made out of?
Whatever the guys in the workshop could find. I think steel.
Did they try it out first?
No. I mean, we tested it with nothing in it, and we're like, okay, this is working. I can send it to Jamie. I have it on my phone, but it was...
Send it to Jamie.
Dude, it was crazy. It was nuts. I don't know, man.
Well, it's like those shark cages, man. Those things don't hold up. You've seen that before, right?
Oh, yeah, where they go straight through the shark cage?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's craziness. It's absolute craziness. I'll find. Here we go. Dude, we did this. I don't know why I did. Oh, you know what, Jamie? Go on the, if you don't mind, go on the Discovery Instagram. I think it's there. Good luck finding it. I can send you something in the meantime. But I think they posted like a short teaser of it. It was nuts, though. So I'm in this little cage. We rigged up these cables.
Were you wearing scuba gear?
So I had a scuba tank with me in case the thing broke and I ended up on the bottom. Sounds dumber out loud.
Why do you have so much oxygen before they can get you out?
30 minutes.
Oh, God, dude.
And as I was talking to our guys, so, you know, it's a TV production, so there's like stunt coordinators and all this stuff. And I was like, so, okay, cable snaps, I go down, I grab the regulator, I've got 30 minutes, 40 minutes in my tank. Then what? He's like, oh, well, I have this grappling hook. We'll throw it, hook it with the grappling hook, and pull it out. I'm like, bro, what if you hit a log? He's like, hadn't thought about that. I'm like, get me out of here.
That easily could take more than 30 minutes.
Of course, it takes more than 30 minutes.
So you might have to get out and swim.
Can you get out? I couldn't. I locked myself into the cage. There was no getting out.
You did this?
Yeah, it was pretty dumb. It was cool though because it was such a unique perspective. But I told my wife when I got home from that one, I was like, yeah, I think it's my last year doing this shit. Like, it's getting too much now.
That's the thing about those kind of shows. It's like it's not enough to just see the animals. You have to do something that makes it spectacular enough to get people to tune in. Like that polar bear one where the guy got in that big plexiglass box.
That literally inspired the whole series. I swear to God.
Yeah. I hate that video.
It's crazy.
I mean, I've watched it 100 times.
I know.
I don't hate it, but I hate the idea of it because it just shows you how predatory polar bears are and how they don't give a fuck. It's just trying to get at that guy.
Isn't it crazy? Yeah, it's gnarly.
I mean, it's actively hunting him.
Yeah.
It's so different than the other bears, which, like, if you get killed by a grizzly, generally it's like you fucked up.
Yeah.
Like you stumbled upon one that's old,
Startled
it. Or you startled it, or, you zigged when you should have zagged.
Have you seen the city in Russia, the abandoned island city where the polar bears have taken over?
No.
Oh, you gotta see this. It's incredible.
I've seen videos of Russia of people like getting chased by polar bears in their town.
Oh yeah, there's like the one where the guy jumps on the snowmobile and runs after him and
barely
stuff.
gets away.
There's a whole area in the Bering Sea that was, I want to say, a former mining town or maybe fishing town, and people moved out because it collapsed for whatever reason. This place, look at this. And the polar bears have just moved into town.
Oh, they're living in the house.
They're living in the house. Look at this. They're just like
they took it over as a den.
Completely took it over. How cool is this?
That's amazing.
Yeah, they're just fully moved in, like living in the house. That's a drone shop, but this is not AI. This is legit.
They're so cool looking.
Oh, they're the coolest.
They're so interesting.
How amazing is that, though? Imagine you're out on a boat and you're like, oh man, we've been sailing for 3 weeks. Oh look, there's like a little village. Let's pop in there for a day.
That'd be a cool movie.
Yeah, that would be a good movie. Yeah,
a bunch of people are like, oh, we found a village. Let's go there.
You like head in and turn, set up, and then all of a sudden you're surrounded.
Yeah, it's all polar bear. Why is there so much shit in this house? Because they probably just shit right in the house.
Oh yeah.
So they're pawing at the drones.
Yeah.
Wow, look how cool they're hanging out the window. Like, hey, Tom!
Dude,
Come on, have a drink.
You could put me in the glass box on this island. This looks so cool.
It is so cool. They're an amazing animal.
They really are.
But they're so weird. They're so long, too.
I went and did a sort of a trek with them.
Which
where are they getting food on that island if they're the only ones there?
Oh, well, they're the only ones there, but it's not. There's seals and all kinds of other shit.
They'll be hunting all the marine mammals in the area.
Yeah, they're the cleanup crew.
And they swim huge distances.
Oh, yeah.
A couple have turned up in Iceland. Did you know that?
What?
Yeah, there's, I think, 2 or 3 cases of polar bears that have swum from Greenland to Iceland. And made it. I'm not sure, but it's not close, obviously. I mean, it took the Vikings like 100 years to do it. Yeah,
that's crazy.
Yeah. And then
they can swim that far?
200 miles. Are you? Hopefully, this isn't a myth. Are you seeing?
Someone says it was shot dead after it did it in 2008.
Yeah, and it swam across, right?
Yeah, I mean, they get off. They don't
200 miles.
How crazy is that? Just take a swim one day and end up colonizing an entirely new place.
So it's like the David Goggins of polar bears. It says, bro, I can make it.
Feel no pain.
Operation to Kill the Animals captured on film. Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go. Let's see that video.
Yeah. But isn't that crazy? 200-mile swim as a bear.
Well, I guess it might have jumped off just a piece of ice somewhere, so it could have got a little float.
Right, it could have hung out for a little bit.
But still, even 50 miles.
That's pretty far.
Well, they can last so long with the fat that's on their body.
And they like snooze float. Have you seen that? They won't just like actively swim. They'll like kind of like snooze float in between hunting.
Oh,
it's kind of amazing. In the winter, they have so much fat, in the winter stored up, getting ready to chill. They don't eat as much during the summer. Am I getting this right? I think so.
Right.
That they like, you see them like snooze floating in the ocean.
Well, they eat a lot in the summer to get ready for the winter, right?
I know they eat a lot. In midsummer, they don't eat a lot. It's too hot for them to actively hunt. I know that.
How hot is it too hot for them to actively hunt?
Dude, I went to Manitoba, Canada, to go see them on foot, and it was like 75 degrees at the height of the day, maybe 70, and they wouldn't be hunting.
Polar bears were frequently tamed during the Middle Ages. What? Says no bears been captured alive in Iceland. But since then, receding North Pole ice is diminishing their hunting and mating grounds and jeopardizing their survival.
This sighting in Iceland is 890.
Whoa!
16 years after the first people got there.
But what's crazy if you think about that is all it would take if people weren't there is 2 polar bears over the course of polar bears' lifetime to wash up on the island and then you have a population of polar bears there.
Right.
Do you know what I mean?
Right.
Like, the male swims there. 5 years later, the female swims there. Boom, there's a population of polar bears. There's plenty of food, you know.
What an adventurous female it would have to be.
True.
1252, Henry III took delivery of a white bear sent to him as a gift from King Haakon IV of Norway. He decided to keep it in the Tower of London. The bear was either too big or too exciting to be taken to Oxfordshire, where there had been a royal menagerie at Woodstock since Henry I's reign. What's more, it needed to fish. So the beast was sent to the tower, and from what we could tell, it was well looked out for, although it had a muzzle and a chain to wear while on land. The sheriffs of London were obliged to lay out more than a shilling a week for its upkeep, which added up over a year to roughly the expected income of a night.
What a wild story.
He had no guns to stop him. What the hell would you do to him?
Bows and arrows, I guess, and spears. The bear had a long swimming leash. The man wore waterproof clothes. What? The keeper? So it had a keeper. The bear came with a Norwegian keeper, and the keeper was allowed to lead fishing trips into Thames. How do you say that? Thames. Which the tower sat. The men wore waterproof clothes, again billed to the crown. The bear had a long swimming leash. There were salmon in the Thames in those days, so while being in London was probably not half as so pleasing to the bear sitting on an ice floe in the Arctic Circle, it sure beat working.
The way this guy wrote this was hilarious, by the way.
Yeah.
They, do you know what sloth bear is?
Yeah.
Mean as anything.
Yeah, they're Japan, right?
India and into Nepal in that area. Amazing. They're like a perfect example of not the size of a dog in a fight, but the fight in the dog. Because they're not a very big bear, but they will take on tigers and everything else. They, a certain group, I don't know the name of the tribe, I think, in India, used to capture sloth bears, and they put a ring in its nose, like a nose ring, and then this barbaric, it doesn't happen anymore, but then they would take the bear onto the street as a street performer. I just read about this, and they would light a fire and put like a big sheet metal over it, and then walk the sloth bear onto it so the bear would dance because its feet were burning. Yeah. They call it the dancing bears. I guess it was in Nepal. And horrific thing that people used to do. Imagine doing that though, and being like, "Oh, this will be worth a shilling or two." Like,
well, bear baiting. They used to do that with dogs. They used to have a chained up bear and allow dogs to fight the bear.
Yeah, it's crazy.
They did that with bulls.
Yeah.
They'd have a chained up bull and have dogs attack the bull.
Yeah, they used in South Africa in the early colonial days. They used to do it with baboons and let the dogs and the baboons fight and bet money on it. Yeah,
people are so gross.
It's crazy. But you know, like I always have this weird stance. Do I agree with any of it? Of course not. But we wouldn't be where we were and care about wildlife and conservation if we hadn't made some of those mistakes.
Is that what that is a mistake? I mean, it's also if you haven't seen half of your friends get cut in half by swords. You're probably your understanding of the value of life is probably completely distorted.
Completely, yeah.
You're living in a horrific time. Everyone's dying of the plague.
Violence is entertainment, right? You know what I mean? Like that is something to do, and life value is incredibly low.
Right, like
life comes and goes.
The Colosseum was when? When was that?
I don't know. I should, but I don't.
I think it was 2,000 plus years ago. Somewhere around there when they first started having these crazy games there.
Do you know they used to flood the Colosseum and do ship battles and things?
I went there a few years back when we went on a tour.
Was it cool?
Oh, it was amazing.
Yeah.
But it's also like you stand there and you try to take it in. Like when I go to these ancient places, I try to just like sit and just try to imagine. Like when you're actually, it's one thing to imagine when you're looking at a photograph or a video, but when you're actually in the spot.
Yeah.
You know, like when you're in Athens.
Yeah.
And you're like, standing at the Parthenon. Okay. What the fuck was this like?
Yeah.
What was this like?
And that was like the center of everything.
Yeah.
Democracy. Exactly.
Yeah, exactly. And also drugs. Those guys were high as fuck. They were all doing drugs. We went to Eleusis, rather. And that's the place where they had the Eleusinian mystery schools, and people would go on this trek where they wouldn't eat, and they'd walk from Athens, and they would have these psychedelic rituals. And you know, you're in this place where you did it, and you could like feel it. It's weird.
Well, you know, obviously not synthetic, but was it just mushrooms? What were these psychedelics?
Totally know but they have had residue from some of these clay pots that had ergot in it.
What's ergot?
So ergot is a fungus that has a very similar psychoactive effect as LSD.
Oh, interesting.
It's I think it has lysergic acid in it.
Huh.
Like let's find out what actually it also kills people. There's been cases of ergot poisoning through wheat.
Oh, interesting.
People have died. They also think it's connected to the Salem witch trials.
Oh, driving people crazy.
Yeah.
Oh,
So the
interesting.
Salem witch trials, I don't know if this has been proven or if this is just a theory, but the idea is that if you have an early frost and that some of the wheat survives, but the wheat can have this fungus on it that grows ergot.
Okay.
So this ergot fungus. And so you're eating this wheat and you're making beer out of it, and like, everybody's tripping balls. I think everybody's a fucking witch. They're all on accidental acid.
That's hilarious.
Yeah.
Probably like, man, this beer's really good.
Right.
Until there's a witch. And then you're like, man, this beer's bad.
Well, there's also, I mean, imagine, first of all, you've got a bunch of crazy superstitions, and people are afraid of everything already. Right. You don't know anything about science.
You don't understand it. Right. Yeah.
So there's a lot of fears. And then there's a lot of people that claim to be the wise people of the town, and they tell you crazy stories about witches, and you're like, oh, witches are real.
Yep. Oh, for sure.
So lysergic acid, amides, ergometrine, all these share lysergic acid ergoline core, which is why LSD, semi-synthesized from lysergic acid, is chemically related to ergot compounds.
And all of this comes from that mold on the wheat.
Yeah. Wasn't there a time where they did it to people on purpose in France? I feel like this might have been like a CIA thing. See if you can find that story.
Ergot or LSD?
Ergot. I think they because I think they were experimenting on the effects of ergot, and I think they like picked a town and said, let's see. Because we know they've done that before. We know
It just hit a whole place.
let's see.
Yeah, why not?
Like think about what we found out during MK Ultra, that the CIA was running brothels, and they would give the Johns LSD.
Really?
It's literally called Operation Midnight Climax. And so what they would do is they would have this two-way mirror set up. This is proven. This is named Jolly West, who was the head of MK Ultra.
Okay.
They would say, let's find out what happens. You give people acid. What's the best way? Well, you get a bunch of people and do it to them in a way that, totally unethically, but this is the way they're not going to tell that you did it to them, because they went to a whorehouse. No one's going to admit they went to a whorehouse.
Right.
So you get these guys, they go to get the prostitute. The prostitute's like, is it like a drink? Like, oh, I love it.
Of course, yeah.
Hard to work here. The guy sits down, he's thinking, I'm going to fuck, this is going to be great. Fucking walls are flipping walls.
Oh my God.
Candles talking to him. Did you find anything about the French thing? Here it is. Likely think of the infamous Pont Saint-Esprit cursed bread incident of 1951. Long-running allegation that wasn't ergot at all, but a secret CIA, U.S. Army LSD experiment. What happened in Pont Saint-Esprit, this small town in southern France, hundreds of residents suddenly suffered violent hallucinations, convulsions, insomnia, and psychotic episodes over several days. 250 people were affected, 50 were committed to silence, 7 died, including some who leapt from windows convinced they could fly, or being chased by snakes and tigers. The official French investigation blamed ergot-contaminated rye flour from a local baker. Classic ergotism, St. Anthony's fire. That's another case of it. Some later scientists or maybe the same story. Some later scientists propose alternative culprits: mercury, fungicide, nitrogen trichloride, bread bleaching agents, or mycotoxins from Aspergillus fumigatus.
I call bullshit on this. This seems like something where they test.
Yeah. It seems like a CIA thing.
For sure.
2009, American investigative journalist H.P. Albarelli Jr. Published a terrible mistake, arguing that Pont Saint-Esprit was actually a covert LSD field test run jointly by CIA's MK Ultra programs and the U.S. Army Special Operations Division at Fort Detrick, with Swiss drug company Sandoz, who first synthesized LSD, allegedly supplying the compound. So his evidence included a declassified CIA document quoting a Sandoz representative saying the Pont Saint-Esprit secret is being discussed alongside references to LSD. Oh, they definitely did it.
Yeah, it sounds way more likely.
That's way more likely. Testimony he attributed former CIA SOD scientist Frank Olson, who died in a 1953 fall from a New York City hotel room after being dosed with LSD by his colleagues. What a bunch of assholes. These guys just dosing each other in an admitted MK Ultra incident. Interviews with former U.S. intelligence officials, why most historians remain skeptical. Serious pushback came quickly. So symptoms don't match LSD. Victims had gangrene-like vasoconstriction, weeks-long psychosis, and physical necrosis consistent with ergot alkaloids, not a single acute LSD dose. Interesting. LSD is water-soluble and heat-sensitive, so baking bread would degrade it. The Sandoz cable Albarelli cited is ambiguous and predates the incident in some readings. No corroborating documentation has surfaced despite extensive MK Ultra declassification since the 1970s Church Committee hearings. Yeah, but the problem with that is like one of the reasons why we know about MK Ultra was evidence that they found that had been in storage. So when you say like Freedom of Information Act, they don't give you shit.
They just take you with a little bit here and there to go, oh, okay, we know now.
Just tell you we don't have any evidence. Go fuck yourself. I mean, look how hard it is to get the Epstein files. This is a guy that was alive in 2019, right?
There are plenty of records of everything happening. Yeah,
exactly. And the internet.
This reminds me. Do you know about the Lyme disease? You know about this? Like the Plum Island thing?
Yeah. Seems very
conspiracy. I'm not a huge conspiracy theorist. This one to me is like a no-brainer.
Well, it's also people want to say that Lyme disease has existed forever. Absolutely true. Not to the extent that it exists today. Also, not as contaminated. Like, not as right.
And spreading like crazy. Like it's just sweeping out west.
Not only that, Plum Island, they were absolutely doing gain-of-function research on ticks. And the idea was, the reason why they were doing it, and this is all me, what I've read, I don't have any direct information.
Yeah, but it's still fun.
But what they said was, what they were doing was engineering ticks with these diseases. So what they could do is they could spray them from planes, and that would overwhelm the medical system of any, like overwhelm a town, overwhelm the armies. You couldn't keep up, and they wouldn't be able to fight.
That's right. And it could wipe out food sources. It had like multiple implications.
Exactly. So now we have these fucking creeps from the World Economic Forum that are talking about the dangers of eating meat, right? And about how people eating meat is what's wrong with them. That's why it's accelerating climate change, all horseshit. But they're saying that there's almost a moral obligation to create a tick, or to create more ticks that would have this alpha gal in them.
The one that makes you allergic to meat.
Yeah. So
they're saying that they want more of that?
Yes.
Bro.
The guy was talking about, not only that, I have a buddy who has it, my friend Evan, from Black Rifle Coffee.
Oh, yeah, I know Evan, yeah.
One of my best friends. Love him to death. Evan has it bad, and it fucks him up. It's not as simple as he's allergic to red meat. Like, it fucks up all of his blood work. His body's a mess.
And he picked it up hiking and hunting.
Picked it up, he got sick, and he didn't know, and he got bit. My friend Bert Kreischer, his wife's family, half of them have this fucking problem.
No way.
Yeah.
Are they from the East Coast?
Yeah, East Coast. This it's the Texas Lone Star tick. It's a Lone Star tick.
Yeah,
not the Texas Lone Star. Yeah, but this one tick carries this thing, and they think that might perhaps be genetically engineered as well.
That's crazy.
Because there was no alpha gal problem.
No.
30, 40 years ago, it just didn't exist. Now all of a sudden it's like ubiquitous.
And it's everywhere. It's spreading too. It's crazy. I never used to think twice about getting a tick. I get ticks all the time hiking around and doing the stuff I do. I never used to think twice about it. Now I'm terrified of it. I love it. I'm terrified of it now.
It's not just red meat. The Lyme disease is fucking devastating.
Yeah, if you catch it early, it can fuck with you the rest of your life.
Yeah. I know multiple people that have it, including Jim Miller, guy who fights in the UFC. He had it really bad.
Jeez.
And it fucked up his career for quite a while, but he got his diet under wraps, and he figured out like what to eat, what not to eat, and now he's fine.
Do you know about some of those other animal warfare things they used to do? Like the spy tech they put in city cats? Do you know about those?
No.
Oh, dude, there's some amazing ones.
Spy tech and cats?
So during World War II, Jamie would have to confirm what city this was in. I believe it was the Russians used to put little hearing devices in street cats because the Brits would go and meet in back alleys and have meetings, but there were feral cats everywhere. So they'd have all these cats running around with these wires in their brains and stuff, and these little acoustic kitties. That's it. The CIA. Dude, how crazy is this?
Acoustic Kitty was a Central Intelligence Agency project launched by the Directorate of Science and Technology in the late 1960s. In the 1960s, intended to use cats to spy on the Kremlin. In Soviet embassies.
In an hour-long procedure, a veterinary surgeon implanted a microphone in the cat's ear canal and a small radio transmitter at the base of its skull and a thin wire into its fur.
Oh my God!
How crazy! Imagine that you're just like having a secret meeting in a back cove, back alley, and there's a cat there just live streaming your conversation to the CIA.
Go back up a little bit here. It says, due to the cat's sense of hunger had to be addressed in another operation. What? Interesting. First acoustic kitty mission was an eavesdrop on two men in a park outside the Soviet embassy in Washington, D.C. The cat was released nearby, but was hit and allegedly killed by a taxi almost immediately. Probably the thing was all fucked up. It probably couldn't get out. It's like, what is in my head? Put a wire in my head. Schizophrenic cat. However, this was disputed in 2013 by Robert Wallace, a former director of the Office of Technical Service, who said the project was abandoned due to the difficulty of training the cat to behave as required, and that the equipment was taken out of the cat was resewn for a second time, and lived for a long and happy life afterwards. Lies!
Yeah, come
you
on.
fucking killed that cat.
It got hit by a taxi, but it was fine.
But I mean, more than one cat, I'm sure. But this idea, the equipment was taken out of the cat. The fuck you did that? You spent money taking the equipment out? Did you really? Or did you just kill the cat? 100%. Assholes.
Dude, there's a few of these, and the bats that would light fires. You know about those ones?
Hold up. The military did not give up on its use of animals as spies. As in 2006, the Pentagon requested the creation of cyborg insects for use in espionage. The request was made by fucking DARPA, of course, of the Pentagon. Scientists at Cal Berkeley responded by creating a controllable cyborg beetle in October of 2009. What?
There's a cockroach under your carpet here listening to us somewhere right now.
They're not going to hear anything other than the stuff we already talked about.
Yeah, true.
That's the wonderful thing about having such a retarded show. It's like,
who cares? You say it anyway.
Whoa, look at this. Look at this. There's a fucking battery in the beetle.
Come on,
That's
that's
crazy.
badass. Look at the microchip on its back.
It's amazing that the beetle can live through all this.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing.
That's wild.
Wow.
And I guess as these things have gotten smaller and smaller, as chips and battery technologies increase,
Of course. Think of your cell phone in 09 compared to now.
Right.
Yeah.
Fucking wild, man.
Yeah, there were a few of these. They used to light bats on fire, and then they'd send them to roost. And then they burn down whole towns and things like that. That's going back. Dude, there's spy pigeons where they put cameras. Like there's a handful of these that the CIA tried.
Well, how what they did with dolphins?
Oh, like the whole not beluga. It was the beluga, the Russian spy whale.
I don't know that. I was talking about dolphins they use to detonate things.
Oh, tell me about it.
They use dolphins as like literal distributors of warheads.
Oh, really?
You get a dolphin to go somewhere and then they blow them up.
No way. Like a kamikaze dolphin?
I don't know the exact details of it because I got sad when I was reading about it. I have a deep attachment to dolphins. I fucking love dolphins.
I always say anybody who hates dolphins has to be a bad person.
I've had some experiences with them. I had one where I was like really high on edibles in Hawaii, and the dolphins would jump out of the water near the boat and they'd look at you.
Yeah.
They look at you when they were jumping out of the water, like, look at me.
Yeah.
Like, look, we're doing this thing.
And they're literally just playing.
They're playing. Yeah. 100% playing because they came to the boat and they were jumping in the wake of the boat.
Mm-hmm.
And the more you would cheer and, yay, look at that,
The more
the more
they
they
did.
were doing that, and they were having fun. And I was like, these are incredible creatures.
Oh, they totally pick up on your energy.
So the Secret Dolphin Program began in 1959 to detect underwater mines and enemy divers. But I think they did stuff where they.
I mean, whether this is correct, they just like
The one
after
after
history it says that they didn't do anything to harm humans or engage in combat. They like told their handlers to do it.
the one that I've heard about is that they
They
put
were
it on their head.
They were just signifying in dark water because they could see stuff better than our current technology back then. So they would echolocate and say, "Yo, we got something over here. Come check it out." That's what this.
Well,
is.
how does the dolphin communicate that back to the people, and how does it know what the person's intended? That's pretty good. But I think there was some speculation that they actually used them as weapons, though.
Well, have you seen not to transition off dolphins, but Vladimir, the Vladimir, I don't know, the Russian spy beluga?
No.
Okay, this is a real thing. Like 100% this one's real. So there was this beluga whale named Vladimir or Vladimir or something like that, and he turned up in Norway, and he was escaped from a Russian spy program, and he had a harness with spy gear on it. This is him right here, look. See the spy gear on him? It's like a whole thing. And so the Russians had been training this whale as a spy and had harnesses and spy equipment on him, and then he just pieced out and turned up in, I want to say Norway. And then they followed him for a while, and then he mysteriously got shot. Yeah.
Mysteriously.
Yep.
Some things with the dolphin, like with the dolphin story, I don't know if this is accurate, but I did read this one time that we would, like, if we knew Russia was doing this, we would put some paperwork out that said, well, we've got dolphins that are, blowing up mines.
Right.
Just so you guys know, now you
Yeah.
gotta figure that out.
Yeah.
Goose chases.
That's a good point. That's a good point. It's like you never really know what's real.
Right.
How cool the beluga whales are, though. Look at that thing. That looks like an alien.
Nah, they're super.
I mean, look at that. That looks like we have come to your planet
They're
to
also
discuss the use of nuclear power.
and he would talk in that very calm tone.
Yeah, that looks like something that would be very calm.
No, that was this was a crazy
Well,
story.
you know that John Lilly researched with dolphins. Do you know about that?
I'm not sure.
Okay, John Lilly is the guy who invented the sensory deprivation tank.
Oh, yeah.
He's
You have one of those, don't you?
Yes, we have one of them.
Yeah.
John Lilly was the man who was the inspiration for the movie Altered States.
Okay.
So John Lilly, who was this really interesting guy and was famously like out there with psychedelics. Like he would take intramuscular doses of ketamine and jump in the sensory deprivation tank.
Oh, damn.
Yeah.
Trying to unlock brain things.
My friend Todd actually did it with him.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so John Lilly, who was also a pioneer in interspecies communication, so they were trying to figure out how to communicate with dolphins. So they set up a house, and this lady lived with the dolphins in the house to get the dolphin and trying to coach the dolphin. And the way, like literally, she lived in water. So the water was like 4 feet deep. She lived with this dolphin. The problem was the dolphin was super horny.
Oh, no.
So the only way that she could get this dolphin to cooperate was she had to jerk him off.
Yep.
So she was jerking off the dolphin, and somehow or another they found out they cut the funding for research.
But she had to do it.
That's what I said.
You gotta do it. That's the job.
It seems like she likes it though. Look at her. The way she's hugging him. She's like, yeah. I mean, after a while, she probably did enjoy it a little bit.
I mean, what else are you gonna do? You're stuck in a tank with a dolphin.
The girl who talked to dolphins. So is there a documentary on this? Ooh. Let's. Is there a clip? Is it like blurry? You see her hand moving up and down?
A water turning white.
So I guess, but if she jerked the dolphin off, then the dolphin would try to talk to her. But the thing was, you can't really get them to. They can't make the noises that we want them to make. They don't have the ability. Like it gets but it can't.
Like the vocal cords aren't there for it.
Right.
That's one of the things where AI may actually start to make a huge difference.
Right.
Yeah. Because they are able to decipher a lot of like cetacean, like dolphin and whale language now, and with enough of the database, they'll start to be able to say like this means this means this.
Have they actively deciphered?
It's coming up to so basically AI works. You have to train it on something.
Is this the lady? She looks like the kind of lady that would do that.
She's got a real dolphin jerk look to her.
This is a crazy story. Listen to these orca whales imitate human speech. No.
It's responding.
Let me hear it.
Oh, there's your guy.
Yeah. Let me hear it.
Bye bye. Bye bye.
Oh,
It's getting there.
it's trying.
Yeah.
Whoa.
It's amazing.
Whoa.
1, 2.
I bet what it wants to say is, "Let me go, you fucking asshole. Put me back in the ocean, you crazy bitch."
Quit jerking me off.
Maybe if they jerked off the killer whales, they wouldn't have killed him.
Yeah.
It's like, just like SeaWorld alone. It's so awful. And it wasn't until that documentary. What's it called? Blackfish. Yeah. That was like the first one where people were like, "Hey,
It was really eye-opening. Yeah.
we shouldn't support this at all." I mean, I can't believe people still even go to fucking SeaWorld.
It's pretty crazy. Do you
Because
know
it's
about
basically
those?
prison.
Do you know about those two in France that are trapped there?
No.
Oh, this is interesting. So there is basically a SeaWorld equivalent in France, and the government shut it down. I forget I'm sure we can figure it out, but it was shut down. But then the dolphins and the two orcas were not released. And the guy's like, "These are mine, I'm not releasing them, and I can't afford to release them or move them." So they've just been sitting in these abandoned tanks for, I want to say, a year now. Maybe more. Yeah, this is it here, the race to save these two. Jamie, I don't know if you can see if there's an aerial shot of it, but yeah, so they're just sitting in this thing. But it's closed. The guy can't afford to feed them because nobody's visiting. And then I believe the government just doesn't want to do anything about it because they're like, "We just wanted to shut you down. We don't want to actually do anything about it." So there's just these two orcas sitting in these tanks.
And how do they get food?
I mean, he's feeding them, but he's like doing it out of his pocket, and it's like few and far between.
Oh man.
So yeah, it's a crazy. They're the abandoned whales, and they're just sitting in these tanks.
We've had do you know Phil Demers? He's the guy who he helped shut down Marineland in Canada.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Which was an awful place.
Bad facility.
It's
Yeah.
like, there's so many of these fucking places like that where you see what they're doing. It's like, oh man, if we could understand them.
Yeah.
And we could. I think someday in the future we're going to look back at that the way people today look back at slavery.
Oh, totally.
We're going to say these are intelligent creatures. They just don't have the ability to manipulate their environment like we do.
Yeah.
But like just dolphins, their cerebral cortex is 40% larger than a human being. So something's going on in there, and you think it's okay to put them in a swimming pool? That's crazy.
Dude, it's the same thing like what I was talking about elephants. Their EQ, their emotional intelligence. We can't even comprehend it. Like the way those animals feel, like the highs that an elephant experiences and the lows it experiences are way bigger than the highs or lows that most humans, I think any human can experience. Like their EQ is way bigger than ours. The trauma that they feel from losing a loved one or from being abused or whatever it happens to be is like 10x what humans can even emotionally comprehend.
How do we know that?
Based on their brain scans and whatnot. I don't know the specifics of it, but because that part of their brain is so much larger than ours. And so you have these, they might not have the same like computer skills as we do mentally, but they have this emotional intelligence that's like so much deeper and broader than ours. At least that's my belief.
It is a weird thing with us where we only characterize intelligence as the ability to manipulate your environment.
Yeah,
like we want you to write a book.
Right.
I don't trust you. You're real. You're really smart. Make a house. Why don't you? How come you don't have a rocket ship?
Right.
Right. You're so smart. Where's your phone?
Right. Yeah. No, it's weird. Yeah. It's a weird way to look at things.
Yeah. It's like I think there's a part of people that recognize that this direction that people like this classification of intelligence in that way is wrong. But I don't think we can really quantify it yet. And if AI really can decipher dolphin language, orca language, whale language, they really can, and we realize that they're actually communicating. God, I would hope that would change our approach to how we deal with those things.
I think it would.
Because I think they are sea people. I really
Basically,
do.
yeah.
They're just they don't need to manipulate their environment. First of all, they can travel 3D.
Yeah.
They go up, they go down, they go across, they can hold their breath for an hour.
Yeah.
They don't need to make a house.
No.
Their food is everywhere. Also, they're at the top of the fucking food chain.
Right.
They're orcas.
And they're nomadic. They don't. We are not nomadic by trade, so we have to manipulate our environment to make it more comfortable. Orcas are not.
slow.
Yeah,
They move so fast they can make a sun pitch explode.
We're
so slow. Like the fastest people, like we just run into each other and knock each other unconscious. That's what we can do.
Fun to watch, though. Dude, but I want to go back to what you said about. I agree, by the way, about orcas in captivity and whales and things like that. There's this huge anti-zoo movement that I just don't agree with, though. Like, I believe, I agree with you that in the future we'll go, why did we keep animals the way we did? And when you look at old zoos and concrete boxes and stuff, but there's so much good that animals in captivity have done. Saving species, keeping things alive, connecting kids to nature. There's a lot of gray area. There's Tigerland and there's fucking San Diego Zoo. You know what I mean? There's a lot of nuance to it.
San Diego Zoo is an excellent example of a really great zoo.
It's unbelievable.
It's incredible. I've been to that place before.
Yeah.
But I also went to that wolf place with you.
Yeah.
And that made me sad.
I know. Yeah, I know.
I went there. I was bummed out, man.
But at least they're rescuing them, you know? Like,
I know, but they also cut their balls off.
yeah.
That bummed me out hardcore.
Otherwise, they all fight. I mean, but that's the gray area that you have. Like, what's the alternative? You know, it's like they die.
Let them loose.
But then, but only a few of them were pure wolves. You can't just let loose a wolf dog, you know? Because then you're muddying genes. It's such a complicated thing.
Well, isn't that the whole reason why black wolves exist in the first place? I think black wolves exist because it's a trait that they got from domesticated dogs.
I read that and then I read it was false and then I read it again. I don't know what the truth behind that
Let's
is.
put it into perplexity.
We should.
The podcast is a Rogan-esque claim.
As stated on today's podcast.
There's a word that's so we kind of get a good.
That's interesting. How do you word that? Would you say, is it true that black wolves inherited that trait from domesticated dogs? Because that is one thing that absolutely has happened, is that there's been interbreeding between them. And not just on purpose.
No. It happened. Yeah, I mean, you get just wolves. Yeah. Is the genetic mutation of a black fur color brought about by domestication?
Yes.
Well, hold on.
Sorry. Throwing a lot at you, Jamie.
Is the trait of black wolves? Did they inherit that from domesticated dogs?
Edit my thing. Good enough or not?
From domesticated dogs.
I would. Yeah. See what it says.
Let's see.
If you're not pointed enough, it'll start guessing.
I love watching it work, where it's like spinning. Yes. This is well supported by genetic research. Black coat color in North American wolves comes from mutation in the K locus, specifically excuse me, a 3 base pair deletion in the CBD103. I don't know what that little thing is.
Yeah, I don't know.
Defensin gene,
Beta
which
defense.
is that what it is?
I think so.
Produces a dominantly inherited melanistic phenotype. The mutation originated in dogs and moved into wolves through hybridization, not the other way around.
Interesting.
2009 study by Anderson et al. First identified the KB black allele in wolves is derived from dog-wolf interbreeding. Follow-up work analyzing 331 wolves and 20 dogs found that North American wolf, how do you say that word? Haplotypes?
Haplotype, yeah.
Are monophyletic, meaning a single. I feel like I'm a teacher. A single. Good job. Introgression event from dogs, most likely seeded the allele through the continent, probably in the Yukon or Northwest Territories. I went to where Colossal made the diary.
Ben texted me when you guys went.
That was an interesting experience.
Was that cool to see?
Yeah.
I haven't even seen him. I know it's a whole hush-hush.
I brought my youngest daughter, and she was cuddling with the 4-month-old wolf.
Well, there you go.
You can cuddle with them when they're 4 months old.
Yeah.
Up until a certain point. But it was like puppy.
And it was still cute, right?
It was no, it was pretty small.
Yeah.
It's like 40 pounds.
Okay.
Like that.
Okay.
It was
Not
so fucking cute, man.
White,
She was
white,
so
white,
sweet.
white.
She was
Yeah.
so sweet. She would cuddle with you, and you pet her and she'd kiss you.
That's cool.
It was like a fucking dog, man.
That is Romulus. There you go. That is
Oh my god, she's so sweet. But the males, they had 2 males that had.
Khaleesi's
that's
the
her name.
female.
That's
Yeah.
right. Khaleesi's the girl. So there's Romulus. Look how cute they are when they're little babies.
And
Remus, Romulus, and then Khaleesi, the girl.
That was pretty cool.
So Khaleesi was the one that we got to cuddle with.
Man, they're cute.
Oh my god, she was so fucking adorable. But you can only hang out with her for a little while, and then they got big.
Yeah.
And now they're big.
Yeah.
He sends me pictures. So they were like that when we went there.
Like that size?
Like that size.
That's
Yeah,
already.
yeah.
I don't know if I run my kids in with a wolf that size.
Well, they kept away from you,
Yeah.
and we were in a large contained area, but we got to go out with them.
Yeah.
And they just kind of hang out and look at you. They keep away from you for the most part, but she didn't.
She just
She's
came
like,
out.
but
Yeah.
she can't be with them yet.
With the males?
Yeah, she was too little.
Interesting.
It was too, like, they didn't want her to get killed. And just too sketchy.
Yeah. Yeah.
And she was, she was still a baby still. But they were older. I think they were a year or close to a year. But they could hang out with them for the first 5 or 6 months, I think.
Oh, wow.
After a while, they just got different. There's also some stuff about them that they didn't even know direwolves had, like the mane. Which is
They're getting a big arch
they
mane.
have a mane.
Oh, wow.
Like, almost like a lion's.
Oh, wow.
Which they didn't know, and they didn't know they're going to be white either.
Now, is that a variant from their genetic mutation work, or is that something that's just expressing itself?
Very good question that you'd have to talk to a geneticist about, because like there's a lot of people that don't even agree they're actually direwolves.
A lot. Yeah, a lot. Yeah.
They're essentially saying the way you've done is you've taken the traits of direwolves and you've made them be expressed in a gray wolf. This is a gray wolf.
But that's what Beth says they've done. Do you know what I mean? Like she's not. They're not hiding that. They're like, we're trying to fill a niche. We're trying to make something.
Yes. But she's also said that I think I don't want to mischaracterize, but essentially what they're saying is, but that's what a direwolf was,
right?
Like that they are a wolf that has all these traits,
right?
Like the size is the same, the look is the same. You can get technical and say, no, you've taken a gray wolf and made it express, but yes, but they got those genes specifically from dead direwolves,
right?
So it's like, well, what is it? Our own classification of these things that we're disputing,
right?
Because we can't just decide. Like this, I call this a direwolf, and that's what it is. Like the genes don't give a fuck what labels you put on them.
Not at all.
And if you make a dinosaur, like that's not a real T-Rex. It ate everyone in the city.
Right.
It's a real T-Rex. It just took over a fucking city, and it just ate everyone in the VW bus.
It's a 30-foot tall lizard. It's a dinosaur. Like it doesn't matter how you shape it. Yeah.
Oh, the woolly mouse is really cool too.
Yeah, they're really neat. Ben told me one day I could have a woolly mouse, so I'm holding him to that. Yeah.
It's really interesting seeing the direwolves though, and just imagining. Wow, what was it like when those things were just roaming the earth?
I know.
Because it's like a 200-pound wolf that's all white with like thick fur and a mane like a lion.
Dude, speaking of roaming the earth, have you heard the theory about how sloth bears stopped? Sorry, not sloth bears. What were the big cave bears? Short-faced bears stopped human immigration. Have you read about that? Yeah, that's really cool.
Totally makes sense.
It totally does. They just stood there waiting for people like salmon to cross the Bering Land Bridge, and they're like, well, it's that time of year again.
Also, who would do that knowing that those things are out there? That thing was so big.
Yeah.
It's like double the size of a polar bear.
It's crazy. Yeah, it's crazy.
A twice large polar bear that can run 50 miles. Look at that thing.
I don't care how smart we are. That is not something you want to face.
Right. Even if you have a gun. Like, good luck. Like, if you have a 9mm handgun and you run across a grizzly bear, you're dead.
Yeah.
It's not going to be enough firepower.
No.
So what are you going to hit that thing with?
Well, they have rocks, so, that's good. Rocks and spears, yeah.
Oh, rocks. I mean, when they first started coming across, did they even have fucking bows and arrows yet?
I don't know. Yeah. But spears for sure, but like that.
But then there's the real question: is that the only way people got here?
Right.
When you see the White Sands footprints, they're 22,000 years old. And you start going, okay, well, this predates the Ice Age.
It's before any humans were known anywhere in the New World.
Yeah, so it's like, well, what's going on there?
Right.
Because this is actual human footprints that have been dated to 22,000 years ago.
Yeah.
And that's just all we found.
Yeah.
That's just because they left footprints.
Yeah.
Like, that doesn't mean there wasn't something there 50,000 years before, 100,000 years before.
Exactly.
So, and then there's in Mexico this evidence that looks like predation on mammoth bones, by humans.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Like spearheads and things?
Like carvings into the mammoth bones. It looks like they're broken open to get marrow.
Oh,
Very
interesting.
disputed, right? Because there's also some people think it could have been like some rocks falling on the bones.
Sure.
I'm not sure how this is happening, but it does think that.
But let me write this up for Joe. Fuck off! So, what is, we're gonna get a separate computer that we only use for perplexity. What is the question?
Sorry. Well, how would humans have contested short-faced bears on the Bering Strait?
Let me write this up for Joe. Fuck off, man. Like a baby.
The role of monster bears kept humans out of North America doesn't hold up any longer, apparently.
So yeah, when I was talking about this, it was a myth that a scientist commented on a paper that doesn't necessarily. He could have thought that, but they didn't really have evidence for it.
Well, here's the thing. Like the idea of a bear line, no. Because the problem is bears, they would have to eat so much to sustain that kind of mass.
Yeah.
That there couldn't really have been a lot of them.
No, but it sure makes sense that they were predating upon people when they came across.
Hold up. Go back up here. This guy's saying something kooky. He's saying that hypercarnivore built for pacing long distance. He argued that it was primarily a scavenger, using its size, sense of smell, and long-legged gait to parasitize.
There it is.
Kills from lions, dire wolves, and scimitar cats rather than the rundown prey itself. That doesn't even make sense. Long-legged gait would make it faster.
I heard about this. So yeah, the theory is that short-faced bear would come in and rob a kill, like basically what a hyena does to lions.
Or what wolves do to mountain lions.
Yes, but I think to me it doesn't add up.
Well, you know, grizzly bears chase down moose and kill them. There's plenty of video. I watched the video yesterday.
They've also shown now that hyenas are incredibly efficient predators, and until like 10 years ago, we thought hyenas were only scavengers, or 50. I mean, that's longer than that. But you know what I mean? And now they show they have like a 30% success rate, which is very high.
Yeah, there's no reason why they wouldn't be if they're carnivores. Like, why would they be completely reliant on other animals to do the work for them when they have that kind of biting power?
They're just opportunistic, like all carnivores.
And they move as packs.
Yeah.
They work as pack animals, so they kind of move like dogs.
If you're gonna get food, get food. You know what I mean? If you can kill it, kill it. If you can fight something off for it, fight something off for it. Like, it doesn't really matter. That's how carnivores are.
What is this saying? What are you saying?
He says this is how they hunted brown bears. They probably would have done it the same way.
Oh, get them in the dens?
And then, burn the entrance with fire, probably kill the babies.
Right. But that's if you had access to fire.
They had an atlatl and a spear at best, and maybe some fire that they could maybe move,
You know how close you have to be to hit something with an atlatl?
Yeah.
Okay. There's some videos that are really interesting where they're showing people realistic scenarios where a bear is charging you, and
they pull them
showing bear spray and guns, like showing them imagine you have a 10mm semi-automatic pistol and you have to rack it, so you have to rack the slide. So the bear's coming, you have to draw the gun, rack it,
take the safety off,
and then point it towards the animal and squeeze the trigger. You're dead.
You're done.
You're already dead.
It's like that.
It has to be like 100 yards away from you as it starts running for you to get a shot off.
I think the idea is the bear gives you some sign.
Look at that bullshit ass thing.
I've tried one. It is impossible to throw accurately.
Well, that's true, but you're not practiced in it.
No,
right?
of course not.
I mean, I've seen people that are super accurate with spears.
Isn't your buddy Adam Greentree? Doesn't he do the atlatl?
He might. He's just like
I think I've seen him talk.
He probably knows how to do it.
Yeah,
but I mean,
it's pretty wild.
It's not a good weapon.
No.
I mean, it's definitely better than no weapon.
But I mean, what's the advantage of throwing a spear? It just goes further?
Mechanical leverage.
Yeah.
So I have a thing like that for my dog. It's like a thing
with the ball
that has a ball in it, and it's so easy to not blow your shoulder out. You throw it pretty fucking far.
Right.
And every time I do it, I was like, wow. Of course, this is way better.
Yeah,
you have extra leverage with this thing, and then also you can kind of whip it with your wrist and get all this action. With the ball, you would do the same thing with a spear, with a atlatl. It makes sense.
Yeah,
it makes sense.
Seems hard to be accurate though.
Super hard. Well, it's hard to be accurate with a traditional bow.
Right.
You know, it's so hard. I shoot a compound bow, and a compound bow is there's so much technology involved.
Oh, yeah.
First of all, I have a laser rangefinder, and I range something that says 52 yards. Then I go to my sight tape that's on my sight on my bow, and I dial it to 52 yards because I use archery software that measures the weight of my arrow. So I have this 500 grain arrow, and then it has the speed so it's 390 feet per second for a 500 grain arrow. And then I put it into this computer, and it spits out a sight tape so that I can move my pins specifically, so I can put it in a quarter at 52 yards. If I was accurate enough. I'm not. No one really is. Except like really excellent world-class archers. Sure. With a traditional bow, you're just guessing.
Yeah.
So you're just guessing the arc of the arrow. And then you have to think, okay, I'm buying arrows, right? They're made by a guy who's measuring them. They're all down to they're within 2 grains of each other. And they have inserts. My front of center is very high.
Perfect aerodynamics.
And they're made out of carbon fiber. These fucking arrows, they're making them by hand. And then they're making the arrowheads by hand. So they could be off. Each one of them, so you're just guessing where that fucking arrow's going to go. And you have to shoot every day to get a real sense of what the drop is at a certain distance. And then you have to kind of judge how far is he? Is he 20 yards, 30 yards, 50 yards? So even with modern traditional bows, that's that sounds like a
I know what you mean. Recurves and long bows.
Right. I mean, that sounds like an oxymoron, but they are still traditional in the sense of you're not using cams. You don't have a cam that rolls over and it's a mechanical advantage, fiberglass limbs and all this jazz. You're using wood still, right? Even with those things, you're still buying arrows, and the arrows weigh the same amount.
Yeah, they're perfect.
So if you did that over and over again in your yard, you did it every day for 3 hours a day, you would get a sense of how far, and then if you did it a bunch, you'd get an idea of judging distances. And there's little tricks. There's certain archery tournaments where you're not allowed to use a rangefinder.
Oh, really?
Yeah. And so the idea is you have to develop a skill of being, and I think these tournaments probably started back when rangefinders didn't exist. And then when rangefinders did exist, they're like, nah, let's cheat that out.
So, and then the targets are at various.
And so guys develop a very good way of measuring distance. And what essentially they do is they can pretty accurately judge 5 yards, and then they double that, and then they triple that, and then they try to figure it, and they get within 10 or 15 yards. But that's a lot. Even with a compound bow, that drop of 10 or 15 yards is pretty significant. Even something that's going 300 feet a second. But when you're doing with a fucking wooden arrow that you made yourself with a stone tip like one of these bad boys. I have one here somewhere on this desk. Here it is. So that somebody made that. So if you make that one and then somebody else makes one right next to it, it might be 15 grains different, it might be 50 grains different.
And the aerodynamics are different. Like the flint knot thing is completely different.
This thing's not right. That's not good. This thing was plain like a motherfucker. Shot it out of a really good bow.
And not to mention the stress of if I don't kill this thing, I'm either going to die or I'm not going to eat, or all the other things.
And you have a 15-foot bear.
Right.
Or probably bigger. What's the height of a short-faced bear or the length? What is a big short-faced bear?
You've seen those caves they have in Missouri where there's still claw marks from short-faced bears and things?
Really?
Oh yeah. You can go visit middens of them in Missouri where they used to live
out a cave, like a den.
Yeah, where they lived in dens and you can see their claw marks in the mud and everything else. It's amazing. 11 to 12 feet.
I think they probably have to be bigger than that because Kodiak bears get that big. Kodiak bears can get 12 feet.
Do they get that big?
Kodiak? Yeah. I mean, maybe they measure them squirrely because a lot of times they measure stuff to try to make it seem bigger. So what is the largest Kodiak bear ever killed? Let's look that up. Largest Kodiak bear. Largest Kodiak bear ever killed. Ever recorded. There you go. Recorded. Same thing. Okay. They have it by weight. It's 1,656 pounds, which is, by the way, holy shit.
Insane. Yeah, nearly a 1-ton bear. Yeah.
That's so crazy. The hind foot measured 18 inches. Oh, God. How tall was it? How long was it?
500 pounds more than that.
Yeah.
What?
Over a ton.
In a zoo?
Yeah.
Oh, my God. But he might have been fat.
He was fat.
He might have been a short fatso. What is the longest, the largest length?
I'm pretty sure he's sitting. I think I've seen this bear. And he's sitting in the Anchorage airport when you land there.
Oh, this is is that bear?
I think that's the largest bear.
I've seen
that. Yeah.
I've seen that in Anchorage. That thing's nuts.
At the airport there.
Yeah. It's in like a glass case.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure that's the biggest bear ever shot.
Look at that one. Ever recorded 2,130 pounds.
No length measurements.
That is so big. That's so crazy.
Bear,
the short-faced bear, they don't even really know how much it weighed. They're just basing it on the bones.
Yeah.
Right? They don't have a dead one.
No.
So that photo up there, that's Fred Bear with his 1962 world record Alaskan bear. Go back to that photo that you just were at before. Yeah, look at that. That's his stuffed bear.
Jeez.
He shot that with an old bullshit bow.
Yeah.
Look at his bow.
The recurve bow.
That bow sucks.
Wooden arrows.
That's so crazy. He was the first like modern bow hunter.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he's the guy who popularized bow hunting. Fred Bear's a legend.
Oh,
in
interesting.
the bow hunting world. And I mean, you gotta think, how good does life have to be where you go, let's try to do something that people used to do before guns.
Yeah, just because.
Because it wasn't really a thing that people practiced.
Right.
The food had to be so readily available that we had to say, let's make it harder.
Yeah,
go
backwards.
Let's have so much food. Let's make it more difficult. And then there's guys today that they don't like compound bows because they're too easy.
Yeah, they're using recurve. Yeah, it's crazy.
My friend Aaron Snyder, who's a world famous bow hunter, went back to using a recurve bow.
Really?
Because he was killing too many things with a compound bow. Felt like it was too easy.
But that's what happens, right? Is these guys master their craft when they spend all that time on it, and then they're like, how do I make the challenge harder on myself?
Also, they're competing with other world class bow hunters. Like they're all like, who's the man?
Yeah. Bit of an ego stroke.
There's a little bit of that, but it's also like that's how they get good in the first place. Like there's a weird thing about people in competition. You can say competition is bad. Like, okay, are you saying that on your phone? Because how do you think you got a phone?
Yeah,
you got a phone because somebody's competing with other people who developed a phone. Like, it's just a different kind of competition.
I think competition is essential to human culture.
It's certainly essential to progress.
Yeah.
And this is why socialism is never going to work.
Yeah.
You got to reward people.
Yeah.
And if they're not rewarded, they're not going to work hard enough to do anything really spectacular.
Why bother?
So you're never going to get a laptop. It would have never happened. You've never had high-speed internet. Somebody has to profit wildly for them to be enthusiastic about spending 17 hours a day making something like that.
But that's the joy of competition paying off.
Yeah.
Right? It's like, I'm not so much bow hunting, but if you're competitive as a person to the point that you succeed the most at developing a phone or a cup or whatever it happens to be, you win and you get paid the most.
We just have to have regulations to make sure that those people don't run amok and then take over entire countries.
And become a monopoly.
Like what was going on with Microsoft in the 1990s? Remember all those? Remember that?
No, how was they taking over?
Bill Gates was a maniac. But before people think of Bill Gates now, well now I think COVID kind of ruined his people's impressions of him. And now they think of him as a vaccine pusher, but also as a philanthro-capitalist, where he's doing philanthropy that makes millions and millions of dollars for him.
Didn't he also put out that anti-protein film? Wasn't that him? Do you know what I'm talking about? I think Bill Gates' wife. Bill Gates, correct me if I'm wrong, but Bill Gates' wife is vegan, I believe, and he funded like some Netflix documentary all on how like bodybuilders get huge without protein.
James Cameron?
Am I thinking about James Cameron?
I know James Cameron's wife is vegan.
I might be mixing them up.
You're talking about Game Changers, the vegan documentary?
Yeah, with the huge jacked guy being like, I never touch protein.
It turns out the problem, I think, if you're looking at that from an ethical perspective and you're saying factory farming is bad, I'm on your page. I'm with you.
But that had an agenda.
But there's a clear agenda. Also, it's just not accurate.
Anyway, I pirated your thing on Bill Gates. Sorry.
So the point was, during the 1990s, he was there was all these trials where they had these monopolistic practices.
Okay.
And they were buying up competition or destroying competition. These
just anybody that developed any computer.
anybody developed browsers that competed with Microsoft stuff. Yeah. Here's landmark 1990s trials refer to United States versus Microsoft Corporation. Massive antitrust lawsuit filed by U.S. Department of Justice in 20 states. Key elements included browser war integration, the antitrust ruling, and the appellate settlement. And so everybody in the 90s thought of him as this guy who was this like ruthless capitalist that was trying to destroy all the competition.
Okay.
So he kind of reinvented himself.
Gotcha.
And the way he reinvented himself was, first of all, he donated an enormous amount of money to the media. So to NBC, CBS, CNN, all these different things. They gave him hundreds of millions of dollars.
Just to fluff one, basically.
Just to kind of say, guys, I'm your friend.
I'm your buddy over here.
And then he developed the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. And they were really concerned with global health.
Oh my God. Dude, do you know what they did fucking in the Cabora Bassa Delta with their mosquito nets? Why would you? But, do you know what I'm talking about at all?
What they do?
Dude, I'm going to go on a fucking tirade here.
Please do.
Okay, so the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation decided that there was too much malaria in Africa, right? Which you and I could probably agree with. Malaria is bad. So what did they do? They gave all of these people living in tribal villages. I totally pirated your thing. I'm sorry. I'm going to go on a fucking rant here. They gave all these people living in the Cabora Bassa Delta, which is the breadbasket of the Zambezi Valley, meaning like where more fish are born. It's a nursery for fish, right? Not just there, but this is a good micro example. They gave millions of mosquito nets out to all these people to avoid malaria. Guess what the people who are starving to death did with their mosquito nets?
They fished with them.
They fished with them. Mosquito net has a hole that is so small that a mosquito can't get through. So guess what? These mosquito nets now indiscriminately catch tiny baby fish in areas like Cabora Bassa, where the fish go to breed and reproduce and populate. So now all of a sudden you have thousands and thousands of people that have been handed nets, that have been living one way for hundreds of thousands of years. They don't give a shit about malaria. They have their own way of dealing with malaria. They sit in smoky huts at night. They sleep with a campfire, everything else. Yes, they still get malaria, some of them, but they deal with it their own way. Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation come in, hand out millions of mosquito nets, absolutely collapse the entire population of fish that feed millions of people, because these people just take the nets and fish all the baby fish out so that those fish don't grow up to make substantial protein sources. So now these wonderful philanthropists that have given out millions of nets have destroyed an ecosystem, crashed the fish population, and created widespread hunger for people that otherwise had plenty of resources. All because they were trying to help with their mosquito nets.
Oh, God.
It's just like, it's a fucking disaster, dude. They've taken such a rich and important part of Africa, one of the most abundant freshwater fisheries in the world, and destroyed it because they're helping by handing out mosquito nets.
Good God.
Yeah, I don't know. Sorry, I told you I was on a rant, but it's like, it's so bad what's happened over there. And they're still giving out mosquito nets, by the way. And you literally watch these guys line up, take a mosquito net, and it never goes in their house. It goes straight to catching fish that are this big for them to eat.
Oh, God.
Sorry.
Crazy.
Crazy.
You feel bad for them, too. It's like, can't you just double up the net thing and just get them other nets, too? Like, say, hey, guys.
That's what happened in 2018. They got the new nets.
Is that what it says?
I'm looking at the thing.
Yeah. But it just totally ruined,
crashed the ecosystem.
It completely crashed it, and it created widespread hunger in a place that had no hunger. So now you have people with malaria and hunger.
God.
And it's like done from a place of good intent, or maybe it isn't, and I think that's where you were going, but
I don't think it is.
Yeah.
I think it's a ruse, and I think that what a lot of it is this thing like we are doing philanthropy.
Yeah.
But then you go, oh, but you're profiting. You're making hundreds of millions of dollars from this philanthropy, right?
But you're buying goodwill.
And you're also on television promoting vaccines. Like, why are you? You're a guy who didn't even graduate college.
Yeah.
Like, I don't even know he even made it out of high school. Like, he's a weird guy. He's obviously very smart.
Yeah, of course.
But why? You're not a health expert. Why? And you look like shit. Like, why are you promoting health?
Yeah.
Like, this is great. Global health.
Yeah.
Like, just this fucking weird guy, man.
Yeah.
The weirdest thing, have you ever seen that, he was obviously friends with Jeffrey Epstein or communicated with him and had some sort of relationship.
Gates did?
Yes.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Oh, it's popular.
Gotcha.
Well known.
I feel like everybody is connected to Epstein now. Like I've lost
A lot of people
track.
were. But the craziest conversation was there was a woman who was asking him, did he regret his relationship with Jeffrey Epstein? And he's just trying to say that the only reason why he talked to Jeffrey Epstein is because Jeffrey Epstein was gonna donate money to his philanthropy and all the different things that he's involved in. But it didn't work out. I do regret it. And she said, did you? I forget what her question was. But Gates says, well, he's dead now, so there's that. Like, there's something about it is you got to be careful. Like it's like a weird, like veiled threat. It's very odd the way he answers the question.
Yeah.
Essentially saying, I'm like, yeah,
Yeah.
like that's what I'm reading.
Interesting. Weird.
Like, find that.
I was well, you find out. I was talking to some buddies about this, just like standard bro chat. If Epstein happened today, right, and you had no knowledge of the weird stuff going on the island, like you would be invited. You know what I mean? They'd be like, hey, Joe.
They did invite me.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah. 2017.
To the island?
Not to specifically.
Yeah.
But to meet Epstein.
But that's what I'm saying. And I was like, what? If that happened today, some guy came to me. Oh, sorry. Let's do it.
Reported at that time that you had a number of meetings with Jeffrey Epstein, who, when you met him 10 years ago, he was convicted of soliciting prostitution from minors. What did you know about him when you were meeting with him, as you said yourself, in the hopes of raising money?
I had dinners with him. I regret doing that. He had relationships with people he said, would give to Global Health, which is an interest I have. Not nearly enough philanthropy goes in that direction. Those meetings were a mistake. They didn't result in what he purported, and I cut them off. That goes back a long time ago now. There's nothing new on that.
It was reported that you continued to meet with him over several years. And that, in other words, a number of meetings. What did you do when you found out about his background?
Well, I said I regretted having those dinners. And there's absolutely nothing new on that.
Is there a lesson for you, for anyone else looking at this?
Well, he's dead, so in general, you always have to be careful. I'm very proud of what we've done in philanthropy, very proud of the work of the foundation.
Weird.
First of all,
it's a record scratcher.
You have billions of dollars.
Right.
And this guy didn't give you money for years.
Right. And you still kept meeting with him.
You kept meeting. What about your money? Like, what is he going to give you? How much does he have?
Especially compared to Bill Gates.
But he also probably doesn't have a fraction of what you have, right? So, if Elon started hitting me up to donate money to something, I'd be like, hey, bitch, why don't you?
Dude, do you know how much money you
need? So much money. Why would you?
I'm the wrong guy.
He kept meeting with me for years.
Yeah.
For years. Trying to get me to donate. Like, it's kind of similar, right? This is what we're talking about. He's a billionaire,
right?
Like hundreds of billions of dollars. Like, none of it makes any sense. The guy was providing a party for rich people. That's what he's doing. He's providing a way where these rich people can fucking let their hair down and have a good old time and do coke or whatever they're doing.
That's all it was, really, right? It was just like but the party had no rules, and that's what makes it.
I'm just guessing. But I had a guy who tried to get me to meet him in 2017.
In LA or where?
Oh, well, I was in LA. Yeah. He reached out to me. Epstein appeared to have drafted himself, claiming Gates had.
He wrote it to himself.
Right. This is an email that Epstein appears to have drafted to himself, claiming that Gates had contracted an STI from encounters with Russian girls and hid antibiotics from Melinda. Gates said the emails were never sent and are false. His spokesman called them absolutely absurd. So absurd that someone could get an STD from a Russian girl. Gates has separately admitted to affairs with 2 Russian women. and with a Microsoft employee, but says none of them are connected to Epstein or his victims.
Let me go see those emails were like a journal he was keeping. Like
why would you keep
email himself? He wrote on an iPad all the time. Apparently, that's why the typos were so bad. And he just liked email.
But I mean, imagine that's your journal. But why would you do that? Why would you make up a story about a guy having STDs? I think more likely, because there was a rumor, and this is an unsubstantiated rumor, I want to be clear, that Epstein was trying to blackmail Gates with some story about a bridge player that he was having an affair with.
Oh,
a really hot Russian bridge player.
I also think they've intentionally flooded the internet with so much misinformation.
Perhaps, but my point was, if he could have drafted that email, which was never sent, and then sent the draft to Bill Gates or showed it to him, and say, what do you think about this?
Right.
I could just,
if you don't,
how about you shut the fuck up? How about you give me some money? How about you, because there was a bunch of people that gave him a lot of money.
They gave Epstein a lot of money?
Oh, yeah. In fact, the Victoria's Secret guy gave him a house. He gave him a house in Mexico.
100% of his finances, so it wasn't just he gave it to him.
Oh, 100%.
Taking it, And he goes like, I didn't know what he was doing.
Wait, so did Epstein fund the house, right? Did he fund the Victoria's Secret guy to start Victoria's Secret?
No.
That's how he got involved after that guy's, this goes real deep. So Columbus, this guy got, he was going to go to talk to the IRS about specifically what, I don't know, in 1984, but he was like the tax guy for that company. He was murdered in a mob hit style hit.
Dude, that's why I like this podcast. I'm just like an animal trader, snakes, and I'm like, find out about Victoria's Secret, Epstein, and shit.
Well, I mean, it's what the human animal does.
Yeah.
The human animal, when it's in these very controlled spaces, where so let's look at it this way. So imagine you're a guy who's, especially if you're a nerd, and you were never really good with women when you're in high school, and then all of a sudden you have literally $100 billion, and you can just get prostitutes anytime you want. And I guess if you get the really high-end ones, they know how to shut the fuck up.
Sure.
And if you have this friend of yours who's in the Mossad, and that guy can get the best hookers, and he's got a fucking island. You go to the island, it's the best.
Yeah.
We fly, we talk about philanthropy, we fuck.
Yeah, it makes sense. I mean, that's what I was saying before. It's like you're just like, it's just a party for a bunch of dorks who can come here with a lot of money.
But there's also some weird science connection with him, and that's where it gets really odd. Is that he got that ranch in New Mexico so he could be close to the guys that were working at Los Alamos, who were famously not making much money. So he's around these guys, and he's talking about going into business with them and giving them this chance to make an insane amount of money. And this is what he did with Eric Weinstein. With Eric Weinstein, he contacted him and had a meeting, and he was trying to get Eric Weinstein to do something with him. And if Eric did it, he had the potential to make an enormous amount of money. And Eric is very wise, and he just didn't buy him from the start. He's like, this guy's a construct. Everything about him, he's like, he doesn't know anything about finance. Like, he was talking to him, he's like, this guy's a construct. There's not a real finance guy.
Yeah.
He's like, there's something going on.
The wheeler and dealer. So wait, what was the science they were working on?
A bunch of different physicists were connected to him. Epstein reportedly hoped to develop super rays of humans with his DNA. Wow. What is that from? That's New York Times.
From one of the articles.
Oh my God. That is crazy. But he had a bunch of relationships with some very impressive scientists and physicists. And also oddly connected to the whole UAP world. The whole Los Alamos thing's weird because the thing is that he, by buying that ranch in New Mexico, put him close to Los Alamos, which was in New Mexico. And then he had access to all these scientists that were famously underpaid, right? So these guys were not making much money, and he was this incredibly wealthy guy through no way that anybody could ever rationalize. It was all weird, and and who knows what he was trying to get them to do.
He was probably just one of those guys. I mean, you never ended up meeting him, but he was probably just incredibly likable as a con man. Do you know what I mean? You probably sat in a room with him, and you're like, wow, this guy's really great. Like, maybe I should give him some money. Maybe I should, like, what a cool guy. And he's just a dirtbag under the, under the veil.
We're just speculating, but maybe also if you have a bunch of really hot Russian chicks that are hanging out with you,
that'll do it.
You don't need to be that charmer.
That's so true. So true.
You're a billionaire with a bunch of hot Russian chicks.
Yeah.
And then there's a bunch of people that are willing to hang out with billionaires just because I've seen it where people just get enamored by the fact that someone's insanely wealthy and they want to go to the party at their house. Ooh.
But all those people do is work like crazy. Do you know what I mean? They're not fun. I mean, I don't know. I don't know that many. He was. That's true. That guy partied hard. Yeah. Good point. Good point.
Yeah, to be a billionaire, in most cases, what you have to do is be insanely driven.
Yeah.
And you have to be that guy that works 18, 20 hours a day.
Right. And give up all the other things.
Yeah, you have to give up all your time.
Exactly.
That becomes your whole life.
Yeah.
And I think that's also why they wanted a guy like that could provide them. This is how Eric Weinstein described it. He said he provided them with experiences, I believe.
Yeah.
That was his, and I think he's right. I think that makes sense.
So I mean, my one and only billionaire friend is that not embodied that Indian guy I was mentioning. I think it's so cool he's built this gigantic wildlife rescue.
That is pretty dope.
Because
that's a great thing to do with money.
He's just like, he's a nerd like me, and if he hears this, he's gonna be like, thanks a lot. But like, he's just an animal nerd. Do you know what I mean? He's gonna be like, he just loves animals and conservation. He's like, I have generational wealth that it came from his family. His family's like 5th or 6th generation of having huge industry. And he's like, okay, so with my excess money, I'm going to rescue animals instead of do other,
That's very cool.
That's
very cool.
I mean, for me, it's amazing.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing wrong with space race stuff too. It's all fascinating. But it's just. And I get it from a perspective of people who think there's not enough money in the world, and then why do these people have so much money, and they should give all their money away. It's like, okay, but you could do that all the way down to like $100,000 a year if you really wanted to do it, especially when you compare yourself to everyone else in the world.
That's right. We're in the just living in this country alone. We're in the 1%, right?
Yeah, most people. I think 1% of the world. We looked this up. It's like $50,000-$60,000. So if you make more than that, you're in the 1% of Earth.
Right. And that's the majority of people in the United States.
Yeah, it's crazy.
So like,
you're barely getting by in America, and you're in the 1% of the world.
Exactly. Yeah.
Which is wild.
It's wild. It really is.
Yeah. We're the weirdest animal. You should study us.
I should. Well, I learned a lot today. I'll tell you what.
Yeah, but we're not fun. Like you study us, and you go, oh God, what are they fucking doing? Whereas you study animals, you're like, oh, fucking cool.
They're way cooler. They're way more interesting. More teeth, more claws, more slithering.
Well, it's also just the fact that there's so much variety and that they are real, and that they are. And some of them are so strange. How about that new monkey that they just found in the Congo
with the lipstick?
Crazy.
His orange mouth.
Yeah, it looks like he just ate like one of them freeze pops.
Yeah, exactly. Like your kid after 100 years. It's so cool. And new primate species coming out still. Like, I love that. I think it's so great.
Do you believe in the Bondo ape? Do you think that thing is?
Yes and no. Like, there's probably likely a group of chimpanzees, you know what I mean, that just are more aggressive, that are a social construct,
and are larger.
But it doesn't mean that it's like this, because they have the whole thing about them being lion-killing apes and all this other stuff. There's probably a family troop, a group, and they're in war now. Have you read about this? Yeah. So I think that the Bondo ape is real in the sense that there is probably an isolated larger group of chimps that just act like chimps.
The thing about this chimp though is they said that their skulls are different.
Yeah, the cranial ridge. Yeah. Makes sense. Things with stronger jaw muscles have a cranial ridge. You see it in hyenas, you see it in things like that.
Gorillas.
Yeah, gorillas. Yeah, exactly. Just more surface area for your muscle to attach to, basically.
It's just like that would be so fascinating to find those things. And that's what, that Carl Armand guy spent his whole life
hunting, reading rumors.
But at least he got some photos, unlike that poor fucker that was looking for the sloth.
Yeah, still trying.
Like, he got some camera trap photos of them.
And they were bipedal in the photos, right? So which chimps are. They'll walk on hind legs and stuff. Yeah, it's pretty cool.
It is pretty cool. And then there's a photo of the one that they killed that was at the airport. Do you see that one?
Oh, it's crazy. At the airport?
Yeah, there's a small airport, and they killed this one enormous chimpanzee. So there's these two guys that are standing with it. It's hard to tell how big the guys are, but if they're normal-sized human beings, that's the biggest fucking chimpanzee I've ever seen in my life. Look at that thing.
They're
amazing. Look at that. I mean, the guy is, you could tell by perspective that the guy's, he's got his hand on it, so he's right behind it.
Yeah, it's not a forced perspective.
And his arm is not extended, so it's not fake.
Yeah.
And that chimpanzee looks way bigger than him.
Way bigger. Yeah, it's amazing.
So they think that is one of them.
Yeah. Yeah, like I said, I think it's real in the sense, this famous photo.
See, but that one just to me looks like a chimpanzee. That just looks like a big chimp.
Yeah.
Where the one that's sitting down, that looks way bigger than those guys. The size of its head is fucking enormous.
Do you know that there's one river where, I'm trying to remember exactly how this works, but basically there's one area where the rivers collide, where the chimps and the gorillas go into conflict with each other over this one river spot. Do you know what I'm talking about? Have you ever heard about this? Yeah, it's really interesting. So somewhere in the Congo, there's this particular river, and I think it's called the Cross River. Can't remember now. And it's an area that the chimps will come on one side and the gorillas will come down on the other, and they will they'll like throw stuff at each other across the river, and like it's like a whole thing. It's been documented, and these guys there's sort of these like two clans of great apes that come and communicate across the river and throw rocks and like show off to each other, and then they kind of go back into the jungle. But it's been seen in this one particular river several times.
Wow.
Yeah. It's like the real Planet of the Apes.
What are the chimp wars? What are they fighting over food, territory?
Unless I'm mistaken, it's relatively unknown, but it's sort of a social construct. So if you think of humans, for example, once our population gets too large and we have too many men and not enough women, we fight. Right? We've seen that throughout history. Roman times, Mongolian times, you name it. So there was one troop of chimps that all lived together in relative harmony, and then two leaders basically sprung up, and there was a lack of enough females. And so all of a sudden, this clan divided into two clans, and now they're at constant war with each other. Like they live in the same relative territory, but they'll come into contact with each other and go to war over who's going to be the leader of the alpha troop, the mega troop. Wow. And it's been going for maybe a year or 2 years now.
Fuck.
Yeah. But how human is that?
So human.
Like to be like, okay, we're all part of this group. Like you and I don't like each other now. Like, this is my side, that's your side. We're gonna fuck each other up.
Study highlights friends with benefits relationship between gorillas and chimps. What? They're fucking each other?
No, it's the younger ones hanging out. It says it's probably in the same area they're meeting.
Yeah.
They're making the same.
Yeah. I think this is that river.
They want figs out of these trees.
Yeah, friends with benefits.
Generally, I was looking for wording that got to what you're getting at.
But then you just say that with like why do you go to dinner with Bob? Well, we're friends with benefits. Oh, you fucking Bob? Why don't you start fucking Bob, man?
No, we just like figs. Both of us.
The chimpanzees, though, they caught them eating their chest, which is only something gorillas have ever done.
Yeah.
They're
mimicking each other.
Wow. Yeah. I'm sure you've seen that one documentary. I think it's called Relentless Enemies, where there's a particular pride of lions that grew enormous because they're only eating water buffaloes. They got trapped on an island.
Yeah.
The river changed paths.
I remember what you're talking about. I don't know the documentary. Yeah, they're eating Cape buffalo.
Yeah.
Exclusively.
Yeah.
And the lions are getting bigger and beefier. And they're all fat. Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Well, they have to get bigger. The females are doing all the killing, so they're as big as male lions in other places.
Yeah, they're jacked. And they don't have a choice. Because otherwise they're going to die while trying to hunt the Cape buffalo.
Right, so we're watching natural selection in real time because they just keep getting bigger and stronger.
Yeah.
And, like these fucking buffalo are enormous, man. They're jumping on these things and hanging on them, trying to drag them down the ground.
The Black Death. That's what they call the Cape buffalo.
Yeah, those motherfuckers are so scary.
So mean. So scary. Yeah. And they'll charge so unprovoked. Like they'll just turn and come anytime. But it's crazy how you have that basically insular dwarfism and insular gigantism throughout animals, no matter animals stuck on an island, they're either going to get big or they're going to get small.
Well, lizards usually get big on an island, right?
Or tortoises, right? Like the Galapagos or the Seychelles. Yeah.
Why? Why do they get bigger?
No predators and limited resources. Yeah. So all of a sudden, you're a little tortoise that's this big, and every time you get to this big, something spots you from the air and eats you or whatever it happens to be. But now you're stuck on an island with all the grass and fruit you could ever eat, and nobody wants to eat you, so you just get bigger and bigger to outcompete each other. Yeah, those guys.
I mean, just imagine that's the only thing you can eat is something 3 times bigger than you. and can fucking kill you.
That kills a lot of lions, by the way.
Oh, yeah. Well, he kick you in the face, and try to take him out, and that's it. Your jaw's broken, and you never eat again. And you starve to death slowly.
I love the little cub there covered in blood. Look at that.
It's a really cool documentary.
Yeah.
It seems so weird when you're looking at the size of the females. They just look exaggerated to the point where they look fake. They look like Hulk lions. It's awesome.
Very cool. Very cool.
Nature is such a wild thing, man. It's such an amazing, fascinating, endless resource. Right. From a wolf.
Yeah.
Like as far as we've taken a wolf to make it so fucking adorable and cute. But that is what it is.
Yeah.
It was at one point in time a wolf. Right. Somehow they engineered it down to a dog that's adorable and just wants to cuddle with you and sit in your lap and play.
And weighs 25 pounds.
So what happened? Yeah. How did we do that? And could you do that with a bear? And could you get a bear, then take that bear and make it something? I think it's the only bear that's a true herbivore as well.
Yeah, I think that's correct. Yeah.
Which is also weird. So what have we done? Their digestive tract
changed. Yeah.
And they were quite it's like koalas. I think they only eat eucalyptus.
That's right. Yep.
Fucking weird.
Bizarre.
Which
also has no nutritional value, and you probably know this makes them like high, basically.
I was looking up who did it. I started going on the thing that it's not. No one is known for the theory. It's because they're actually carnivores.
Oh, they're taxonomy. So that means koalas, I think, are the ones that are pure herbivores?
They definitely are, but they're not bears at all. They're marsupial. They just call them bears.
So
let's say they are taxonomic carnivores. That means taxonomically they're in the order Carnivora. If that makes sense.
But it says with a short digestive tract and gut microbiomes of a meat eater.
Yeah. Yeah, so they're vegans. But you could selectively breed for anything to some degree if you had enough time.
But that's the other thing. Like, why are they so cute? That because they're so much cuter than any other bear by far. Like that face, even with the teeth out, like, oh, buddy.
They also have the best PR campaign in history. Like they're the dumbest animals in the world. You know this, right?
Really?
Oh my god! I don't know if that's the right terminology, but like. You can hand a panda an apple and it will hand you its baby. I'm not joking, dude. You can find videos of this.
Well, is there more evidence that it's raised, that it's been engineered because it doesn't have the instincts that a wild animal has?
Dude, their parental instincts are bonkers. Bonkers. Like they will drop their baby and go for an apple. That's how zookeepers take their babies away. It's like these guys are trying to go extinct. I swear to God, it's insane.
So where did the theory come from? See if you can find out where the theory came from that they were engineered to eat bamboo.
That's why I asked that exact question. It says it's just
which just started showing up on my Instagram about 3 months ago.
Dude, Instagram. You never know what you're gonna get.
Yeah, of course. But that's what's fun. As long as you don't buy into it.
Dude, the problem is, even like me and what I do as a biologist, I mean, I'd say 90% I can tell, but there's a 10% where I can't tell if it's AI or real or... And I'm looking at it going, well, that behavior's wrong, so it has to be AI, but it's crazy what's going on with the animal space with the AI mock-ups now.
I watched one today where it was a wildebeest that a leopard had jumped on its back. And the wildebeest jumped into the water, and the crocodiles killed the leopard on its back, and the wildebeest got away.
Totally fake.
It has to be. It sounds fake. Like, it's a real thing. Wildebeest is smart all of a sudden. Right. So smart that they figured out all I have to do is get to those crocs. And then crops. Also, like you're gonna run. You're gonna give yourself more problems.
Right. By going into the water. Yeah.
By the way, multiple crocodiles. So why wouldn't they just eat you too?
They would just kill everybody.
If both of you are compromised, it's not gonna just grab the leopard on the back. It's gonna grab you too because you can't get away.
Anything they can get. Yeah. No, it's crazy.
But it was also fun.
Yeah. It's also fun.
Get away.
Yeah.
So this is a.
That's a longer cut of the video. But you can see by like the saturation of the leopards and like the way the claws are kind of like there's no claws. It's almost like soft pawing it. You know what I mean?
Right. Look how he's hanging on.
This is a video of a real wildebeest getting eaten by a croc, and they just added the leopard to the back.
It's pretty amazing.
No, that's
No, bro, that's real. Guys, stop. This is different. This one's different because this one, also, By the way, the wildebeest is doing way too well in that struggle.
Yes.
Because when crocodiles do get wildebeest, they get them quick.
Someone put some time into this.
Yeah. When the crocs get a hold of something, it's a wrap.
Dude, I just did not much of a struggle. I'm probably not supposed to talk about this yet, but I just did this show for Discovery that I've been working on for a couple years, where basically I put myself in the perspective of prey, so I would have been in the perspective of that wildebeest, through engineering and doing all these like builds and stuff like that, and I lowered myself into a pond of crocodiles. It was insane. I had a cage around me. So a very small cage, basically a coffin.
Made out of what? What's a cage?
Whatever the guys in the workshop could find. I think steel.
Did we try it out first?
No. I mean, we tested it with nothing in it, and we're like, okay, this is working. I can send it to Jamie. I have it on my phone. But it was... Why did you do that? I don't know, man.
Why those shark cages, man? Those things don't hold up. You've seen that before, right?
Oh, yeah, where they go straight through the shark cage? Yeah, it's craziness. It's absolute craziness. Oh, fine, here we go. Dude, we did. I don't know why. Oh, you know what, Jamie? Go on the, if you don't mind, go on the Discovery Instagram. I think it's there. Good luck finding it. I can send you something in the meantime. But I think they posted like a short teaser of it. It was nuts, though. So I'm in this little cage. We rigged up these cables.
Were you wearing scuba gear?
So I had a scuba tank with me in case the thing broke and I ended up on the bottom. Sounds dumber out loud.
You have so much oxygen before you get out.
30 minutes.
Oh, God, dude.
And I was talking to our guys, so, it's a TV production, so there's like stunt coordinators and all this stuff. And I was like, so okay, cable snap, I go down, I grab the regulator, I've got 30 minutes, 40 minutes in my tank. Then what? He's like, oh, I have this grappling hook. We'll throw it, hook it with the grappling hook, and pull it out. I'm like, bro, what if you hit a log? He's like, haven't thought about that. Get me out of here.
That usually take more than 30 minutes.
Of course, it did take more than 30 minutes.
So you might have to get out and swim.
I couldn't. I locked myself into the cage. There was no getting out. Yeah, it was pretty dumb. It was cool though because it was such a unique perspective. But I told my wife when I got home from that one, I was like, yeah, I think it's my last year doing this shit. It's getting too much now.
That's the thing about those kind of shows. It's like it's not enough to just see the animals. You have to do something that makes it spectacular enough to get people to tune in. Like that polar bear one where the guy got that big plexiglass box.
That literally inspired the whole series. That's right. Yeah,
that video. It's crazy. I mean, I've watched it 100 times. I don't hate it, but I hate the idea of it because it just shows you how predatory polar bears are and how they don't give a fuck. It's just trying to get at that guy.
Isn't it crazy? Yeah, it's gnarly.
I mean, he's actively hunting him.
Yeah.
It's so different than the other bears. It's like, if you get killed by a grizzly, generally it's like you fucked up.
Yeah.
Like you stumbled upon one that's old, startled it. Yeah. Or you startled it, or, you zigged when you should have zagged.
Have you seen the city in Russia, the abandoned island city where the polar bears are taking over? Oh, you gotta see this. It's incredible.
I've seen videos of Russia of people like getting chased by polar bears in their town.
Oh, yeah. It's like the one where the guy jumps on the snowmobile and runs after him.
Barely gets away.
There's a whole area in the Bering Sea that was, I want to say, a former mining town or maybe fishing town, and people moved out because it collapsed for whatever reason. This place, look at this. And the polar bears just moved into town.
Oh, living in the house.
They're living in the house. Look at this.
They're just they took it over as a den.
Completely took it over.
Wow. That's amazing.
Yeah. They're just fully moved in, like living in the house at the drone shop. But this is not AI. This is legit.
They're so cool looking.
Oh, they're the coolest.
They're so interesting.
How amazing is that, though? Imagine you're out on a boat and you're like, man, we've been sailing for 3 weeks. Oh, look, there's like a little village. Let's pop in there for a day.
That should be a cool movie.
Yeah, that would be a good movie.
Yeah, a bunch of people we found a village.
Yeah, you like head in and turn, like set up, and then all of a sudden you're surrounded.
Yeah, it's all polar bears. There's so much shit in this house. Because they probably just shit right in the house.
Oh, yeah.
So they're pawing at the drones.
Yeah.
Look how cool they're hanging out the window.
Like, hey, Tom!
Come on over. You can put me in the glass box on this island. This looks so cool.
It is so cool. They're an amazing animal.
They really are.
But they're so weird. They're so long, too.
I went and did a sort of trek with them.
Which
where do they get food on the island if they're the only ones there?
Oh, well, they're the only ones there, but it's not. There's seals and all kinds of shit.
They'll be hunting all marine mammals in the area.
Yeah, they're the cleanup crew.
And they swim huge distances.
Oh, yeah.
A couple have turned up in Iceland. Did you know that?
What?
Yeah, there's I think 2 or 3 cases of polar bears that have swum from Greenland to Iceland.
And
How
far is
that? I'm not sure, but it's not close, obviously. I mean, it took the Vikings like 100 years to do it. Yeah,
that's crazy.
Yeah. And then
they can swim that far?
200 miles. Are you? Hopefully this isn't a myth. Are you seeing?
Says it was shot right after it did it in 2008.
Yeah. And it swam across, right?
Yeah, get off.
200 miles.
How crazy is that? Just take a swim one day and end up colonizing an entirely new place.
So it's like the David Goggins of polar bears.
Feel no pain.
Operation Kill the Animals captured on film. Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go. Let's see that video.
Yeah. But isn't that his 200-mile swim as a bear?
This isn't might have jumped off of just a piece of ice somewhere, so it could have, got a little float.
Right, could have hung out for a little bit.
Sure. Still, even 50 miles.
That's pretty far.
Well, they can last so long with the fat that's on their body.
And they like snooze float. Have you seen that? They won't just like actively swim. They'll like kind of like snooze float in between hunting. It's kind of amazing. In the winter, there's so much fat, in the winter stored up, getting ready to chill. Because they don't eat as much during the summer. Am I getting this right? I think so. That they you see them like snooze floating in the ocean.
Well, they eat a lot in the summer to get ready for the winter, right?
I know they eat a lot. In midsummer, they don't eat a lot. It's too hot for them to actively hunt. I know that.
How hot is it too hot for them to actively hunt?
Dude, I went to Manitoba, Canada, to go see them on foot, and it was like 75 degrees at the height of the day, maybe 70. And they wouldn't be hunting.
Polar bears were frequently tamed during the Middle Ages. What? Snow bears been captured alive in Iceland. But since then, receding North Pole ice is diminishing their hunting and mating grounds and jeopardizing their survival.
Oldest sighting in Iceland was 890.
Whoa!
But what's crazy if you think about that is all it would take if people weren't there is 2 polar bears over the course of polar bears' lifetime to wash up on the island. And then you have a population of polar bears.
Right.
Do you know what I mean? It's like the male swims there, 5 years later the female swims there, boom, there's a population of polar bears. There's plenty of food, you know?
What an adventurous female it has to be. 1252, Henry III took delivery of a white bear, sent him as a gift from King Haakon IV of Norway. He decided to keep it in the Tower of London. The bear was either too big or too exciting to be taken to Oxfordshire, where there had been a royal menagerie at Woodstock since Henry I's reign. What's more, it needed to fish. So the beast ascended the tower, and from what we could tell, it was well looked out for, although it had a muzzle and a chain to wear while on land. The sheriffs of London were obliged to lay out more than a shilling a week for its upkeep, which added up over a year to roughly the expected income of a night.
What a wild story.
No guns to stop them. What the hell would you do with them?
Bows and arrows, I guess, spears. The bear had a long swimming leash. The man wore waterproof clothes. What? The keeper? So it had a keeper. The bear came with a Norwegian keeper. The keeper was allowed to lead fishing trips into Thames. How do you say that? Thames. Which the tower sat. The men wore waterproof clothes, again built to the crown. The bear had a long swimming leash. There were salmon in the Thames in those days. So while being in London was probably not half so pleasing, the bear sitting on the ice floe in the Arctic Circle could sure beat working.
The way this guy wrote this is hilarious, by the way.
Yeah.
Do you know what sloth bear is?
Yeah.
Mean as anything.
Yeah, they're in Japan, right?
India and into Nepal in that area. Amazing. They're like a perfect example of not the size of the dog in a fight, fighting dogs. They're not a very big bear, but they will take on tigers and everything else. They a certain group, I don't know the name of the tribe, I think in India, used to capture sloth bears, and they put a ring in its nose, like a nose ring, and then this is barbaric, it doesn't happen anymore, but then they would take the bear onto the street as a street performer. I just read about this, and they would light a fire and put like a big sheet metal over it, and then walk the sloth bear onto it so the bear would dance, because its feet were burning. They call it the dancing bears. I guess it was in Nepal. Horrific thing that people used to do. Imagine doing that though, and being like, oh, this will be worth a shilling or two.
Well, bear baiting. They used to do that with dogs. They used to have a chained up bear and allow dogs to fight the bear.
Yeah, it's crazy.
They did that with bulls.
Yeah.
They'd have a chained up bull and have dogs attack the bull.
Yeah, they used in South Africa in the early colonial days, they used to do it with baboons and let the dogs and the baboons fight and bet money on it. Yeah.
People are so gross.
It's crazy. I always have this weird stance. Do I agree with any of it? Of course not. But we wouldn't be where we were and care about wildlife conservation if we hadn't made some of those mistakes.
Is that a mistake? I mean, it's also, if you haven't seen half of your friends get cut in half by swords, you're probably your understanding of the value of life is probably completely distorted.
Completely. Yeah.
You're living in a horrific time. Everyone's dying of the plague.
Violence is entertainment. Right. You know what I mean? Like, that is something to do, and life value is incredibly low.
Right.
Life comes and goes.
The Coliseum was when? When was that?
I don't know. I should.
I think it was 2,000 plus years ago. Somewhere around there when they first started having these crazy games.
Do you know they used to flood the Coliseum and do ship battles?
I went there a few years back when we went on a tour.
Was it cool?
Oh, it was amazing. Yeah. But it's also like you stand there and you try to take it in. Like when I go to these ancient places, I try to just like sit and just try to imagine. Like when you're actually, it's one thing to imagine you're looking at a photograph or a video, but when you're actually in the spot, you know, like when you're in Athens, and you're like standing at the Parthenon, okay, what the fuck was this like? What was this like?
And that was like the center of everything.
Democracy.
Exactly.
And also drugs. Those guys are high as fuck. They were all on drugs. We went to Eleusis, rather. And that's the place where they had the Eleusinian mystery schools, and they would people go on this trek where they wouldn't eat. They'd walk from Athens, and they would have these psychedelic rituals. And you know, you're in this place where you did it. You could like feel it. It's weird.
Well, I mean, obviously not synthetic. But was it just mushrooms? What were
they don't totally know, but they have had residue from some of these clay pots that had ergot in it.
What's ergot?
So ergot is a fungus that has a very similar psychoactive effect as LSD.
Oh,
okay. It's I think it has lysergic acid in it. Let's find out what also kills people. There's been cases of ergot poisoning through wheat. People died. They also think it's connected to the Salem witch trials.
Driving people crazy.
So the Salem witch trials, I don't know if this has been proven or if this is just a theory, but the idea is that if you have an early frost and that some of the wheat survives, but the wheat can have this fungus on it that grows ergot.
Okay.
This ergot fungus. And so you're eating this wheat, and you're making beer out of it, and everybody's tripping balls. I think, that's fucking
That's hilarious.
Yeah.
Probably like, this beer's really good.
Right.
Until there's a witch. And then you're like, man, this beer's bad.
Well, there's also, I mean, imagine, first of all, you've got a bunch of crazy superstitions, and people are afraid of everything already. Right. You don't know anything about science.
You don't understand.
Right. So there's a lot of fears. And then there's a lot of people that claim to be the wise people of the town, and they tell you crazy stories about witches, and you're like, oh, witches are real.
Yep. Oh, for sure.
So lysergic acid, amides, ergometrine, all these share lysergic acid ergoline core, which is why LSD, semi-synthesized from lysergic acid, is chemically related to ergot compounds.
And all of this comes from that mold on the wheat.
Wasn't there a time where they did it to people on purpose in France? I feel like this might have been like a CIA thing. See if you can find that story.
Ergot or LSD?
Ergot. I think they because I think they were experimenting on the effects of ergot, and I think they like picked a town and said, let's see. Because we know they've done that before.
It just hit whole places.
Let's see.
Yeah, why not?
Like, think about what we found out during MK Ultra, that the CIA was running brothels, and they would give the Johns LSD.
Really?
It's literally called Operation Midnight Climax. And so what they would do is they would have this two-way mirror set up. This is proven. This is Jolly West, who's the head of MK Ultra. They would say, let's find out what happens when you give people acid. What's the best way? Well, you get a bunch of people and do it to them in a way that, totally unethically, but this is a way they're not going to tell. They did it to them because they went to a whorehouse. No one's going to admit they went to a whorehouse.
Right.
So you get these guys that go to get to prostitutes. Prostitutes like, Georgia drink? Like, oh, I love it.
Of course, yeah.
Hard work here. You gotta sit down thinking, I'm gonna fuck, this is gonna be great.
Oh my God. Candles talking to him. Did you find anything?
Here it is. I like to think of the infamous Paul Saint-Esprit cursed bread in 1951. Long-running allegation that wasn't ergot at all, but a secret CIA, U.S. Army LSD experiment. What happened in Pont Saint-Esprit, this small town in southern France, hundreds of residents suddenly suffered violent hallucinations, convulsions, insomnia, and psychotic episodes over several days. 250 people were affected, 50 were committed to asylums, 7 died, including some who leapt from windows convinced they could fly, or being chased by snakes and tigers. The official French investigation blamed ergot-contaminated rye flour from a local baker. Classic ergotism, St. Anthony's fire. That's another case of it. Some later scientists proposed, or maybe the same story. Some later scientists proposed alternative culprits: mercury, fungicide, nitrogen trichloride, bread bleaching agents, or mycotoxins from Aspergillus fumigatus.
I call bullshit on this.
Seems like something where they test. Yeah, it seems like a CIA thing. Sure. 2009, American investigative journalist H.P. Albarelli Jr. Published a terrible mistake, arguing that Pont Saint-Esprit was actually a covert LSD field test run jointly by CIA's MK Ultra programs and the U.S. Army Special Operations Division at Fort Detrick, with Swiss drug company Sandoz, who first synthesized LSD, allegedly supplying the compound. So his evidence included a declassified CIA document quoting a Sandoz representative saying the Pont Saint-Esprit secret is being discussed alongside references to LSD. Oh, they definitely did it. Yeah, that sounds way more likely.
That's way more likely. In testimony, he attributed former CIA SOD scientist Frank Olson, who died in a 1953 fall from a New York City hotel room after being dosed with LSD by his colleagues. A bunch of assholes. These guys just dosing each other. An admitted MK Ultra incident. Interviews with former U.S. intelligence officials, why most historians remain skeptical. Serious pushback came quickly. So symptoms don't match LSD. Victims had gangrene-like vasoconstriction, weeks-long psychosis, and physical necrosis consistent with ergot alkaloids, not a single acute LSD dose. Interesting. LSD is water-soluble and heat-sensitive, so baking bread would degrade it. The Sandoz cable Albarelli cited is ambiguous and predates the incident in some readings. No corroborating documentation has surfaced despite extensive MK Ultra declassification since the 1970s Church Committee hearings. Yeah, but the problem with that is, like, one of the reasons why we know about MK Ultra was evidence that they found that had been in storage. So, when you say, like, Freedom of Information Act, they don't give you shit.
They just bait you with a little bit here and there to go, oh, okay,
also, they just tell you we don't have any evidence. Go fuck yourself. I mean, look how hard it is to get the Epstein files. This is a guy that was alive in 2019, right?
Where there were plenty of records of everything happening.
Exactly. And the internet.
This reminds me, do you know about the Lyme disease? Oh yeah.
You know about this? Like the Plum Island thing?
Yeah.
Seems very legit. I'm not a huge conspiracy theorist. This one to me is like a no-brainer.
Well, it's also people want to say that Lyme disease has existed forever. Absolutely true. Not to the extent that it exists today. Also, not as contaminant. Like not as is right.
And
not
spreading like crazy. Like crazy. Like it's
crazy.
just sweeping out west.
Not only that, Plum Island, they were absolutely doing gain of function research on ticks. And the idea was, the reason why they were doing it, and this is all me, what I've read, I don't have any direct information.
Yeah, but it's still fun.
But what they said was, what they were doing was engineering ticks with these.
So what they could do is they could spray them from planes, and that would overwhelm the medical system of any, like overwhelm a town, overwhelm their armies. You couldn't keep up, and they wouldn't be able to fight.
That's right. And it could wipe out food sources. It had like multiple implications.
Exactly. So now we have these fucking creeps from the World Economic Forum that are talking about the dangers of eating meat, right? And about how people eating meat is what's wrong with them. That's why it's accelerated climate change, all horseshit. But they're saying it, and they're saying that it's almost a moral obligation to create a tick, or to create more ticks that would have this alpha-gal in them.
The ones that you're allergic to meat.
Yeah. So
they're saying that they want more of that?
Yes. This guy was talking about, not only that, I have a buddy who has that, my friend Evan, from Black Rifle Coffee.
Oh, yeah, I know Evan, yeah.
One of my best friends. Love him to death. Evan has it bad, and it fucks him up. It's not as simple as you're allergic to red meat. Like it fucks up all the blood work. It's a mess.
And he picked it up hiking.
You got a tick. No, you got bit. My friend Bert Kreischer, his wife's family, half of them have this fucking problem.
No way.
Yeah.
Are they
from
from
East Tennessee? Yeah. This is the Texas Lone Star tick. It's Lone Star tick. Yeah, not the Texas. Yeah, but this one tick carries this thing, and they think that might perhaps be genetically engineered as well.
That's crazy.
Because there was no alpha-gal problem. No, 30, 40 years ago, it just didn't exist. Now it's like it's all everywhere. It's spreading too. Yeah, it's crazy. I never used to think twice about getting a tick. I get ticks all the time hiking around doing stuff I do. I never used to think twice about it. Now I'm terrified. I love it. I'm terrified of it now. It's not just red meat. The Lyme disease is fucking devastating.
Yeah, if you don't catch it early, it can fuck you the rest of your life.
Yeah, I know multiple people that have it, including Jim Miller, guy who fights in the UFC. He had it really bad. And it fucked up his career for quite a while. He got his diet under wraps, and he figured out like what to eat, what not to eat, and now he's fine.
Do you know about some of those other animal warfare things they used to do? Like the spy tech they put in city cats. Do you know about this?
No. Oh, dude, there's some amazing ones. Spy tech and cats?
So during World War II, Jamie would have to confirm what city this was in. I believe it was the Russians used to put little hearing devices in street cats because the Brits would go and eat in back alleys and have meetings, but there were feral cats everywhere. So they had all these cats running around with these wires in their brains and stuff, and these little acoustic kitties. That's the CIA. Dude, how crazy is this? Acoustic Kitty was a Central Intelligence Agency project launched by the Director of Science and Technology in the late 1960s. In the 1960s, intended to use cats to spy on the Kremlin and Soviet embassies. In an hour-long procedure, veterinarians implanted a microphone in the cat's ear canal and a small radio transmitter at the base of its skull and a thin wire into its fur. Oh my God! How crazy! Imagine that you're just like having a secret meeting in a back cove, back alley, and a cat there, just live streaming your conversation to the CIA.
It says, due to the cat's sense of hunger had to be addressed in another operation. What? Interesting. First acoustic kitty mission was eavesdrop on 2 men in a park outside the Soviet embassy in Washington, D.C. The cat was released nearby, but was hit and allegedly killed by a taxi almost immediately. Probably the thing was all fucked up. Probably couldn't get it. He's like, what is in my head? Put a wire in my head! Schizophrenic cat. However, this was disputed in 2013 by Robert Wallace, a former director of the Office of Technical Service,
who said the project was abandoned due to the difficulty of training the cat to behave as required, and that the equipment was taken out of the cat. The cat was resewn for a second time and lived for a long and happy life afterwards. Lies! Come on, kill that cat. You got hit by a taxi, but it was fine. They took it out of his head. But I mean, more than one cat, I'm sure. But this idea the equipment was taken out of the cat, the fuck you did that. You spent money on taking the equipment out. Did you really? Or did you just kill the cat? 100%. Assholes.
Dude, there's a few of these, and the bats that would light fires. You know about those ones?
Hold up. The military did not give up on its use of animals as spies. As in 2006, the Pentagon requested the creation of a cyborg insects for use in espionage. Request was made by fucking DARPA, of course. The Pentagon. Scientists at Cal Berkeley responded by creating a controllable cyborg beetle in October of 2009. What? There's a cockroach under your carpet here listening to us somewhere right now. They're not going to hear anything of the stuff we were talking about. Yeah, true. That's true. The wonderful thing about having such a retarded show. Can't just say all out there, Whoa, look at this. Look at this. This is a fucking battery that beetle. Come on. That's badass. Look at the microchip on its back. It's amazing the beetle can live through all this. That's pretty amazing. That's wild.
Wow.
I guess these things have gotten smaller and smaller. Chips, battery technologies increased. Of course.
Think of your cell phone in 09 compared to now.
Right. Fucking wild, man.
Yeah, there were a few of these. They used to light bats on fire and then they'd send them to roost. And then they burn down whole towns and things like that.
That's going back.
Dude, there's spy pigeons where they put cameras. There's a handful of these that the CIA tried.
How would they do with dolphins?
Oh, like the whole, not beluga. Yeah, what's the beluga? The Russian spy whale?
I don't know that. I was talking about dolphins they use to detonate things.
Oh, tell me about it.
They use dolphins as like literal distributors of warheads.
Oh, really?
Get a dolphin to go somewhere and then blow them up.
No way.
Like a kamikaze dolphin?
I don't know the exact details of it because I got sad. I have a deep attachment to dolphins. I fucking love dolphins.
I would say anybody who hates dolphins has to be a bad person.
I've had some experiences with them. I had one where I was like really high on edibles in Hawaii, and the dolphins would jump out of the water near the boat and they look at you.
Yeah.
They look at you when they're jumping out of the water, like, look at me.
Yeah.
And
they're literally just playing.
They're playing. Yeah. 100% playing because they came to the boat and they were jumping in the wake of the boat. And the more you would cheer, the more they were doing that. And they were having fun. And I was like, these are incredible creatures.
Oh, they totally take up on your energy.
So the Secret Dolphin Program began in 1959 to detect underwater mines and enemy divers. But I think they did stuff where they
whether this is correct, they just like
the one
history is that they didn't do anything to harm humans or engage in combat. They like tell their handlers to do it.
The one that I've heard about it,
they were just signifying in dark water that they could see stuff better than our current technology back then. So they would echolocate and say, "Yo, we got something over here. Come check it out." That's what this is.
Well, how does the dolphin communicate that back to the people, and how does it know what the person's intended? That's pretty good. I think there was some speculation that they actually used them as weapons, though.
Well, have you seen not transitional dolphins, but Vladimir, the Vladimir, I don't know, the Russian spy beluga?
No.
Okay, this is a real thing. Like 100% this one's real. So there was this beluga whale named Vladimir or Vladimir or something like that, and he turned up in Norway, and he was escaped from a Russian spy program, and he had a harness with spy gear on. This is it right here, look. See the spy gear on? It's like a whole thing. And so the Russians had been training this whale as a spy, and had harnesses and spy equipment on him, and then he just pieced out and turned up in, I want to say Norway. And then they followed him for a while, and then he mysteriously got shot.
Mysteriously.
Yep.
Just with the dolphin, like with the dolphin story. I don't know exactly, but I did read this one time. Like we would, like if we knew Russia was doing this, we would put some paperwork out that said, well, we've got dolphins that are, you know, blowing up mines.
Right.
Just so you guys know.
Yeah, figure that out.
That's a good point. That's a good point. It's like you never really know what's real.
Right.
How cool do beluga whales look, though? Look at that. That looks like an alien.
Nah, they're super.
I mean, look at that. That looks like
we come from your planet.
They're also got your use of nuclear power.
And you were talking that
very calm.
Yeah.
That
looks like
something that would be very calm.
No,
that was
this was
crazy.
crazy.
Well, you know that John Lilly researched with dolphins.
Do you know about that?
I'm not sure.
Okay. John Lilly is the guy who invented the sensory deprivation.
Oh, yeah. He's had one of those. Yeah.
John Lilly was the man who was the inspiration for the movie Altered States.
Okay.
So John Lilly, who was this really interesting guy and was famously like out there with psychedelics. Like he would take intramuscular doses of ketamine and jump in the sensory deprivation tank.
Go down.
Trying to unlock brain things.
My friend Todd actually did it with.
Oh wow.
Yeah, so John Lilly, who was also a pioneer in interspecies communication. So they were trying to figure out how to communicate with dolphins. So they set up a house. And this lady lived with the dolphins in the house to get the dolphin and trying to coach the dolphin. And the way, literally, she lived in water. So the water was like 4 feet deep. She lived with this dolphin. The problem was the dolphin was super horny.
Oh no!
So the only way that she could get this dolphin to cooperate was she had to jerk him off.
Yep.
So she was jerking off the dolphin, and somehow or another they found out they cut the funding for research.
But
she had to do it.
That's what I said.
You gotta do it. That's good.
She's like, look at her.
Sucking him. I mean, after a while, she probably
did enjoy it a little bit.
I mean,
what else are you gonna do? You're stuck in a tank with a dolphin.
The girl who talked to dolphins.
So is there a documentary on this?
Ooh. Let's,
is there a clip?
Is it
like
blurry?
You see her hand? Water turning white.
So I guess, but if she jerked the dolphin off, then the dolphin would try to talk to her. But the thing was, you can't really get them to they can't make the noises that we want them to make. They don't have the ability. Like it gets but it can't.
Like the vocal cords.
Right. That's one of the things where AI
may actually start to make a huge difference.
Right. Because
they are able to decipher a lot of like cetacean, like dolphin and whale language now. And with enough of the database, they'll start to be able to say, like, this means this, this means this.
How do they decipher?
So it's coming up to, so basically, you know how AI works, you have to train it on something.
Is this
the lady?
She looks like the kind of lady would do that.
She got a real dolphin jerk look to
her. Crazy story.
Listen to these orca whales imitate human speech. No,
respond.
I'm here.
Oh, there's your guy.
Yeah.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Oh,
it's getting there.
It's
trying. Yeah.
Whoa.
It's amazing.
Whoa.
1, 2.
I bet what it wants to say is, let me go, you fucking asshole. Put me back in the ocean, crazy bitch.
Quit jerking me off.
Maybe if they jerked off the killer whales, they wouldn't have killed him.
Yeah.
It's like just like SeaWorld alone. It's so awful. And it wasn't until that documentary. Was it called Blackfish? Yeah. That was like the first one where people were like, hey.
It was really eye-opening.
Yeah. We shouldn't support this at all. I mean, I can't believe people still even go to fucking SeaWorld.
It's pretty crazy.
Do you know about those two in France that are trapped there?
No.
Oh, this is interesting. So there is basically a SeaWorld equivalent in France. And the government shut it down. I forget I'm sure we can figure it out, but it was shut down But then the dolphins and the two orcas were not released. And the guy's like, these are mine, I'm not releasing them, and I can't afford to release them or remove them. So they've just been sitting in these abandoned tanks for, I want to say, a year now. Maybe more. Yeah, this is it here. Race to save these two. Jamie, I don't know if you can see if there's an aerial shot of it, but... Yeah, so they're just sitting in this thing. But it's closed. The guy can't afford to feed them because nobody's visiting. And then I believe the government just doesn't want to do anything about it because they're like, we just want to shut you down. We don't want to actually do anything about it. So there's just these two orcas sitting in these tanks.
How do they get food?
I mean, he's feeding them, he's like getting it out of his pocket, and it's like few and far between.
Oh man.
So yeah, it's crazy. They're abandoned whales, and they're just sitting in these tanks.
We've had, do you know Phil Demers? He's the guy who helped shut down Marine Land in Canada.
Oh, okay, yeah.
It was awful.
That was awful. Bad facility.
There's so many of these fucking places like that where you see what they're doing.
It's like, oh man, if we could understand that.
Yeah.
And we could, I think someday in the future we're going to look back at that the way people today look back at slavery.
Oh, totally.
We're going to say these are intelligent creatures. They just don't have the ability to manipulate their environment like we do.
Yeah, they're like
just
dolphins.
Their
cerebral cortex is
40% larger than human beings. So something's going on in there. And you think it's okay to put them in a swimming pool? That's crazy.
Dude, it's the same thing like when I was talking about elephants. They're EQ, their emotional intelligence. We can't even comprehend it. Like the way those animals feel, like the highs that an elephant experiences and the lows they experience are way bigger than the highs or lows that most humans, I think any human can experience. Like their EQ is way bigger than ours. The trauma that they feel from losing a loved one or from being abused or whatever it happens to be is like 10x what humans can even emotionally comprehend.
How do we know?
Based on their brain scans and whatnot. I don't know the specifics of it, but because that part of their brain is so much larger than ours. And so you have these, they might not have the same like computer skills as we do mentally, but they have this emotional intelligence. It's like so much deeper and broader than ours. At least that's my belief.
It is a weird thing with us where we only characterize intelligence as the ability to manipulate your environment.
Yeah,
like we want you to write a book.
Right.
I don't trust you. You're real? You're real smart? Make a house. Why don't you, how come you have a rocket ship?
Right.
You're so smart with your phone.
Right, yeah. No, it's weird. Yeah,
it's a weird way to look at things. Yeah.
It's like, I think there's a part of people that recognize that this direction that people like this classification of intelligence in that way is wrong. But I don't think we can really quantify it yet. And if AI really can decipher dolphin language, orca language, whale language, they really can. We can realize that they're actually communicating. God, I would hope that would change our approach to how we deal with those things.
I think it would.
Because I think they are sea people. They don't need to manipulate their environment. First of all, they can travel 3D.
They go up, they go down, they go across, they can hold the breath for an hour. They don't need
their food is everywhere. Also, they're at the top of the fucking food chain. That's right. They're orcas.
And they're nomadic. We are not nomadic by trade. So we have to manipulate our environment to make it more comfortable.
Orcas are not low.
Yeah,
we move so fast they can make sunfish explode. Straight up, we're so slow. Like the fastest people, we just run into each other, knock each other unconscious. That's what we do. Dude, but I want to go back to what you said about. I agree, by the way, about orcas in captivity and whales and things like that.
There's this huge anti-zoo movement that I just don't agree with, though. I believe, I agree with you that in the future we'll go, why did we keep animals the way we did? And when you look at old zoos and concrete boxes and stuff, but there's so much good that animals in captivity have done. Saving species, keeping things alive, connecting kids to nature. There's a lot of gray area. There's Tiger and there's fucking San Diego Zoo. You know what I mean? There's a lot of nuance to it.
San Diego Zoo is an excellent example of a really great zoo.
It's unbelievable.
It's incredible. I've been to that before.
Yeah.
But I also went to that Wolf Place with you.
Yeah.
That means I know. But I was bummed out.
But at least they're rescuing them. You know, like
I know they also cut the balls off.
Yeah.
That bummed me out hardcore.
Otherwise they all fight. I mean, that's the gray area. You have like, what's the alternative? You know, it's like they die,
let them loose.
But only a few of them were pure wolves. You can't just let them go. You know, because then you have muddy genes. It's such a complicated thing.
wasn't that the whole reason why black wolves exist in the first place? I think black wolves exist because it's a trait they got from domesticated dogs.
I read that and then I read it was false, and then I read it again. I don't know what the truth behind that is.
We should have put the
It's a Rogan-esque claim. As today's podcast is going to work that story.
That's interesting. How do you word that? Would you say, is it true that black wolves inherited that trait from domesticated dogs? Because that is one thing that absolutely has happened, is that there's been interbreeding between and not just on purpose.
No. It happened. Yeah. I mean, you just have wolves. Yeah, it does. Yeah. It's the genetic mutation of a black fur color brought about by domestication.
Yes.
Sorry.
Throwing a lot at you, baby.
Is the trait of black wolves? Did they inherit that from domesticated dogs?
Edit my.
From domesticated dogs.
I would.
Yeah.
See what it says.
Let's see.
If you're not pointed enough, it'll start guessing.
I love watching it work. Where it's like spinning. Yes. This is well supported by genetic research. Black coat color in North American wolves comes from mutation in the K locus, specifically. Three base pair deletion in the CBD103. I don't know what that little thing is. I don't know. Defense in gene.
Beta.
Is that what it is? Produces a dominantly inherited melanistic phenotype. The mutation originated in dogs and moved into wolves through hybridization, not the other way around.
Interesting.
2009 study by Anderson et al. First identified KB black allele in wolves is derived from dog-wolf interbreeding. Follow-up work analyzing 331 wolves and 20 dogs found that North American wolf, how do you say that word? Haplotypes? Are monophyletic, meaning a single introgression event from dogs, most likely seeded the allele through the continent, probably in the Yukon or Northwest Territories. I went to their colossal.
I know. Ben texted me when we went.
That was an interesting experience.
Was that cool to see?
Yes. I haven't seen him. I know it's a whole hush-hush.
I brought my youngest daughter, and she was cuddling with the 4-month-old wolf.
Well, there you go. You can cuddle with them when they're 4 months old. Yeah, still a certain point.
But it was like puppy.
And it was
still cute, right? No, it was pretty small. Yeah.
It's like
40
pounds?
Okay. Not fucking cute, man. She was so sweet. She was so sweet. She would cuddle with you.
You pet her and kiss you.
That's cool.
Like a dog.
That is Romulus. There you go. God, she's so sweet.
But the males, they had two males that had
Khaleesi. That's her name. That's right. Khaleesi's the girl. So there's Romulus. Look how cute they are when they're little babies. Remus, Romulus, and then Khaleesi the girl.
That was pretty cool.
So Khaleesi was the one that we got to cuddle with.
Man, they're cute.
Oh my god, she was so fucking adorable. But you can only hang out with her for a little while, and then they got big.
Yeah, and now they're big.
Yeah, he sent me pictures. So they were like that when we went. Like that size, that size. That's Reggie Hales. I don't know if I might get into the wolf. Well, they kept away from you. Yeah, and we were in a large contained area. But we got to go out with them.
Yeah.
And we just kind of hang out and look at you. They keep away from you for the most part. But she did. She just went up. But she can't be with them yet. With the males. Yeah, she was too little. Interesting. Too, like, you know, they didn't want her to get killed. Just too sketchy.
Yeah.
And she was, you know, she was still a baby still. But they were older. I think they were a year or close to a year. But they could hang out with them for the first 5 or 6 months, I think.
Oh, wow.
Well, these got different. There's also some stuff about them that they didn't even know direwolves had, like the mane, which is
they're getting a big mane.
Oh, wow.
Almost like a lion. Oh, wow. Which they didn't know, and they didn't know they were going to be white either.
Now, is that a variant from their genetic mutation work, or is that something that's just expressing itself?
Very good question that you have to talk to geneticists about, because there's a lot of people that don't even agree they're actually direwolves.
A lot. Yeah.
They're essentially saying what you've done is you've taken the traits of direwolves and you've made them be expressed in a Grey Wolf. This is a Grey Wolf.
But that's what Beth says they've done. You know what I mean? Like they're not hiding that. Right. We're trying to fill a niche. We're trying to make something.
Yes. But she's also said that I don't want to mischaracterize, but essentially what they're saying is, but that's what a dire wolf was. Right. Like that they are a wolf that has all these traits. Right. Like the size is the same, the look is the same. You can get technical and say, no, you've taken a Grey Wolf and made it express. Yes, but they got those genes specifically from dead dire wolves. Right. So it's like, well, what is it our own classification of these things that we're disputing? Right. Because we can't. But they were too little interested, too, like, they didn't want to get killed, and just too sketchy. Yeah. And she was still a baby still. But they were older. I think they were a year or close to a year. But they could hang out with them for the first 5 or 6 months, I think. After all these got different. There's also some stuff about them that they didn't even know dire wolves had, like the mane. Which is they're getting a large mane. They have a mane. Oh wow! Almost like a lion's mane. Is the trait of black wolves? Did they inherit that from domesticated dogs? From domesticated dogs. I would. Yeah. See what it says. Let's see.
Not pointed enough, it'll start guessing.
I love watching it work. Where it's like spinning. Yes. This is well supported by genetic research. Black coat color in North American wolves comes from mutation in the K locus, specifically. Excuse me, 3 base pair deletion in the CBD103. I don't know what that little thing is. I don't know. Defensive gene beta. Is that what it is? Produces a dominantly inherited melanistic phenotype. The mutation originated in dogs and moved into wolves through hybridization, not the other way around. Interesting. 2009 study by Anderson et al. First identified the KB black allele in wolves is derived from dog-wolf interbreeding. Follow-up work analyzing 331 wolves and 20 dogs found that North American wolf, how do you say that word? Haplotypes? Haplotype. Are monophyletic. Meaning a single, a single introgression event from dogs, most likely seeded the allele through the continent, probably in the Yukon or Northwest Territories. I went to where Colossal made the dire. Ben texted me when you guys went. That was an interesting experience.
Was that cool to see?
Yeah.
I haven't even seen him. I know it's a whole hush-hush.
I brought my youngest daughter, and she was cuddling with the 4-month-old wolf. Well, there you go. You can cuddle with them when they're 4 months old. Yeah, until a certain point. But it was like puppy. And it was still cute, right? No, it was pretty small. Yeah. It's like 40 pounds? Okay. It was not real fucking cute, man. She was so sweet. She was so sweet. She would cuddle with you, and you pet her and kiss you. That's cool. Just like a fucking dog. That is Romulus. There you go. That is, gosh, she's so sweet. But the males, they had 2 males that had... That's Khaleesi's girl. So there's Romulus. Look how cute they are when they're little babies. Remus, Romulus, and then Khaleesi's girl.
That's pretty cool.
So Khaleesi was the one that we got to cuddle with.
And they're cute.
Oh my god, she was so fucking adorable. But you can only hang out with her for a little while, and then they got big. Yeah, and now they're big. Yeah, he sent some pictures. So they were like that when we went. Like that size picture, that size. That's anything else. I don't know if my kids in a wolf that size. Well, they kept away from you. Yeah, and we were in a large contained area. But we got to go out with them. Yeah, and we just kind of hang out and look at you. They keep away from you for the most part. But she did. She's right out. But she can't be with them yet. With the males. Yeah, she's too little. Interested too. Like, they don't want her to get killed. And just too sketchy. Yeah. And she was still a baby still. But they were older. I think they were a year or close to a year. But they could hang out with them for the first 5 or 6 months, I think. Oh, wow. It's got different. There's also some stuff about them that they didn't even know dire wolves had, like the mane. which is
They're getting a big arch.
They have a name.
Oh wow!
Almost like a lion.
Oh wow!
Which they didn't know, and they didn't know they were going to be white either.
Now, is that a variant from their genetic mutation work, or is that something that's just expressing itself?
Very good question that you'd have to talk to geneticists about, because there's a lot of people that don't even agree they're actually direwolves.
A lot, yeah.
They're essentially saying what you've done is you've taken the traits of direwolves and you've made them be expressed in a gray wolf. This is a gray wolf.
But that's what Beth says they've done.
You know what I mean? Like they're not hiding that. We're trying to fill in. We're trying to make something.
Yes. But she's also said that I don't want to mischaracterize, but essentially what they're saying is that's what a direwolf was.
Right.
Like that they are a wolf that has all these traits. Right. Like the size is the same, the look is the same. You can get technical and say, no, you've taken a gray wolf and made it express. But yes, but they got those genes specifically from dead direwolves.
Right.
So it's like, well, is it our own classification of these things that we're disputing?
Right.
Because we can't just decide, like this, I call this a direwolf, and that's what it is. Like, the genes don't give a fuck what labels you put on. Not at all.
You know, if you make a dinosaur, that's not a real T-Rex. It ate everyone in the city.
Right.
It's a real T-Rex. Just took over a fucking city. Just ate everyone in the VW bus. It's a 30-foot tall lizard. It's a dinosaur. Like, it doesn't matter how you shape it. Yeah.
Oh, the woolly mouse is really cool too.
Yeah, they're really neat. Ben told me one day I could have a woolly mouse, so I'm holding on to that. Yeah.
It's really interesting seeing the direwolves, though. Just imagining. Wow, what was it like when those things were just roaming the earth?
I know.
Because it's like a 300-pound wolf that's all white with like thick fur and a mane like a lion.
Dude, speaking of roaming the earth, have you heard the theory about how sloth bears stopped? Sorry, not sloth bears. What were the big cave bears? Short-faced bears stopped human immigration. Have you read about that?
Yeah, that's really cool. Totally makes sense. It totally does. They just stood there waiting for people like salmon to cross the land bridge. And they're like, well, it's that time of year again. Also, like,
who would do that knowing that those things are out there? That thing was so big.
Yeah. It's like double the size of a polar bear. It's crazy. Yeah, it's crazy. Like twice large polar bear that can run 50 miles. Look at that thing! I don't care how smart we are. That is not something you want to face.
Right. Even if you have a gun, like good luck. Like if you have a 9mm handgun and you run across a grizzly bear, you're dead.
Yeah.
It's not going to be enough. No. So what are you going to hit that thing with?
Well, they have rocks, so that's
rocks and spears. Rocks. Rocks. I mean, when they first started coming across, did they even have fucking arrows on it? Yeah. I don't know.
Yeah. But I mean, spears for sure. But like that.
But then there's the real question: is that the only way people got here?
Right.
When you see the white sands footprints that are 22,000 years old. And you start going, well, this predates the Ice Age.
That's before any humans were known
anywhere in the New World.
Yeah, so it's like, well, what's going on there? This is actual human footprints that have been dated to 22,000 years ago. And that's just all we found.
Yeah. That's just because they left footprints.
Yeah. Like, that doesn't mean there wasn't something there 50,000 years before, 100,000
Exactly.
And then there's in Mexico this evidence that looks like predation on mammoth bones. By humans.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Spearheads, like carvings into the mammoth bones. It's like they're broken open to get marrow. Very disputed, right? Because there's also
some people think it could have been like some rocks falling on the bone.
Sure.
I'm not sure how this is happening, but it does think that.
Let me write this up for Joe. Fuck off! So, we're going to get a separate computer that we use for Perplexity. What is the question?
Well, how would humans have contested short-faced bears on the Bering Strait?
Let me write this up for Joe. Fuck off, man.
Like a baby. The actual evidence of all bears kept humans out of North America doesn't hold up any longer, apparently.
Humans. When I was I don't think it's a myth that a scientist commented on a paper that doesn't necessarily. He could have thought that, but they didn't really have evidence for it.
Well, here's the thing. Like the idea of a bear line, no. Because the problem is bears, they would have to eat so much to sustain that kind of mass.
Yeah.
That there couldn't really have been a lot of them.
No, but it sure makes sense that they were predating upon people when they came across.
Hold up. Go back. This guy's saying something cuckoo. He's saying that a hypercarnivore built for pacing long distance, he argued that it was primarily a scavenger, using size, sense of smell, and long-legged gait
to kleptoparasitize.
There it is. Kills from lions, direwolves, and scimitar cats rather than the rundown prey itself.
That doesn't even make sense. Long-legged gait would make it faster.
I heard about this. So yeah, the theory is that short-faced bear would come in and rob a kill, like basically what a hyena does to lions,
or what wolves do to mountain lions.
Yes, but I think to me it doesn't add up.
Well, you know, grizzly bears chase down moose and kill them.
Yes,
plenty.
I watched the video yesterday.
They've also shown now that hyenas are incredibly efficient predators, and until like 10 years ago, we thought hyenas were only scavengers, or 50 minutes longer than that. You know what I mean? Now they show they have a 30% success rate, which is very high.
Yeah, there's no reason why they wouldn't be if they're carnivores. Like, why would they be completely relying on other animals to do the work for them when they have that kind of biting power?
They're just opportunistic, like all carnivores.
And they move as packs.
Yeah,
they work as pack animals. They kind of move like dogs.
If you're gonna get food, get food. You know what I mean? If you can kill it. If you can fight something off for it, fight something off for it. If it doesn't really matter, that's how carnivores are.
What is this? This is how they hunt grinders. They're probably doing it the same way.
Oh, getting them in the dens?
And then burn the engines with fire until they kill the babies.
Right. But that's if you had access to fire.
They had an animal and a spear at best, and maybe some fire that they could maybe move, you know.
You know how close you have to be to hit something with an atlatl?
Yeah. Okay.
There's some videos that are really interesting where they're showing people realistic scenarios where bears charging you. And they pull them showing bear spray and guns, like showing them like imagine you have a 10mm semi-automatic pistol, and you have to rack it, so you have to rack the slide, so the bear's coming, you have to draw the gun, rack it, take the safety off, and then point it towards the animal, squeeze it through it, you're dead. You're dead. It's like that. It has to be like 100 yards away from you as it starts running for you to get a shot off.
I think the idea is the bear gives you some sign.
Look at that bullshit ass thing.
I've tried one. It is impossible to throw out.
Well, that's true, but you're not practicing.
No, of course.
I mean, I've seen people that are super accurate for years.
Is anybody Adam Green? Doesn't he do the atlatl?
He might.
I'd like to see him
probably knows how to do it.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's not a good weapon.
No.
I mean, it's definitely better than no weapon.
I mean, what's the advantage of throwing a spear? It just goes further?
Mechanical leverage.
Yeah.
So I have a thing like that for my dog. It's like a thing. It's a ball that is a ball. And it's so easy to not blow your shoulder out. You throw it pretty fucking far. And whenever I do it, I'm like, wow, of course, this is way better.
Yeah.
So you have leverage with this thing. And then also you kind of whip it with your wrist and get all this action with the ball. You do the same thing with a spear.
Sure.
Makes sense.
Yeah. Seems hard to be accurate, though.
Super hard. It's hard to be accurate with a traditional bow.
Right.
You know, it's so hard. I shoot a compound bow. And a compound bow is... There's so much technology involved.
Oh, yeah.
First of all, I have a laser rangefinder, and I range something at 52 yards. Then I go to my sight tape that's on my sight on my bow, and I dial it to 52 yards because I use archery software that measures the weight of my arrow. So I have this 500 grain arrow, and then it has the speed so it's 390 feet per second. 500 grain arrow. And then I put it into this computer, and it spits out a sight tape so that I can move my pins specifically so I can put it in a quarter.
Wow.
52 yards ago is accurate enough. I'm not. No one really is. Except like really excellent world-class archers.
Sure.
With a traditional bow, you're just guessing.
Yeah.
So you're just guessing the arc of the arrow. And then you have to think, okay, I'm buying arrows, right? They're made by a guy who's measuring them. They're all down to like, they're within 2 grains of each other. And that have like inserts. My front of center is very high. And then they got a carbon fiber. These fucking arrows, they're making them by hand. And then they're making the arrowheads by hand. So they could be off. Each one of them, like, so you're just guessing where that fucking arrow's gonna go. And you have to shoot every day to get a real sense of like what the drop is at a certain distance. And then you have to kind of judge how far is he? Is he 20 yards, 30 yards, 50 yards? So So even with modern traditional bows, that sounds like a
I know what you mean. Recurves and long bows.
Right. I mean, that sounds like an oxymoron, but they are still traditional in the sense of you're not using cams. You don't have a cam that rolls over and it's a mechanical advantage. Fiberglass limbs and all the chat. You're using like wood still, right? Even with those things, you're still buying arrows, and the arrows weigh the same amount.
Yeah, they're perfect.
So if you did that over and over again in your yard, you did it every day for 3 hours a day, you would get a sense of how far, and then if you did it a bunch, you'd get an idea of judging distances. And there's like little tricks. There's certain archery tournaments where you're not allowed to use a rangefinder.
Oh, really?
Yeah. And so the idea is you have to develop the skill of being, and I think these tournaments probably started back when rangefinders didn't exist. And then when rangefinders did exist, they're like, nah, that's
keep that out.
Right.
So, and then the targets are various.
Yes. And so guys develop a very good way of measuring distance. And what essentially they do is they can pretty accurately judge 5 yards, and then they double that, and then they triple that, and then they try to figure it out, and they get within like 10 or 15 yards.
Sure, but you know, that's a lot. And with a compound bow, that drop of 10 or 15 yards is pretty significant. Even something that's going 300 feet a second. But when you're doing with a fucking wooden arrow that you made yourself with a stone tip, like one of these bad boys. I have one here somewhere. Yeah. So like that's somebody made that. So if you make that one and then somebody else makes one right next to it, it might be 15 grains different. It might be 50 grains different.
And the aerodynamics are different. Like the flip napping is completely different.
Yeah. This thing's not very air. That's not good. That thing was plain like a motherfucker. Shot it out of really good bows.
And not to mention the stress of if I don't kill this thing, I'm either going to die or I'm not going to eat or all the other things.
And you have a 15-foot bear. Right. Oh, yeah, probably bigger. Like, what's the height of a short-faced bear or the length? Like, what is a big short-faced bear? You've seen those caves they have in, like, Missouri where they still claw marks from short-faced bears and things. Really? Oh, yeah. You can go visit, like, millions of them in Missouri where they used to let out sheep, like, in dens. Yeah, where they lived in dens and you can see their claw marks in the mud and everything else. It's amazing. 11 and 12 feet. I think they're probably a bit bigger than that because Kodiak bears are that big. Kodiak bears can get 12 feet. Do they get that big? Yeah. I mean, you can measure them squirrely because, like a lot of times they measure stuff to try to make it seem bigger. So what is the largest Kodiak bear ever killed? Let's look that up. Largest Kodiak bear. Largest Kodiak bear ever killed.
Ever recorded. There you go. Recorded the same thing.
Okay. They have it by weight. It's 1,656 pounds, which is, by the way, holy shit insane. Yeah, nearly a 1-ton bear. Yeah. That's so crazy. The hind foot measured 18 inches. Oh, God. How tall was it? How long was it? Yeah, mine's over a ton. In a zoo? Yeah. Oh my God. He might have been fat. He was fat. He might have been a short fatso. What is the longest, the largest lake? I'm pretty sure he's sitting, I think I've seen this bear. He's sitting in the Anchorage airport when we land there. Oh, is that bear? I think that's the largest bear. I've seen that. Yeah, I've seen that in Anchorage. That thing's nuts. At the airport there? Yeah. It's in like a glass case. Yeah. I'm pretty sure that's the biggest bear ever shot. Look at that one. Ever recorded 2,130 pounds. No length measurement anywhere. That's so big. That's so crazy. The short-faced bear, they don't even really know how much it weighed. They're just basing it on the bones. Yeah, right? They don't have a dead one. No. So that photo up there, that's Fred Bear with his 1962 world record Alaskan bear. Go back to that photo that you just were at before. Yeah, look at that. That's his stuffed bear. He shot that with an old bullshit bow. Yeah, look at his bow, the Reaper bow. That bow sucked. Wooden arrows. That's so crazy. He was the first like modern bow hunter. Oh, really? Yeah, I mean, he's the guy who popularized bow hunting. Fred Bear's a legend in the bow hunting world. And I mean, you gotta think, how good does life have to be where you go, let's try to do something that people used to do for guns. Yeah, just because. Yeah. It wasn't really a thing that people practiced. Right. Like, the food had to be so readily available. Yeah, we had to say, let's make it harder. Yeah, go backwards. Yeah, let's have so much food. Yeah, let's make it more difficult. Yeah. And then there's guys today that they don't like compound bows because they're too easy. Yeah, they're using recurve bow. Yeah, it's crazy. My friend Aaron Snyder, who's a world famous bow hunter, went back to using a recurve bow. Realized he was killing too many things with compound bows. But that's what happens, right? These guys master their craft when they spend all that time on it, and then they're like, how do I make the challenge harder? Also, they're competing with other world-class bow hunters. Like they're all like, who's the man? Yeah. Apparently, ego stroke. Yeah. There's a little bit of that, but that's also like that's how they get good in the first place. Like there's a weird thing about people in competition. You say competition is bad. Like, okay, are you saying that on your phone? Because how do you think you got a phone? Yeah, you got a phone because somebody's competing with other people that develop the phone. It's just a different kind of competition. I think competition is essential to human culture. It's certainly essential to progress. Yeah, and this is why socialism is never going to work. Yeah, you got to reward people. Yeah, if they're not rewarded, they're not going to work hard enough to do anything really spectacular. Why bother? So you're never going to get a laptop. Yeah, never happens. Yeah, never had a high-speed internet. Yeah, somebody has to profit wildly. Yes, for them to be enthusiastic about spending 17 hours a day making something. But that's the joy of competition paying off. Yeah, right. It's like not so much bow hunting, but if you're competitive as a person to the point that you succeed the most at developing a phone or a cup or whatever it happens to be, you win. You get paid. We just have to have regulations to make sure that those people don't run amok and then take over entire countries and become a monopoly. Yeah. What was going on with Microsoft in the 1990s? Remember all those? Remember that? No. How were they taking over? Bill Gates was maniac. But still is. But before people think of Bill Gates now, now I think COVID kind of ruined people's impressions of him. Now they think of him as a vaccine pusher. But also as a philanthrocapitalist, where he's doing philanthropy that makes millions and millions of dollars for him. Didn't he also put out that anti-protein film? Wasn't that him? Do you know what I'm talking about? I think Bill Gates' wife. Bill Gates, correct me if I'm wrong, but Bill Gates' wife is vegan, I believe, and he funded like some Netflix documentary all on how like bodybuilders get huge without protein. Are you thinking about James Cameron? Am I thinking about James Cameron? I know James Cameron's wife is vegan. I might be mixing them up. You're talking about Game Changers, the vegan documentary? Yes, with the huge jacked guy being like, I never touch protein. Yeah, it turns out the problem, I think, if you're looking at that from an ethical perspective, and you're saying factory farming is bad, I'm on your page. Totally, I'm with you. But that had an agenda. But yeah, it's a clear agenda. Also, just not accurate. Anyway, I pirated your thing on Bill Gates, though. Sorry. So the point was, during the 1990s, there was all these trials where they had these monopolistic practices. Okay, and they were buying up competition or destroying competition. Just anybody that developed any computer. Yeah, anybody that developed browsers that competed with Windows stuff. Yeah. Here's landmark 1990s trials referred to United States versus Microsoft Corporation. Massive antitrust lawsuit filed by U.S. Department of Justice in 20 states. Key elements included browser war integration, the antitrust ruling, and the appellate settlement. And so everybody in the 90s thought of him as this guy who was this like ruthless capitalist that's trying to destroy all competition. Okay. So he kind of reinvented himself. Gotcha. And the way he reinvented himself is, first of all, he donated an enormous amount of money to the So to NBC, and all these different things, hundreds of millions of dollars. Just to fluff it, basically. Kind of say, guys, I'm your buddy over here. And then he developed the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. They were really concerned with global health. Oh my God. Dude, do you know what they did fucking in the Corvassa Delta with their mosquito nets? Why would you? But, do you know what I'm talking about at all? Dude, I'm gonna go on a fucking tirade here. Okay. So the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation decided that there was too much malaria in Africa, right? Which you and I probably agree with. Malaria is bad. So what did they do? They gave all of these people living in tribal villages. I totally pirated your thing. I'm sorry, but I'm gonna go on a fucking rant here. They gave all these people living in the Forbas Delta, which is the breadbasket of the Zambezi Valley, meaning like where more fish are born. It's a nursery for fish, right? Not just there, but this is a good micro example. They gave millions of mosquito nets out to all these people to avoid malaria. Guess what the people who are starving to death did with their mosquito nets? They fished with them. They fished with them. Mosquito net has a hole that is so small that a mosquito can't get through. So guess what? These mosquito nets now indiscriminately catch tiny baby fish in areas like Cabora Bassa, where the fish go to breed and reproduce and populate. So now all of a sudden you have thousands and thousands of people that have been handed nets, that have been living one way for hundreds of thousands of years. Don't give a shit about malaria. They have their own way of dealing with malaria. They sit in smoky huts at night. They sleep with a campfire, everything else. Yes, they still get malaria, some of them, but they deal with it their own way. Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation come in, hand out millions of mosquito nets, absolutely collapse the entire population of fish that feed millions of people, because these people just take the nets and fish all the baby fish out so that those fish don't grow up to make substantial protein sources. So now, these wonderful philanthropists that have given out millions of nets have destroyed an ecosystem, crashed a fish population, and created widespread hunger for people that otherwise had plenty of resources. All because they were trying to help with their mosquito nets. It's just like it's a fucking disaster, dude. They've taken such a rich and important part of Africa, one of the most abundant freshwater fisheries in the world, and destroyed it because they're helping by handing out mosquito nets. Yeah, sorry, I told you I'd go on a rant, but it's like, it's so bad what's happened over there. And they're still giving out mosquito nets, by the way. And you literally watch these guys line up, take a mosquito net, and it never goes in their house. It goes straight to catching fish that are this big for them to eat. Sorry, I'm eating crazy. So that feels like, can you just double up the net thing and just get them other nets too? Like say, hey guys, what happens when they got the new nets? Is that what it says? Yeah. But it just totally ruined and crashed the ecosystem. It completely crashed it, and it created widespread hunger in a place that had no hunger. So now you have people with malaria and hunger. And it's like done from a place of good intent, or maybe it isn't, and I think that's where you were going, but I don't think it is. Yeah, I think it's a ruse, and I think that what a lot of it is this thing, like, we are doing philanthropy. Yeah, but then you go, oh, but you're profiting, you're making hundreds of millions of dollars from this philanthropy, right? Yeah, you're buying goodwill. And you're also on television promoting vaccines. Like, why are you, you're a guy who didn't even graduate college. Yeah, it's like, I don't even know if he made it out of high school. Like, he's a weird guy. Like, he's obviously very smart. Yeah, of course. But why? You're not a health expert. Why do you look like shit? Like, why are you promoting health? Yeah, like, this is great global health. Yeah, like, it's just a fucking weird guy, man. Yeah. The weirdest thing, have you ever seen that, you know, he was obviously friends with Jeffrey Epstein, or he had some sort of relation. Yeah, no, I didn't know that. Oh, yes, yeah, popular. Gotcha. Well known. I feel like everybody is connected to Epstein now. Like, I've lost track of it. But the craziest conversation was there was a woman asking him, did he regret his relationship with Jeffrey Epstein? And he's just trying to say the only reason why I talked to Jeffrey Epstein is Jeffrey Epstein was going to donate money to his philanthropy and all the different things that he was involved in. But it didn't work out, and I do regret it. And she said, did you, I forget what her question was, but Gates says, well, he's dead now, so there's that. Like, there's something about it, you gotta be careful. Like, it's like a weird, like, veiled threat. It's very odd, the way he answers the question. Yeah. Essentially saying, I'm reading it like you got whacked. Yeah, like, that's what I'm reading. Interesting. Weird. Like, go find that Well, you find that I was talking to some buddies about this, just like standard bro chat. If Epstein happened today, right, and you had no knowledge of the weird stuff going on the island, like you would be invited. You know what I mean? They'd be like, "Hey, Joe, they didn't invite me." Oh, really? Oh, yeah, 2017 to the island. So not specifically, but to meet Epstein. But that's what I'm saying, and I was like, what? If that happened today, some guy came to me. Oh, sorry. Yeah. That's good.
Reported at that time that you had a number of meetings with Jeffrey Epstein, who, when you met him 10 years ago, he was convicted of soliciting prostitution from minors. What did you know about him when you were meeting with him, as you said yourself, in the hopes of raising money?
I had dinners with him. I regret doing that. He had relationships with people he said, we give to global health, which is an interest I have. Not nearly enough philanthropy goes in that direction. Those meetings were a mistake. They didn't result in what he purported, and I cut them off. That goes back a long time ago now. So there's nothing new on that.
It was reported that you continued to meet with him over several years, and that, in other words, a number of meetings. What did you do when you found out about his background?
Well, I've said I regretted having those dinners, and there's absolutely nothing new on that.
Is there a lesson for you, for anyone else looking at this?
Well, he's dead, so in general, you always have to be careful. I'm very proud of what we've done in philanthropy. Very proud of the work of the foundation. Listen, first of all, the record scratch. You have billions of dollars, right? And this guy didn't give you money for years, right? And you still get money for years. You kept me, What about your money? What is he going to give you? How much does he have? Especially compared to Bill Gates. But he also probably doesn't have a fraction of what you have, right? So, if Elon started hitting me up to donate money to something, I'd be like, hey, bitch, why don't you? Do you know how much money you have? So much money. Why don't you ask that? I'm the wrong guy. He kept meeting with me for years. Yeah. For years. Trying to get me to donate. It's kind of similar, right? This is what we're talking about. He's a billionaire, right? Like hundreds of billions of dollars. So none of it makes any sense. That guy was providing a party for rich people. That's what he was doing. He was providing a way for these rich people to fucking let their hair down and have a good old time and do coke or whatever. That's all it was, really. Right? It was just like but the party had no rules, and that's what makes it. I'm just guessing. The guy who tried to get me to meet him in 2017 in LA or where? Well, I was in LA. Yeah, when he reached out to me. Epstein appeared to have drafted himself, claiming Gates had. He wrote it to himself. Right. This is an email that Epstein appears to have drafted to himself, claiming that Gates had contracted an STI from encounters with Russian girls and hid antibiotics from Melinda. Gates said the emails were never sent and are false. His spokesman called them absolutely absurd. So absurd that someone could get an STD from a Russian girl. Gates has separately admitted to affairs with 2 Russian women and with the Microsoft deployed. But says none of them connected to Epstein or his victims. Why would you keep emailing himself? He wrote on an iPad all the time apparently. That's why the typos were so bad. And he just emailed me out. Well, I mean, imagine that's your journal. But why would you do that? Why would you make up a story about a guy having STDs? I think more likely because there was a rumor, and this is an unsubstantiated rumor, that Epstein was trying to blackmail Gates with some story about a bridge player that he was having an affair with. Not Russian bridge player. I also think they intentionally flooded the internet with so much misinformation. Perhaps, but my point was, if he could have drafted that email, which was never sent, and then sent the draft to Bill Gates or showed it to him, and say, what do you think about this? Right. If you don't, shut the fuck up. Will you give me some money? How about you? You know, because there was a bunch of people that gave him a lot of money. They gave Epstein a lot of money. Oh yeah. In fact, the Victoria's Secrets guy, gave him a house. Gave him a house to control about 100% of his finances. So he wasn't gave it to him. Oh, 100% taking it, or right. He was like, I didn't know what he was doing. Wait, so did Epstein fund that house, right? Did he fund the Victoria's Secret guy to start Victoria's Secret? No. That's how he got involved after that guy's Columbus guy got. He's going to go talk to the IRS about specifically what I don't know. 1984, he was like the tax guy for that company. He was murdered in a mob style. Dude, this is why I like this podcast. I'm just like an animal nerd. I like talking about snakes, and I'm like find out about Victoria's Secret and Epstein and shit as well. I mean, it's what the human animal does. Yeah, the human animal when it's in these very controlled spaces where so let's look at it this way. So imagine you're a guy who's especially if you're a nerd, and you know you were never really good with women, high school, college, and then all of a sudden you have literally $100 billion, and you can just get prostitutes anytime you want. And I guess if you get the really high-end ones, they know how to shut the fuck up. Sure. And if you have this friend of yours who's in the Mossad, and that guy can get the best hookers, and you got a fucking island. You go to the island, it's the best. Yeah, we fly, we talk about philanthropy, we fuck. Yeah, it makes sense. I mean, that's what I was saying before. It's like you're just like, it's just a party for a bunch of dorks who can come here with a lot of money. But there's also some weird science connection with him, and that's where it's really odd. Is that he got that ranch in New Mexico so he could be close to the guys that were working at Los Alamos, who were famously not making much money. So he's around these guys, and he's talking about going into business with them and giving them this chance to make an insane amount of money. And this is what he did with Eric Weinstein. With Eric Weinstein, he contacted him, they had a meeting, and he was trying to get Eric Weinstein to do something with him, and if Eric did it, he had the potential to make an enormous amount of money. And Eric is very wise. He just didn't buy him from the start. This guy's a construct. Everything about him, he's like, he doesn't know anything about finance. Like, he was talking to him, he's like, this guy's a construct. This is not a real finance guy. Yeah. He's like, there's something going on. The wheeler and dealer. So wait, what was the science they were working on? A bunch of different physicists were connected to him. Einstein, Epstein reportedly hoped to develop super race of humans with his DNA. Wow. What is that from? That's New York Times. I got it from one of the articles. Oh my god. That is crazy. But he had a bunch of relationships with some very impressive scientists and physicists. And also oddly connected to the whole UAP world. The whole Los Alamos thing's weird because the thing is that he, by buying that ranch in New Mexico, put him close to Los Alamos, which was in New Mexico, and then he had access to all these scientists that were famously underpaid. Right? So these guys were not making much money. And he was this incredibly wealthy guy. No way anybody could ever rationally ever. Yeah, it was all weird. And you know, and who knows what he was trying to get them to do.
He was probably just one of those guys. I mean, you never ended up meeting him, but he was probably just incredibly likable as a con man. Do you know what I mean? You probably sat in a room with him, and you're like, wow, this guy's really great. Like, maybe I should give him some money. Maybe I should, like, what a cool guy. And he's just a dirtbag under the, under the veil.
Respectfully, but maybe also, if you have a bunch of really hot Russian chicks that are hanging out with you, that'll do it. You don't need to be that charming. That's so true. It's so true. You're a billionaire with a bunch of hot Russian. Yeah. And then there's a bunch of people that are willing to hang out with billionaires just because I've seen it where people just get hammered by the fact that someone's insanely wealthy and want to go to the party at their house. But all those people do is work like crazy. You know what I mean? They're not fun. I mean, I don't know that many. Well, he was. That's true. That guy partied hard. Yeah, good point. Good point. Yeah, to be a billionaire, in most cases, what you have to do is be insanely driven. Yeah. You got to work 20 hours a day. And give up all the other things. Yeah, you give up all your time. That becomes your whole life. Yeah. But I think that's also why they wanted a guy like that could provide them This is how Eric Weinstein described it. He said that he provided an experience. Yeah, that was his, and I think he's right. I think that makes sense. So, I mean, my one and only billionaire friend is that Anonymous, that Indian guy I was mentioning. I think it's so cool he's built this gigantic wildlife rescue. That is pretty dope. Because that's a great thing to do with money. He's just like, he's a nerd like me, and if he hears this, he's gonna be like, thanks a lot. But like, he's just an animal nerd. You know what I mean? He's gonna be like, he just loves animals and conservation. And he's like, I have generational wealth that my, it came from his family. His family's like 5th or 6th generation of having huge industry. And he's like, okay, so with my excess money, I'm gonna rescue animals instead of do other. That's very cool. That's very cool. I mean, for me, it's amazing. Yeah, I mean, there's nothing wrong with space race stuff too. It's all fascinating. No, but it's just. And I get it from a perspective of people who think there's not enough money in the world, and then why do these people have so much money, and they should give all their money away. It's like, okay, but you could do that all the way down to like $100,000 a year if you really wanted to do it, especially when you compare yourself to everyone else in the world. That's right. We're in just living in this country alone, we're in the 1%. Yeah, most people, I think 1% of the world, we looked this up, it's like $50,000-$60,000. If you make more than that, you're right, 1% of Earth. Right, and that's the majority of people in the United States. Yeah, it's crazy. So like, they're barely getting by in America, and you're in the 1% of the world. Exactly. Yeah, which is wild. It's wild. It really is. Yeah. We're the weird animals. You should study us. I should. Well, I learned a lot today, I'll tell you what. Yeah, but we're not fun. Like, you study us and you go, oh, God, what are they fucking doing? Whereas you study animals, you're like, oh, fucking cool. They're way cooler. They're way more interesting. More teeth, more claws, more slithering. But it's also just the fact that there's so much variety and that they are real. And that some of them are so strange. How about that new monkey that just found in the Congo? With the lipstick. Crazy. His orange mouth. Yeah, it looks like you see like one of them freeze pops. Yeah, exactly. Like your kid after, 100 years. It's so cool. And new primate species coming out still. Like, I love that. I think it's so great. Do you believe in the Bondo ape? Do you think that thing is... yes and no. Like, there's probably likely a group of chimpanzees, do you know what I mean, that just are more aggressive, that are a social construct, and are larger. But it doesn't mean that it's like this, because they have the whole thing about them being lion-killing apes and all this other stuff. There's probably a family troop, a group. They're in war now. Have you read about this? Yeah. So I think that's the Bondo ape is real in the sense that there is probably an isolated larger group of chimps that just act like chimps. The thing about this chimp though is that their skulls are different. Yeah, the cranial ridge. Yeah. Makes sense. Things with stronger jaw muscles have a cranial ridge. You see it in hyenas. You see it in things like that. Gorillas. Yeah, exactly. Just more surface area for the muscle to attach to, basically. It's just that would be so fascinating to find those things. And that's what, that Carl Armand guy spent his whole life hunting, reading rumors. But at least he got some photos, unlike that poor fucker that was looking for the sloth. Yeah, still trying. Yeah, like he got some camera trap photos. And they were bipedal in the photos, right? So a lot of which chimps are. They'll walk on hind legs and stuff. Yeah, it's pretty cool. It is pretty cool. And then there's a photo of the one that they killed that was at the airport. Did you see that one? I don't think so. Oh, it's crazy. At the airport. Yeah, there's a small airport, and they killed this one enormous chimpanzee. So there's just two guys that are standing with it. It's hard to tell how big the guys are, but normal sized human beings, that's the biggest fucking chimpanzee I've ever seen in my life. Look at that thing. They're amazing. Look at that. I mean, the guy's, you can tell by perspective that the guy's, he's got his hand on it, so he's right behind him. Yeah, it's not a forced perspective. And his arm is not extended, so it's not fake. Yeah, and that chimpanzee was way bigger than him. Way bigger. Yeah, it's amazing. So they think that is one of them. Yeah. Yeah, like I said, I think it's real in the sense, this famous photo. See, but that one just to me looks like a chimpanzee. That just looks like a big chimp. Yeah. Where the one that's sitting down, that looks way bigger than those guys. The size of its head is fucking enormous. Do you know that there's one river where, I'm trying to remember exactly how this works, but basically there's one area where the rivers collide, where the chimps and the gorillas go into conflict with each other over this one river spot. You know what I'm talking about? Have you ever heard about this? Yeah, it's really interesting. So somewhere in the Congo, there's this particular river, I think it's called the Cross River, Can't remember now. And it's an area that the chimps will come on one side and the gorillas will come down on the other, and they'll like throw stuff at each other across the river, and like it's like a whole thing that it's been documented. These guys there's sort of these like two clans of great apes that come and communicate across the river and throw rocks and like show off to each other, and then they kind of go back into the jungle. But it's been seen in this one particular river several times. Wow. Yeah. It's like the real Planet of the Apes.
What are the chimp wars? Are they fighting over food, territory?
Unless I'm mistaken, it's relatively unknown, but it's sort of a social construct. So if you think of humans, for example, once our population gets too large and we have too many men and not enough women to fight, right? We've seen that throughout history, Roman times, Mongolian times, you name it. So there was one troop of chimps that all lived together in relative harmony, and then two leaders basically sprung up, and there was a lack of enough females. And so all of a sudden this clan divided into two clans, and now they're in constant war with each other. Like they live in the same relative territory, but they'll come into contact with each other and go to war over who's going to be the leader of the alpha troop, the mega troop. And it's been going for maybe a year or 2 years now. Yeah. But how human is that? So human. Like to be like, okay, we're all part of this group. Like you and I don't like each other now. Like this is my side, that's your side. We're gonna fuck each other up.
Study highlights friends with benefits relationship between gorillas and chimps. What? They're fucking each other?
No, it's what? Younger ones hanging out. It's probably in the same area of the meeting. Yeah. I think this is that river.
Yeah, but friends with benefits. Generally, benefits are. I was looking for wording that got to where you're getting at. But you don't really say that with like why do you go to dinner with Bob? Well, we're friends with benefits. Oh, you're fucking Bob?
Yeah.
Why'd you start fucking Bob, man?
No, we just like fix. Both of us, yeah.
The champion beating their chests. They're mimicking each other. I'm sure you've seen that one documentary. I think it's called Relentless Enemies, where there's a particular pride of lions that grew enormous because they're only water buffaloes. They got trapped on an island. Yeah, river change paths.
Yeah. I remember what you're talking about. I don't know the documentary, but yeah, they're eating Cape buffalo.
Yeah,
exclusively. Yeah. And the lions are just getting bigger and beefier, and they're all fat. And it's pretty cool.
Well, they have to get bigger. The females are doing all the killing, so they're as big as male lions. The other places.
Yeah, they're jacked, and they don't have a choice. Because otherwise they're going to die while trying to hunt the Cape buffalo.
Right, but so we're watching natural selection in real time because they just keep getting bigger and stronger.
Yep.
Like these fucking buffalo are enormous, man. They're jumping on these things, hanging on them, trying to drag them down the ground.
The Black Death. That's what they call the Cape buffalo.
Yeah, those motherfuckers are so scary.
So mean. So scary. Yeah, and they'll charge so unprovoked. Like they'll just turn and come anytime. But it's crazy how you have that insular dwarfism and insular gigantism throughout animals, no matter, animals stuck on an island, they're either going to get big or they're going to get small.
Well, lizards usually get big on an island, right?
Or tortoises, right? The Galapagos or the Seychelles, yeah.
Why? Why do they get big?
No predators, unlimited resources. Yeah. So all of a sudden, you're a little tortoise that's this big, and every time you get to this big, something spots you from the air and eats you, or whatever it happens to be. But now you're stuck on an island with all the grass and fruit you could ever eat, and nobody wants to eat you, so you just get bigger and bigger to outlook each other.
Face. Imagine that's the only thing you can eat. Something 3 times bigger than you.
That kills a lot of lions, by the way. Yeah.
Well, you kick you in the face, you're trying to take them out, and then that's it. Your jaw's broken, you'll never eat again. Yep. And you starve to death slowly.
I love the little cub there covered in blood. Look at that.
It's a really cool documentary. Yeah. It seems so weird when you're looking at the size of the females. They just look exaggerated to the point where they look fake. Yeah, Hulk lions. Very cool.
Very, very cool.
Nature is such a wild thing, man. I mean, such an amazing, fascinating, endless resource of just cool shit to see.
And our understanding of it changes all the time. Every animal theory we've ever had evolves and changes as we learn more. Which is what makes it so fun, so dynamic. It's not a static thing.
Well, it's just crazy that we keep finding things like the new primate. Well, see, find that little new monkey that they found with the orange lips. He's really cool. He's in the Congo. Well, the Congo's another place. It's like, what? Yeah. I'm sure you've seen that BBC documentary on the Congo from the early 2000s. But look at him. Weird looking guy. So cool. So strange. There's a few lost primates out there too, like species that you've seen once or twice that have never been seen since. Like what? Miss Waldron's red colobus is one that comes to mind. It's called Miss Waldron's. I think it's called Waldron's red colobus, but it's a colobus monkey. There's like 3 or 4 museum specimens and no live specimens. Yeah. Really? There's a few of those. Yeah. Oh, Miss Waldron's red colobus. Why the fuck Miss Waldron? I don't know. Who's that lady? Good question. What are you going to do with this monkey lady? West Africa, previously described as subspecies. Not been cited since. Oh, I saw it for a second. And what's crazy is a lot of these animals, especially like these primates, and essentially anything that looks like Congo, is in a place that's so scary and so dangerous to visit. Yeah, there's not a lot of research being done. Well, that's always what I tell people when they're like, oh, well, find these animals, find that animals. Nobody's looking. It's too hard. The local people know they're there. Like these lost species are species that the people that hunt and eat them know they're there, but they have no communication with the outside of the scientific world. And, for you or I to go into that part of the Congo is probably a death sentence. Yeah. But there's a lot of cool stuff out there. Are there any other animals that might be real that people think that we've seen? As far as like cryptids, it'll be real. Weird ones. Like the giant sloth or something like that. I mean, there's that whole like the dinosaur in the Congo thing that people always talk about. It's silly. It's not real. I mean, I kind of think it's any. I think like James Show went with that. Yeah. Actually, that's one of your pods that I watched the whole thing. He was talking about that. James crazy. Yeah. I can't think of any, but it's those rumors like. There's sloth, we've seen it. There's an Asian unicorn, we've seen it. That if people don't follow it, you never know. It's like you can absolutely be the tinfoil hat guy, like I can be with the thylacine. But if you give up and don't look, we never really know. And it's gonna be. It'll probably be in a place like the Amazon or like the Congo, so enormous. But like isn't the Congo as wide as contiguous North America? The country or the river? I think the country of the Congo, the jungle of the Congo, I think is almost as big as America. I did not know it was that large. It's huge. If you see, because the United States is closed on Africa, you're like, oh my god, the continent of Africa is enormous. Well, that's what's squirrely about maps, right? Especially the globe, like everything's so distorted. Yeah, which I don't understand why they do that. No. I've never had that explained to me in a way that like, oh, I get it. Or timelines. Have you ever looked at how like timelines are drawn on the globe? Like the time zones. Right. It's so weird. It's so wiggly jigsaw puzzle, and you're like, why is that island in this time zone that's 3 slots over? Like it makes no sense to me. Yeah. But like, see if you can find the size of the Congo. Like if you see the size of the Congo versus, I think it's almost as big as the United States. That's crazy. I didn't realize that. It's the same. Yeah, there are these. There's so many of these incredible remote areas, thousands of miles wide. Okay. So if you took that and you shoved it, why does it? Put it over right. The bottom one. That's a better one. Bottom one. That one's better. So not quite. Yeah, but it's still enormous. Yeah, it's like 35%. Yeah. And there's more political unrest there now, which means stuff shuts down. I mean, that's crazy. That's an enormous piece of. Look how big that is. Yeah, you get all of India, all of Eastern Europe, the United States, China, fucking crazy. France, Spain. Look at that. It's a big place. And the cradle of civilization. Yep. The cradle of humanity. And then also Egypt. That's also part of Africa. You know about the eclipse coming up there? What? Biggest one in history, 2027. Yeah. So in 2027, I want to say April, there'll be a 6-minute total blackout in Egypt. It'll be the longest one in 100-something, or maybe 80-something years. Over the Red Sea in Egypt. Oh, that's really cool. Can you imagine the aliens? That's what I'm saying, dude. Can you imagine being at the pyramids and seeing a 6-minute 22-second? That's what it's gonna look like. And it's in a place that never has fucking clouds. So you're gonna see it. I mean, they do, but not that time of year. So
Yeah,
total solar eclipse for 6.5 minutes. So we had one here. 2 years ago. Yeah, 2 years ago. It was really cool. How long did that last? I was not that long, but a couple of minutes. What was really cool about it though was that all the animals got oddly silent before it happened. Yeah, it was really weird.
Like they know something's
happening. Yeah, so we were outside waiting for it, and as the eclipse starts taking place, everything quiet. Yeah, it was really wild. So great. And then while it's happening, it's like, whoa, and you imagine living like thousands of years before anybody understood what the fuck was going on. And thinking like some wild, magical moment had happened, and we entered into a new timeline. Or something. Yeah, you have all crazy theories.
Like, grab somebody, we gotta sacrifice them right away. Something's going on here. Yeah, cut their heart out. Yeah, straight away.
It's like so weird that the sun and the moon are the exact right distance that when they cross, the moon just completely outlines just fills in everything. Yeah, but the light around the outside of the edges. Like how is it perfectly sized like that?
Have you seen? Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, it's an incredible coincidence that it's the right distance and the right size. Because obviously the moon is so much smaller than the sun. Yeah, but perfectly distance the scale so that when the sun and the moon is there, it's like boom, it's like the right size, not like half of it. Yeah, it's perfect. Yeah, perfect. It just sits right in there.
Yeah, it's like an Oreo and the cream. It's amazing.
The really screwball theories are that the moon's fake.
I've never heard that one.
The panda fake has nothing on the moon being fake.
The moon is fake.
Yeah, they think the moon is artificial, and then it was like put here by aliens, and it's hollow.
You're kidding.
Oh, no. That's a good one. And that it was put here in order to sustain life on Earth, to give us a stable orbit.
I mean,
it does do that. It does do that. Yeah. And imagine like how fragile life is. Like we're really concerned about climate change. Oh my God, climate change. Well, guess what? If the fucking moon wasn't there, you'd be doomed.
Oh, that's just nothing.
There's no way. You need a big moon to
control all of our oceans and
a quarter of the size of the Earth. Yeah, it's a weird moon. Yeah, like I don't think there's another moon in our entire solar system that's comparable. In terms of like the size and the relationship to the other planet. I think it's way bigger than every other moon. Let's find that out.
Is that what formulates the conspiracy theories that was brought in?
Oh yeah. Interesting. There's also, we did some sort of experiment. We shot something at the moon and it rang like a bell for a long time, which is really weird. That's why it echoed like way longer than we thought. Of course, they didn't know what it would do. Yeah, never done it before, right? They don't even know it. The fifth largest moon in the solar system, with a diameter of the width of the continuous while it's dwarfed by Jupiter and Saturn's largest moons. It's uniquely massive compared to its parent planet. Yeah, that's what it is. Making the Earth-Moon system more like a double planet. Yeah, so in relationship to the planet, like, it's... So Jupiter and Saturn have huge moons, but Jupiter obviously is massive, way bigger than us. Yeah. When you look at the size of Jupiter in comparison to the size of Earth,
so it's the scale of the moon interesting. That is a wild conspiracy theory. Imagine just being the guy who's like, you know what? Why don't we shoot at the moon? Let's give that a whirl, see what happens.
Yeah, they did something. I think, I don't know what they shot it with. I think they sent a rocket to the moon just to measure the sound, to see what would happen. And it was odd. They found it was odd the way it rang. It rang like a bell. But it's like they've never done that before. Also, who knows what the fucking center of the moon's made out of?
Yeah, who knows where it hit it? Yeah, totally.
Maybe it's weird. It got some caves in there. It's hollow. Apollo experiments and the ringing effect. The phrase "moon rang like a bell" comes from Apollo 12. In 1969 November, NASA deliberately crashed the lunar module's ascent stage onto the moon. Seismometers recorded a long-lasting vibrations for nearly an hour. This description is a metaphor for how dry, cold lunar rock reverberates without water to damage the shock. Interesting. Yeah. But retards and dorks say, oh, it's hollow, it's made by aliens. And there's also people that think that, there's stuff there. Like there's some
the cities on the moon and all that. Yeah, facade that we can't see. Yeah. man bases. Reddit's a wild place, huh? This is not even Reddit. This is like you gotta go to like weird message boards. Crazy people go. Deep crazy. Yeah. What's that? Hollow Moon. There, the Hollow Moon, closely related to Spaceship Moon. That's the one. Our pseudo-scientific hypothesis that proposed the Earth's moon is either wholly hollow or otherwise contains a substantial interior space. No scientific evidence exists to support the idea. Let's go to Spaceship Moon. That seems even more interesting. Yeah, Spaceship Moon. Come on, baby. All these pseudo-scientific. The moon spaceship includes historical. Oh no. Spaceship moon theory. Try that theory. A pseudo-scientific hypothesis proposing that Earth's moon is an artificial, hollowed-out satellite constructed by an alien civilization. Oh boy! See, it's like the Death Star. There you go, bro. Well, you need to get into like space is fake. That's even better. Space is fake. It's popularized in 1970 by two Soviet scientists, Mikhail Vasin and Alexander. How about that word? Yep. Shcherbakov. Who suggested the moon was reinforced by an armored titanium hull to survive impacts. Oh, man. People need more to do. No, they don't. You like this? I love it. I love the cookier the better. Yeah. Like hashtag space is fake is one of my favorite things to look up. Because there's a whole community of people out there that think space is fake. But I also think that a lot of these people, what you're getting is there's been some people who develop fake theories in order to see if people bite. And then they put them out there, like on Reddit or somewhere on 4chan. 4chan's a great place or something like that. He's got a lot of schizophrenics that like to visit those places. And they'll put it out there and see people run with it. And then they'll do it to see if just for fun. And you get to your community. Right? It's like, oh yeah, I have this group of flat earthers that I hang out with on Saturdays, and we talk about how the Earth's not round. You know what I mean? It's like I made my own lunatic community. Yeah, there you go. Unfuck guys. Yeah, unfuckable white guys looking for cryptids. Something to do. Are there any other cryptids that are even remotely interesting? To me, not really. I mean, I always enjoy the fun of it, like when we chat about it, but as far as like the reality of it, I don't think so. You know, I know it's a boring answer, but I think that well, you would know. I mean, that's why I'm asking you. Yeah, you're a guy who actually goes to these places. I mean, goes looking for stuff. I love when you hear about something like a burrowing snake, and everybody's like, that's not real, it doesn't exist, and then turns out somebody finds this weird snake. It's not really a cryptid, but it's something that nobody's been looking for, because why would you, right? Nobody's digging in the earth in the center of the Congo to find a mud snake, you know, or whatever it happens to be. And I think those are the things that they end up being cryptids in small communities. You know, like you hear from the village about the snake. I'm making snake up, but about the snake that lives under the mud and only bites when people dig their crops or whatever it happens to be. And it creates this generational legend that becomes a cryptid. But the truth is, there is a snake that lives under the crops in the mud. It's just nobody ever goes looking for it, because why would you? Well, there is some weird arrogance that we have in 2026, because we have uncovered so much in comparison to people that lived 200 or 300 years ago. Oh, then we have this maybe arrogant assumption that we have an accurate audit of all the animals on the planet. And it's such a human thing to do, is to be like, we've quantified it all, we have the answers. You know, it's like, we put a finite on something. And then you have all these guys, like especially in the scientific community, which is, that's a whole story for itself, but they're now like, okay, I need funding, so I'm going to speciate a bunch of stuff. So I'm going to go look at 4 things that are exactly the same, except one lives on one side of the creek and one lives on the other, and now I'm going to make it its own species, because that'll fund more work for me. So now you have this speciation race. Yeah, there's no gatekeeping on that, where someone goes, hey... I mean, there are certain criteria that you have to meet, but they're pretty easy to meet. You know what I mean? You have to say it looks different, it has some kind of genetic anomaly, it has some kind of physical anomaly, there's a population of it. Okay, now I've named my own species, and that makes noise, and I can publish a paper, and now my research is funded. And it's just like, it's not, you know, is it a species? Do we need this one frog to be split into 4 different groups because they live on 4 different patches of the mountain? Not really. And it sort of lessens the conservation for that frog in general, because now all of a sudden it's like, well, there's 4 different kinds of them, so who cares if one of them gets extinct? You know what I mean? So it's sort of like, it's a weird thing that's going on in the sciences where there's this race to do speciation and pull apart everything into more and more and more, and then it sort of lessens the value of them, in my opinion.
That's interesting. So there's this reward thing that happens that encourages people to do these things.
Dude, I'm writing a whole book on this right now. It's coming out next year, because it's just the scientific system in wildlife and conservation is so broken. Because it's very, first of all, if you're an animal guy, you're probably not a great people person to begin with, right? Myself included. You're not a bad people person. Thanks. But for the most part, the people that get into the sciences probably don't have the best. Yeah, they're awkward. They don't have the best human social skills, right? So then those people become professors and heads of parties and academics and all these things. And again, I'm generalizing. There are great people that I work with too, but just a picture of the system. So now you have all these socially awkward, somewhat introverted people studying animals. Now there's a tiny little resource pool of money. And everybody that's socially awkward, that's already somewhat arrogant because they've made it to the top of their field or close to the top of their field, is competing for this tiny little pool of money. So now they're putting out anything that's headline worthy. And a headline worthy could be as simple as speciating a frog on a mountain, or it could be discovering something. But basically you have to just publish something to show that you are accomplishing something, to then pull from that tiny little pool of money. So now a system like say you, me, and Jamie here should all be working towards saving this guy right here, this metal chimpanzee. Well, we're not. We're all fighting because there's this tiny little pool of money that we all want, and we're all saying that each other are wrong because we need to prove that we're right, so that we're funded because all 3 of us can't be funded to save that species. Does that make sense? So now we're all fighting each other to save the thing that we all care about because the resource pool.
So what's the solution to that?
Well, it needs to become more mainstream. And I think there's a lot of bullshit science, to be honest with you. Like, there's a lot of this speciation and publishing and all this stuff that's just sort of making noise that isn't really helping. And I think the solution is, well, one, once it becomes more mainstream, here's the short answer. Conservation is incredibly easy to measure. We try and make it very difficult and complicated. Are there animals now? After your work, are there more? Have you fixed the problem? That's all conservation is, right? Are there more or less than when you started? If when you started there are less and now there are more, and this is very black and white, and every system is different, but if you had 1,000 frogs, and then you worked on the project and now you have 2,000 frogs, you're doing conservation right, as long as the ecosystem supports, as long as the prey is there, blah, blah, blah. That's all conservation is. We try and make it so complicated and so in-depth and require all these papers and this publishing and this information that is sort of an information overload that the common person doesn't care about. I mean, when's the last time you read a paper on frogs? Probably never, right? Me neither, because they're boring, because I don't want to care about it. But I would care if you just came out and said, look, these frogs need a home. We're going to fight chytrid fungus, which is this big widespread fungus that's killing all amphibians, by building frog hotels. And if we build, which are these little brick hotel things that frogs go into incubate to kill fungus. And if we build enough frog hotels, then there's going to be more frogs. That's good conservation. So instead of fighting over that, make that popular and mainstream. Don't make it so complicated so that nobody understands it. I'm not saying don't publish papers and things. Those still very much so have their place and they're important. But focus on the messaging to the common person so that the common person now cares. Then there becomes more funding and resources. Then we don't all have to fight over this tiny little pool of resources to publish things that aren't actually accomplishing things.
Well, this is actually the value of getting into a crocodile cage. That's right, because you get people that are actually interested in animals. And that's why I do YouTube. That's why I do all these things. I hope that it helps people care. I don't need to get funded by it. Like, it's great when my YouTube does well and I make money, but like, I just want people to care about these things. If you care about them, then that resource pool widens. Yeah. Well, you gotta make things interesting to people, right? And this is where, like, David Attenborough was so amazing. Absolutely, right? Because he developed these documentaries, and the voice that he had explaining these things live. Like, he was the first guy to document chimpanzees eating lunch. Yeah. I remember that. Incredible. All this stuff. The goat, literally. But you kind of that's another thing about being a wildlife biologist. You kind of have to get your hands dirty. You have to. You got to get in there.
And the other part of the system that's so broken is a lot of these world-beating experts have never touched, seen anything with a living one of these animals. I worked with a person, and I don't want to say her name, she's a lovely person, who's a world-beating expert on a certain type of shark. And we're like, great, you're the world's leading authority, you're perfect to come with us on this trip to study these sharks. We fly to the opposite side of the planet. I don't want to give too many details, it's not fair to her, she's a very nice person. We fly to the opposite side of the planet. She's published 50 papers on this species of shark. We get there, and I'm like, all right, day one, let's gear up, let's hop in the water and look for this thing. She's like, I don't know how to swim. Like, what do you mean? She's like, I've never been in the ocean before. Like, you're the world's leading authority on this type of shark. And she's like, yeah, I don't dive, I don't snorkel, I don't know how to swim. I'm like, well, how are you the world's leading authority on the shark? She's like, well, I've never seen one alive. I've dissected them, I've published all these papers, I can tell you about the tooth count, but I've actually never seen one alive. Like, you're the world's leading authority, and you've never seen one of these animals alive to study it. The guy who fishes and eats it in the village next door isn't more of an authority than this person. Do you know what I mean? Right. But that's the scientific process. The world's leading authority because they publish the most papers on something that sits in a pickle jar.
Do you think that is an absolute requirement, though? Like, you have to have some sort of physical contact with the world that they live in?
I think you have to have observational knowledge. You don't have to have physical contact. Like, you shouldn't have physical contact with wild chimpanzees. They'll rip your arm.
Right, but I mean the world they live in.
Yes, I do. I think it should be a requirement. I think if you're going to be considered an authority on that thing, you have to have observational data as well as scientific data. You can't just live in a world where you're like, I've studied them in pickle jars and I can tell you everything about them.
Well, to me, that was like one of the most fascinating aspects of Chimp Nation. You know, that these scientists had been embedded with these particular chimpanzees for more than 20 years.
That's science. Yeah, that is science. That means you're sitting there, and that's why the best scientists are the guys that hunt and fish and spend their life surrounded by these animals that will never once be credited as scientists. Because all they do is study the behavior of the animal. And I'm with you. Like, that's the real deal. 20 years watching a troop of chimps, learning their behavior, understanding their social dynamic. I'm not saying you shouldn't also cut one open and measure its canines. You should when you get a dead one. But that doesn't make you an authority on it. Right, in my opinion.
Well, that was the thing about that particular documentary and those particular scientists was it's so unusual that they had this long history with these chimpanzees that lived and died and raised new chimps around these people. And as long as they follow this protocol, stay within, 20 yards, at least 20 yards away from them, never have food around them, don't look them in the eyes. You're good. Yep. And you got insane footage because of that.
Yeah, because there's a mutual respect. Right. Like, they've learned to appreciate each other, and you can't do that with every animal. Like, it doesn't matter how many years you spend sitting watching a crocodile, they'll still eat you first chance it gets. But you've earned a mutual respect with a highly intelligent creature. That, to me, as a field biologist, is science.
Well, if not a respect, at the very least, you become a part of their world to the point where
they don't think of you as being an anomaly.
That's right.
So they act normal.
Yep.
Where they're not weirded out. Like, if you just show up out of nowhere and you're wearing a spacesuit, the monkey's gonna go, hey.
This new thing. But if there's always people with spacesuits around, they never bother them. They go, oh, it's just the spacesuit guy.
Normal. I'm just going to go eat my bananas like normal.
It's the same as seeing, an impala and a wildebeest hang out together at a watering hole. They're used to each other. They know they're not threats to each other. But you or I walk up and both of their ears perk up and they sprint in different directions. Yeah, like, you can have that time put in to make things calm. It's amazing.
But, I mean, has there ever been anything other than Chimp Nation where they did that effectively?
I mean, the Grizzly Man sure tried.
It didn't work out so well.
Didn't end well.
Or did it?
Yeah.
It probably ended the way he wanted it to, honestly.
There's no way he could have wanted to go out any other way.
I think that was suicide by bear.
Yeah. You think?
I also think it was Werner Herzog's attempt at comedy.
You think?
Yeah. There's something about the way he edited it where I'm like, this guy's fucking with us. Because there's one time where he's talking about the sheriff, and they asked the sheriff, like, what do you thought of him? And the sheriff goes, well, I thought he was retarded. And then they smash cut to something else. I'm like, you're trying to make me laugh, Werner.
It's pretty funny, though.
I've wanted to try to get him on the podcast, and that's going to be one of and he probably never answer, honestly, because it'd probably be disrespectful to Timothy Treadwell and
you got to get him though.
I would love to get him on just because
Yeah.
I think he's amazing.
Yeah.
And also his documentary Happy People, Life in the Taiga is one of my favorite documentaries of all time.
Oh, really? I don't know it. It's good.
It's all about these people that live in Siberia.
Huh.
And they have like no mental illness. And all they do is they live a subsistence lifestyle. They're just hunting and fishing and trapping, and they ride around on snowmobiles, and they make these huts, and they live up there with their dogs. And they have these extended periods of time where they're alone.
Yeah.
And all they're doing is like taking their snowmobiles to different traps and gathering wood for fire and fish to eat. And they're all happy. And they're drinking and laughing, and they're like, it's weird because he documents it, and it's called Happy People. That's what the documentary is called. And it's like with his, like, the way he describes these people living in Siberia.
Nice Siberia.
Fucking amazing.
Oh, that's cool.
It's really amazing. It's an amazing documentary. I think he's incredible.
I have said forever, look, mental illness is a real thing. I'm not going to pretend it's not. But if you spend a lot of time outside and in nature, and especially by yourself, the noise goes away. I don't care who you are. I don't care what your history is, drug history, anything. When you're much more present when you're alone in nature.
Yeah.
And mental illness, I have no
experience in this. This is just opinion. But mental illness comes from when you're wrapped up in your own being.
Right? When you're thinking about all the problems and this, that, and the other thing.
To think about your surroundings and what you're doing. And you don't
have time to sit and manifest on these things that create depression and anxiety and all of those types of things.
There's also no comparison. You're not comparing yourself to anyone else because you're living in a community that are a subsistence lifestyle people.
Right.
All these people are doing the same thing you're doing.
Yep.
What are you going to do? You're going to have the biggest fish? Like, nobody gives a fuck.
Nobody cares.
It's all hunting, fishing,
That's right.
living off the land.
That's
and
right.
They all do it. And they're all like sharing and drinking together and having fun.
Great.
And it's really wild when you watch it. You go, well, God, boiled down to like the most simplistic, community-driven ways that people exist like this. Like, seems to be the best way for people to live.
But like you said earlier, you have to have both sides, right, of the coin. It's like the red and blue in Texas because you have to have innovators and overthinkers and workers or it wouldn't be a society.
And by the way, they wouldn't exist because they use snowmobiles and not one of those motherfuckers is going to invent a snowmobile.
Exactly. So you got to have the red and the blue. You got to have both sides. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's awesome.
Well, hey, brother, it's always good to talk to you. This was really fun.
Really fun.
What is this? You and the crocodile thing?
Here it is.
Oh my God, dude! You didn't tell me you put meat all around the outside of it.
Told you I was an idiot. Look at this. We made that cage, by the way, and I am no engineer.
Oh my God, that cave looks so flimsy.
That
thing looks so flimsy, and you're just hanging by a thread.
Literally, like this cable that we sourced from a village and hoped it would hold up. I mean, we tested it as far as put some rocks in it and tested it in empty cage. But
dude, this is a terrible idea.
It was dumb. It was dumb.
Look at these things doing death rolls.
But people are going to watch this, Joe, and they're going to learn about crocodiles.
Great thing you filmed it.
Right?
God, man. That's insane.
It was fun.
That cage looks way too flimsy. Don't do that again.
I'm not doing it again, I promise. Yeah.
Tell people how they can see that, where they can find all your stuff.
Dude, it's Shark Week. We got an awesome show coming out this week. Alien Sharks Untamed America, looking at some incredible sharks, celebrating America's birthday, our craziest, weirdest sharks.
How long has Shark Week has been going on since the 80s?
39 years old, same age as me. Yeah. It's been around my whole life.
That is so crazy.
Yeah, it's an institution.
Wow.
Plus, we got the YouTube channel. That's where I'm doing most of my stuff now. I hope people check that out. I know you watch some videos.
Yes,
I've heard you comment. I appreciate that.
Well, I appreciate you. I appreciate you doing that stuff, man.
Thanks for having me, dude.
Always
My
a pleasure.
blast.
Always great to see you.
Yeah,
all right. Bye, everybody.
See ya.
So who the hell's car chasing you off the road?
Oh, that was brutal.
It was brutal. I mean, I imagine, but like, what? Give me some context here.
So, you know, I think like when we first chatted, you and I talked about how I don't want to do human trafficking stories and stuff like that. And then I broke that baby trafficking story last year.
Yeah.
And then, and as scary as that was, there was this like realization that those stories are extremely important. And then when I went to Mencho's cabins, I found those pictures of those women that they tried to burn in the barbecue. And so then I had someone reach out to me and can you please stop struggling? That is so distracting.
Relax.
Fuck.
Just keep going.
Oh my God.
You're on one today. I'm going to keep struggling now just for you, but go ahead.
This is why people comment that I'm mean to you. So anyways, I then get a tip being like, hey, this story was published and there's this problem about women from central Mexico being sex trafficked into border towns and into the States, into Houston, into New York. And so I start setting some stuff up and I go to Tlaxcala, Mexico, which is like the most unknown state in Mexico. It's Tlaxcala. And it's like it was like a 2-hour drive, I think, outside of Mexico City. So I go there. And the plan is to talk to women who have been trafficked or were targeted by traffickers and also speak to a trafficker. And a lot of this, it's like kind of outside cartel territory because for the most part, these trafficking organizations, so to speak, are actually family generations. It's family units that are doing this. So like dad, son, uncles, grandfather, like all of them. And then they are the ones recruiting and trafficking the women.
But they are operating on territories that cartels control. There's no way they're doing that.
Well, yeah, of course. But that's like anything with Mexico. But these are, it's not like, oh, these guys that I'm meeting with are like CG&G.
Right.
They are just generations of families.
And paying a tax up.
Likely.
CJ&G protects it, if you will.
Well, because CJ&G profits off of human trafficking, like heavily, more than really any other cartel. But yeah, these guys aren't, they're not also like trafficking drugs and doing this. They are pro traffickers, human traffickers. And so when I go to Tlaxcala, I have all these interviews set up. And also because the governor of Tlaxcala, who's a woman, vehemently denies that there is any sex trafficking happening, like at all.
Hey guys, 3 quick things. Number 1, if you haven't subscribed, please subscribe. It's a huge, huge help. Number 2, if you'd like to join my Patreon for early uncensored releases of the full episodes, you can join via the link in my description or in the pinned comment below. And number 3, if you'd like to join my clipping community for a chance to make content from the show and make money, you can join via the Discord link in my description below.
And so
this is where it is right here?
Yeah.
Okay.
Really small. And so we get there and how do I say this politely? I hired someone who will never be getting hired by me ever again, who said, hey, I can set you up with this sex trafficking family and they do this and blah, blah, blah. We go to this really small town where, so one thing that I had heard of, but I'd never encountered it until now, is that there are small towns in Mexico that if you are putting your nose in the wrong place or they don't want you being there, you're an outsider, you get lynched. And they have
lynched.
Yes. And they have signs that are like, if you don't belong here, we will lynch you. Like, aquí linchamos. They
say it.
Yes.
That's nice of them.
No, it's a warning, right?
Yeah. No excuses, you know.
No, so when we get to this house and I see that sign, I'm kind of like, haha, like not taking it seriously. Bad journalist vibes in that moment. Okay. Top 10 of my worst moments.
It's all right.
And I see this and I'm like, oh, that's weird. Okay. Anyways, kind of talking to people, like usually the way I do stories like this, especially, is you just really have to talk to everyone. You set certain things up, certain things fall through, whatever. We don't have to get into that, but
it didn't give you like, obviously you talk to some really dangerous people all the time when you're doing your stories, but like in this case, you know, you're going to talk to a literal, as part of the story, a trafficker,
weird.
a guy who does it. Like, what does that even feel like?
Bad.
Right, yeah.
And like, do you remember? So this is one thing I always said, like, oh, I talk to criminals for work and whatever, and I typically don't judge, and I know like they're doing their job, I'm doing my job, which is also why, contrary to popular belief, that's how it honestly works and why I'm still alive and everything is okay, because I don't go in with like a preconceived notion, and I just understand, well, if this guy's not doing it, someone else will. But there's a very big difference between someone who traffics drugs and kills the competition and is doing illegal things versus someone who is recruiting vulnerable women and like using them, like just seeing them as like a sex object and making them have sex with like up to 30 men every day.
Every day.
Oh, it's.
And are they getting little girls sometimes too? Yeah.
So there's a big demand for underage girls and for selling virginities, obviously.
Selling virginity.
Yeah.
And you're talking with a guy who openly does that.
Oh, it was brutal. And
how'd you get in contact with him?
through someone, like literally that's just how it works, right? And it took a while, obviously, but I had to push for it.
What do you like? So when you first start texting someone like that on whatever app you're doing it on, doesn't matter. What do you even say? Like, hi, yeah, I'm a journalist. I want to cover trafficking, and you're a trafficker?
Basically. But
well, okay.
I want to know your side of the story.
Your side of the story.
And how the business works. Yeah. It's
wow. Good for you.
Are you being facetious?
No, I'm not being facetious. Like I would not be able to do that.
So this was like a different experience, right? Because then I actually didn't talk to this person over text. I met with him in person. Someone else set it up through someone else. Like that's because with these kinds of guys, they're also very paranoid.
Yeah, I would imagine.
Yeah, so we met in person for the first time.
Without saying where or what. Is this in a very public place?
No.
No.
And that's why I'm telling you about the lynching because I'm telling this story all over the place. Cheers to that,
that's
audience.
It. That's like, this could be it. This could be the last one.
So after that meeting, and I couldn't film that meeting, my team and I were kind of burned in the town. They knew our car, our license plates, us, when we were there, and people were not happy.
Did many of them work in that business?
It's like that is their economy.
It's like the Truman Show.
People are gonna hate me for saying that, like in government, but that's literally what it is. In that town, these boys are growing up thinking when I grow up, I'm gonna be a trafficker, just like my dad. That's like you don't have these kids. Yeah.
You know, if they wrote that into the episode back in the day, people they'd be like,
It sounds hard, which is why I went, because also there was a report on this area, and I was like, this seems a little dramatic. And there were things in that reporting I found were not solid and certainly over-dramatized. For example, one of the images in this report was of these girls dancing in a carnival. They said that these are like little prostitute girls. They were literally just women dancing in like traditional clothing type of thing. Anyway, so that was I didn't appreciate that, but I wanted to go and see what was going on. So we get burned after going to this house, and then we're told you guys can not go back to that town. So we stay in the main city, whatever. Oh, I have no idea. It's one of those towns where like everyone knows everyone.
But it's not 50 people.
It's not 50 people, but it's small town, right?
Is it up in the mountain?
Yes. Yeah, it is. So anyways, we go to the city, whatever. I set up an interview because I obviously someone to talk to me on camera, right? Mm-hmm. That's how my content works. And so I set up now through someone else oh, this trafficker will talk to you on camera. Just make sure you change his voice, blur his face. Cool, that's totally fine. This guy's been in the business for so long with the family. So we are driving on the highway to meet with this person at a location. And as we're driving, I get a call from this woman who was trafficked. She's from Tlaxcala, and she was trafficked to Tijuana by her husband. I'm going to get into this because it's actually not like, oh, they're just grabbing girls off the street.
By her husband.
Yes, because the way that they're recruiting these girls are this older guy will go and scope it out. Okay, 17-year-old, 16-year-old girls who've never had a boyfriend before, come from a conservative family, and go up, make them fall in love. It's like the Romeo method, right?
Oh my God.
Make them fall in love. Will either not have sex with them to like save their virginity, or have sex with them to like grab the, you know, have them more close, like, oh, you and I, like, we're together, and like I'm your first,
Right, yeah,
type of thing. So they do that, and then once the girl turns 18, typically, because in order to like work in Tijuana as like a prostitute or like work in the red light district, you have to show your ID. Obviously there are ways around that, and there are a lot of underage girls, but for this one woman, you know, she gets married. This guy is the love of her life. She lost her virginity with him. Oh, but now he's saying that he has to go to Tijuana for business and work. Okay, we move together. Cool. They go to TJ. Literally the moment they get there, he takes her ID, her phone, and is like, you're going to go work at the corner, like standing outside. And she was like, what the hell is going on? And he's like, no, you are. She refuses. He beats the shit out of her. She ends up in the hospital. And now she's scared. And she goes and works. And after she works and she makes some money, he treats her like a queen. So he really does love me. We just need the money, right? And you're talking about women who are from a small town.
Yep.
You know,
innocent, young. Yep.
Really innocent.
Did you know that there's an online cannabis company that ships federally legal THC right to your door? And that they've found a way to combine THC with carefully selected functional ingredients to create gummies, baked goods, and flour for whatever type of buzz you'd want? Well, the company I'm talking about is Mood.com and their incredible line of cannabis gummies. And right now you can get 20% off your first order at Mood.com, link in my description below, using promo code Julian. Forget one-size-fits-all supplements that only get you high. Mood's functional gummies are optimized to kick in as little as 15 minutes and take you directly to the mood you're looking for. They have all different kinds of gummies to choose from, including their Mind Magic gummies, which are great for focused deep work and enhanced creativity. Right, Dave?
That's right.
Beyond gummies, Mood also has a selection of flour, pre-rolls, bakery treats, and beverages. Now listen, you can find gummies to just get you high pretty much anywhere these days. But Mood's functional gummies combine premium, federally legal THC with targeted botanicals to help you get into the perfect mood, usually in as little as 15 minutes. And everything ships discreetly right to your door. No dispensary lines, no awkward conversations, just better days and nights delivered to your doorstep. Best of all, not only is every Mood product backed by a 100-day satisfaction guarantee, but as I mentioned, our listeners are going to get 20% off at Mood.com using promo code Julian at checkout. So head on over to Mood.com, link in my description below, find the functional gummy that matches exactly the mood you're looking for, and let Mood help you discover your perfect mood. And don't forget to use promo code Julian to save 20% when you check out on your first order. Try it today at Mood.com.
And so
what does the hospital say, though?
She walks in with the kicked out of her.
That's not the hospital's place, and it's her husband, you know. I asked that too. I asked her. I also asked her like if she ever went to the police or anything, and she did. And she was like, it got so bad one time when he kicked the out of me. I went and I said, I need to go back to my family, and I can't be around this guy. And they were like, look, this is a marital dispute.
Oh my God. Wow.
And you want to be here. No one's forcing you to go to the corner.
You want to be here?
She literally told me that in the interview. This woman was destroyed. Anyways,
I'm sorry. How did you get a hold of her in the first place?
This is the thing, right? I'm asking around, talking to people.
Yeah.
And so we're driving on the highway to meet with a trafficker, allegedly. This woman calls me because someone who knew her was like, hey, I actually think that there's this woman who's willing to chat with you. She calls me, and I have it on speaker. So I have two camera guys filming me in the car when we're driving on the highway. At this point, I'm talking to her on the phone for about like 20 minutes. I That's way too long to have a camera up on a highway in the middle of nowhere in Mexico, especially to go to the meeting that we're going to.
Kind of
like,
hard to get off that kind of call, though.
Exactly. And she's like telling me this, and I'm like, holy. And also, I wanted to meet with her in person. And I knew that we would have to chat in order for her to know that she can trust me before we would actually be able to meet. At that point, and this is all on camera, this big ass black pickup truck pulls up right by us, and obviously someone clocked us, pulls up to us, 2 guys in the front, look into our car, they cut me off, and first thing I see are fake license plates. It just says Michoacan, like just, I was like, my life, like this is where it comes to an end, right? So they cut me off, my camera guy starts freaking the out. I'm trying to be calm, but I'm also like, yeah, this is not good. And I try to U-turn, stops me. Like, there's no way. Yeah. And then, so...
Did you see guns at all?
Okay, so this car is in front of me. I'm trying to get around it. I hit the brakes. They start backing up. I'm like, my life. So I fake signal, boom, boom. Finally, U-turn over the Meridian.
Yeah.
In this like rental. And U-turn and get out. And at this point, I am freaking out. And I'm like, oh, we're clocked. I don't know. They just want, either they want us out of here and they're just trying to send us a message, or they're actually going to do something with us. And typically I have like this is going to sound bad, but I always fall back on the fact, well, I am a foreigner. And so if they were to do something to me, it would heat things up more than they would want to. So it was just not worth it for them to do something to me. Right.
And you felt confident that they knew you were a literal foreigner of like the country.
Yeah, but that was the problem in this moment. I'm like, I feel like they don't know. Like
because you could blend in.
Yeah, I can blend in. Also, they don't know me. They haven't heard me speak. None of that. And I didn't know who these people were, and I didn't know who clocked us, or if someone tried to set us up, or if that trafficker interview was actually a setup. So, U-turn, go. A small car, no plates, pulls up, and they point a gun at us, which I think was fake. It was a fake gun.
A fake gun?
It was a fake gun.
So they're pointing pistols at you. They're not pointing full-blown machine guns.
No, it was definitely a fake gun.
What makes you think it was fake?
It just didn't look real.
Did you ask him to spray the water out of it or what?
I also think in the moment, because I didn't want to panic and I was with 2 other people, I was like, okay, I brought us here, you know, these guys are just working.
God bless your cameraman. Holy shit.
Terrible job.
Yeah.
You know how many messages I get from people being like, I want to work with you. Can we edit?
Do you?
I'm like, no, you don't. First of all, I'm such an asshole on assignment. Like, just, you know, wound up. And then second of all, it's like just one wrong move.
That's it.
Good night, Charlie.
Yeah.
So then
if you want to go?
Yeah, I'll go.
Yeah. Deef will go.
You're liability for sure.
Deef will wear a GoPro.
What makes you think I'm a liability?
I don't know. There's just, I feel like you talk too much.
Nah.
No?
Nah.
Oh, he's good with criminals?
Smooth
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay, great.
Nah, you underestimate him. He knows how to talk.
I just like to bust chops.
Yeah.
And I know you.
I underestimate everyone with this because I
Yeah.
don't even know if I fully trust myself sometimes.
I don't trust you either, so I mean that's fair. But
Okay. Anyways.
No, in all seriousness, like how much? It's been what 3-4 years of you now doing this down there? All that 4 years. Yeah. At this point, like none of these stories surprise me. Like you've put yourself in the middle of it, in all seriousness, for so goddamn long that like even with I know all the precautions you take behind the scenes.
Yeah.
Can't speak for your cameraman and everything, but you're
they're
gonna
a part
run
of
into
the-
shit like this.
I know. And that was not fun. And that was when I was like, oh.
But when they pointed the gun, how long are they pointing the gun at you?
So car pulls up right next to us. Boom. I just floored it.
You floored it.
Yeah.
You didn't even wait.
No,
Oh,
I
let's go.
floored it. Dummy the speed bump because Mexican highways have speed bumps. It's brutal,
yeah,
man.
It sucks.
Yeah, floor it, and then camera guy is panicking at this point. He's like, speed up, speed
Is
up.
he still filming though?
At this, don't get me started. Why do you think he's fired?
Oh my god!
But,
come on, dude.
But friend in the back what kept filming. So
Okay.
all of it is on camera. And at one point I'm like, stop filming, because I had to make calls for security reasons, right? Being like, hey, does so-and-so know my location? Do you know, like, blah, 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 because that's always make sure that I'm not just like raw dogging it, because also if I get kidnapped or like they kill me right there, who's gonna know where I am?
No one.
Exactly. So anyways, yeah, that was like not a great situation.
Can't you go in with armed security? Like at this point, isn't that an option that should be on the table all the time?
It doesn't work for the kind of access that I'm trying to get. I just don't think it's right or effective if I'm going in with people that are armed. Like, where's the trust then? And then they're gonna think I'm a cop or I'm with cops. And how is that gonna work?
But it's such a dangerous, you're going into dangerous areas. They know it's dangerous, so they know someone who's a journalist from the outside would probably need to look into making sure they're not risking their life every single time they step out. I don't think it's that. I don't think, and maybe I might be looking at this a little too naively because I'm not down there and I don't live in these places, but I don't think it would automatically be the leap all the way to, oh, she must be CIA because there's a security guard with her. Like,
not even
it's a
just that, but
dangerous
they're
place.
they trust me, as in I'm a journalist telling the story, okay, about what you guys do for your job.
Right.
They don't know who these other people are. They know it's me. They know it's cameraman.